381. After Cui Dongshan stood still, he wiped his tears and jogged over. Teacher, you've traveled more than 1,000,000 miles. You've worked hard, it's been too hard. I can't accompany you and ease your worries. Damn it, damn it. Liu Baixiang understood. He remembered that Qin Pingan said that he had an anonymous disciple who was studying at the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. He knew how to play chess and could exchange pointers with him if there was a chance. Qin Pingan turned and sat back on the bench. Pei Qian, whose forehead was still pasted with the yellow paper talisman, hesitated for a moment before leaving his seat and sitting next to Qin Pingan. Cui Dongshan strode over the threshold but did not sit next to Qin Pingan. He first went to the kitchen to find a pair of chopsticks and finally sat on the bench with Liu Baixiang. Cui Dongshan was just about to pick up a piece of fermented bean curd for porridge when he suddenly put down his chopsticks. My heart hurts so much that I don't have any chopsticks left. Qin Pingan asked directly, did you follow the contents of the letter I sent to Li Baoping and come here? But why did you come to Qinghuan Kingdom? I was going to Cliff Academy to find you anyway. Is it because of this debate between Buddhism and Taoism? Cui Dongshan laughed. Chickens pecking at each other for food, what's there to see? I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, in everyone's eyes, the arrogant young immortal suddenly slapped himself in the face. Will you die if you don't brag? After that, Qin Pingan didn't ask anything. Cui Dongshan just ate as fast as he could. After the meal, Zhu Lian and Pei Qian cleared the table. Cui Dongshan asked the hunchbacked old man if he needed any help. Zhu Lian politely said that there was no need. Cui Dongshan made an "oh" sound and followed Qin Pingan out of the house towards the courtyard. Liu Baixiang asked, when we have time later, can we play a game of chess? Cui Dongshan did not turn his head and waved his hand, no. When the white-clothed youth left their field of vision, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Zhu Lian stood at the door of the kitchen, rubbing his hands to wipe the water. He looked at Wei Xian who was sitting on the steps and asked with a smile, what do you mean? Wei Xian said calmly, the one who saw the abyssal fish. Liu Baixiang asked Sui Yuyu, do you think this person thinks that I am not qualified to negotiate with him, or is he afraid that he will embarrass himself? Sui Yuyu didn't answer the question. This skin is a little strange. Pei Qian poked his head out of the door of the main room, as if he had to hide from the handsome young man in white fluttering clothes. He was afraid that he would run out from the corridor in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was really afraid of this person. Pei Qian regarded Cui Dongshan as a scourge after just one meal. Qin Pingan took Cui Dongshan for a stroll in the alleys of the village. The ground was made of bluestone slabs that were as smooth as a mirror. Cui Dongshan followed behind Qin Pingan obediently. In the dim alleys between two towering walls and the bluestone ground, the teacher and student looked like two white sparrows. Cui Dongshan quickened his pace and walked side by side with Qin Pingan. He put one hand behind his back and patted the wall with the other. He said softly, I heard that you got a young spirit body of Du Mao, a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm. This is the physique of an immortal realm cultivator, and its degree of toughness is sufficient to rival a martial artist of the 9th realm. Not to mention this immortal shed skin, it has long been constructed and managed by Du Mao to the point that it's similar to a small paradise. Whoever is able to occupy it will obtain a smooth path towards the great Tao that will surely ascend to the 5 realms. Qin Pingan asked, you heard? Who did you hear it from? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, I have my own ideas, and I have my own ways. Qin Pingan asked directly, do you want this immortal slough? Cui Dongshan's expression was complicated. He shook his head and said, my current skin is the immortal slough left by the ancient times, and it is the body of a flood dragon in the land of Gushu. Compared with Du Mao's young spirit body, it is even more precious. It's just that it is a priceless treasure. Who wouldn't be envious when they see it? If you pity me and give me the immortal slough with a wave of your hand, I will be so grateful that I will be willing to do anything for you. Chen Pingon asked, where can I find a powerful otherworldly item that is worthy of the immortal slough? A heroic spirit from the ancient battlefield ruins? Or some ghost generals and ghost kings from the unmarked burial mounds? Cui Dongshan said with a cheeky smile, it turns out that you are quite familiar with the matter of a dove occupying a magpie's nest, but I have a bad news to tell you. Whether it is the ancient battlefield where countless ghost soldiers and generals wander, or the unmarked burial mounds where tens of thousands of people are buried, the things produced are still too small. In terms of cultivation, they are at most nascent soul realm ghosts, which can't suppress the immortal slough at all. Once they enter, it is like a pot of oil and a water prison. The two corrode each other, and neither of them will end well. So in the end, it still depends on your face and luck whether you can find an otherworldly item that is naturally tough and has extremely hard bones. As for the realm of the otherworldly item, it is actually not important. Chen Pingon silently remembered it in his heart, and then said, we are about to leave for the capital of Qingwan country. On the way, we may pass by a governor's mansion. We may not necessarily pay them a visit, but they may take the initiative to come to us. I will tell you this first. Cui Dongshan bowed with both hands and said, as you wish, I have no objections. After leaving the village, Cui Dongshan only said some flattering words to Chen Pingon. He did not interact with Pei Qian, the four people in the painting scroll, and did not speak much. It was like he had an extra follower that was idle all day long. Other than the unusual appearance that day, Cui Dongshan's performance after that was really mediocre and extremely mediocre. When Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu were playing chess, he did not even go near them. When Pei Qian used that crazy demon sword technique, he did not even look. When Zhu Lian was cooking, he did not help. From day to night, he just followed Chen Pingon obediently. One day, they arrived at a small county. There was a civil and military temple in the county. However, the incense in the civil and military temple was dim, while the incense in the military temple was bright. It was said that the incense could bless people and make them rich, which was very effective. Therefore, how could the incense not be abundant? During the day, the noisy military temple was much quieter at night. The civil and military temple was not like the other temples in the area. Normally, it was not closed at night. That day, Chen Pingon, who was resting in the county, took Cui Dongshan to the civil and military temple under the dim light of night. He asked the four people in the painting scroll to stay in the inn to protect Pei Qian. The two went to the Confucian temple first. In the history of the Qingwan kingdom, a civil official with the posthumous title of Duke Wenjin was worshipped there. He was once an official in the local county and did good deeds. Therefore, all the Confucian temples in the area were worshipped there. The reason why they visited the Confucian temple at night was that Chen Pingon had been overlooking the county from a distant mountain ridge. If he looked into the distance, he could vaguely see that two places in the county were covered with dark clouds. Evil qi rose and slowly spread around the county. After Chen Pingon noticed the abnormality, Cui Dongshan casually revealed the heavenly secret: the civil and military temple has been harmed. It has been used as a bridge for cultivators to steal someone's fortune. If people in the county were born with some talent for cultivation, they might see the statue of the civil and military saints shedding tears when they went to burn incense there recently. Otherwise, they might have been warned by the two local gods in their dreams. However, after Chen Pingon and the others went to the Confucian temple, the gods did not show up except for the strong yin qi. It was just a clay statue with few incense sticks. When they left, Cui Dongshan explained with a smile, after all, we are outsiders. We have never burned incense in the Confucian temple. The local gods have weak spirituality and are dying. It is difficult for them to show up and talk to us. Moreover, they are suspicious of us. We might as well hide and wait for death. It is better than leaving the golden body and being caught by the chi trainers with evil intentions. We will be bound by the soul-arresting and God-arresting techniques. We will end up in a worse situation than our golden body being destroyed. When he arrived at the Guanlin temple, Chen Ping's heart tightened. Although there were no more incense sticks lit by the commoners in the temple, Chen Ping could still see the flourishing sight of incense sticks curling up in spirals. However, there was a chilling aura in the seemingly flourishing sight. Adding oil to a raging fire was not a long-term solution. Not only that, Chen Ping went to the large incense burner to take a look at the remaining incense sticks. He pinched out a piece of it, and it quickly turned into ashes at his fingertips, releasing a faint stench. Cui Dongshan had already stepped into the main hall. He put his hands behind his back and stared at the 10-feet-tall statue carefully. After all, it was a martial temple in a small county. There were not so many gold leaves to decorate the temple. Therefore, the clay statue would not be too tall. At this moment, the god who was deep in the mud was in a deep sleep. He was either talking to the local people, parents, and officials in their dreams or dealing with the contamination of the incense sticks with evil origins. After Chen Pingon walked into the main hall, Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves and smiled. "Mister, you can take this opportunity to see the manifestation of the martial arts fate in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Pingon heard a ding-dong sound in the lake in his heart. Looking up, a golden drop of water fell from above and finally fell into the incense burner at the foot of the statue. There were ripples. However, Chen Pingon waited for a long time and no more golden raindrops fell from the sky. Cui Dongshan sneered, "This is the martial arts fate of the Tang family of the Qinghuan kingdom. If it was in the early years of the Liu dynasty, in any martial temple, there would be raindrops falling so fast that they formed a continuous line. This has nothing to do with the level of the god's position. It is only related to the length of the country and the thickness of the martial arts fate. Moreover, for ordinary chi cultivators, even if you are an earth immortal, you still can't see it from the side. I only know some ancient secret techniques and learned some skills about the incense sticks from the old god in the medicine shop. That's why I can make it manifest. As for the Kong country and the Tsai kingdom that you have traveled to before, they are not as good as the Qinghuan kingdom where one drop of incense sticks golden liquid can be condensed in about half an hour. Maybe one drop can only be condensed in 2 or 3 hours. As expected, after Chen Pingon waited for half an hour, there were more golden raindrops that symbolized the martial arts fate. Chen Pingon was a little enlightened. When he was in the old dragon city, the sword spirit said that Pei Qian was a martial arts embryo. At that time, it was the first time Chen Pingon heard this name. Thinking back to what Cui Dongshan said tonight, it was a little clearer. Thinking about it, it was similar to how the goddess of the buried river could see the amount of incense sticks every month at a glance, and how there were many spiritual herbs and immortal trees in the immortals' cave abodes on the mountain to help manifest the amount of luck of the mountains and rivers. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Are you waiting for me to ask about the martial temple in Dali?" Cui Dongshan gave a fist salute, lowered his head and smiled, "Mister, you are knowledgeable about worldly affairs. You have only traveled for a few years and you have such a temperament. You are indeed a genius, a god." Chen Pingon glanced at Cui Dongshan, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, "Isn't the martial temple in the great Duan kingdom of the Central Plains more magnificent than Yulu's old country with a female martial god?" Cui Dongshan laughed, "Of course. Otherwise, why would the god of fortune of the Snow Mountain continent, the Liu family, be willing to bet on the great Duan kingdom? Other than the Shang family and the School of Vertical and Horizontal Studies, there are actually many Dao-seeking orthodoxies that have chosen the great Duan kingdom. Chui Dongshan then felt a little regretful. Other than this martial temple in the martial temple to observe luck, there are actually many more things that can be observed in the authentic martial temple in the capital city of a country. You can even see the increase and decrease, ups and downs because of a certain person. Chui Dongshan walked to the doorstep of the martial temple and sat down. He raised his head and looked at the general statue that was in a bad situation and had a dim luster. He sighed. I heard that in the Great Duan Kingdom, a young man with frightening martial fate appeared. He was brought back by his master and entered the Great Duan Kingdom. On that day, the already exaggerated martial temple's martial fate changed from a river to a huge waterfall. It was like an incense burner in a pool, splashing countless martial fate water droplets, causing rumbling sounds. As long as you are a deity, you can hear the shocking sounds from far away outside the temple. Chen Pingon smiled. That person is called Chao Xiai. I have seen him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I even fought with him 3 times and lost. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I hope that the gap between us will not be too big in the future and that we will have the chance to fight another 3 times. Chui Dongshan looked at the calm and sincere Chen Pingon and gave him a thumbs up. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Sir, you are amazing. You have great ambitions. This flattery was the least flattering. If outsiders were present, such as the 4 people in the picture scroll, they might think that Chui Dongshan was mocking Chen Pingon. However, Chen Pingon knew that this was probably the most sincere thing that Chui Dongshan had said. However, Chui Dongshan sighed and said with a face full of pity, Sir, it is a great loss to be in the same era as this person. Chen Pingon walked to the door and Chui Dongshan stood up. The 2 of them stepped out of the door together. Chen Pingon suddenly said, it was the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, who noticed the change in martial arts fate in the martial temple of Dali. Therefore, he asked you to be the mediator. Is it because he is afraid that I will take Wei Xian and the other 3 people to another country, such as the Great Sui Kingdom? Chui Dongshan did not flatter him this time. He just nodded and said, the old imperial tutor received the news that you are about to start cultivating and need to refine your natal item. Our old imperial tutor proposed a deal. As long as you let Wei Xian and the other 3 people join Dali, the Dali dynasty will tell you the final location of the 5 mountains of the Aquarius continent. Now, we can reserve the 5-colored soil for you. The soil from the roots of the 5 mountains can be provided with 5 caddies per mountain. It is enough for you to refine your natal item twice. Without waiting for Chen Pingon to refuse or agree, Chui Dongshan explained, Mr. Refining the 2nd natal item is an urgent matter. However, there is no need to worry. Among the 5 sacred mountains, apart from Wei Bian's northern sacred mountain, the southern sacred mountain, Fan Juanmao's southern sacred mountain is just the beginning. As for the other 3 sacred mountains, although the great Li Song family has long had intentions, they may not be able to successfully confer titles in the next 10 or 20 years. Mister, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, it is a good thing that the difficulty of refining will be reduced. Moreover, Mister, you have just started cultivating, so you don't need a natal item of too high a grade. When the 5 sacred mountains are all recognized by the Great Li's imperial court and a certain Confucian school of the Central Earth, they will be implicated in the stability of the continent. The 2 of them walked out of the martial temple. Chen Pingon walked on the dark street and asked, This is the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, who wants to make a deal with me. What do you think? Chui Dongshan stopped in his tracks. Mister, do you trust me? Chen Pingon shook his head. I don't trust you, but I also want to hear a lie. Chui Dongshan laughed involuntarily and thought for a moment. Then Mister, listen to my lie for the time being. In my opinion, those 4 people entering Dali is a matter of benefit and no harm to Mister. Why don't you take a price with the Song clan and give them 10 caddies of 5-colored soil first? As for whether Mr. will change his place of origin from Dolly to the Great Sway Kingdom or some other random place, it won't be too late to make a decision on the day when the 5 mountains of Dolly obtain the legitimate status of the Aquarius continent. As for whether or not Mr. will refine the natal item of the 5 elements of Earth, Mr. will do it or not. It won't be too late to take the benefits first. Chen Pingan remained silent and continued to move forward. After taking a few steps, he found that Cui Dongshan was still standing in the same place. Chen Pingan looked back. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Tonight, this student will deal with the changes in the Wenwu temple. If there are evil cultivators causing trouble, this student will do justice for the heavens and earn a small merit for Mr. If there are mountains and rivers that are not good at teaching, and the local people bring it upon themselves, I hope that Mr. will allow this student to stand by and watch, and let the incense here perish on its own." Chen Pingan nodded, "Sure." Chen Pingan turned and left, planning to return to the inn. Cui Dongshan suddenly shouted, "Mr." Chen Pingan turned his head. "What's the matter?" Cui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, "Those 4 ant-like pure martial artists, as Mr.'s retainers, they were so disrespectful. This student has been abiding by the duties of master and disciple these days, and can only watch from the side without saying anything. It is painful to watch, and I beg Mr. to allow this student to teach them how to be human starting tomorrow." Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "How do you plan on teaching them?" Cui Dongshan stood at the foot of the steps at the entrance of the Guanlin temple, and said righteously, "Naturally, I will follow Mr.'s teachings, and convince people with reason and virtue." Chen Pingan no longer paid any attention to Cui Dongshan, and directly rushed back to the inn. On the way back, he pondered over why Cui Dongshan had come, and why he had suddenly left the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. The matter of Du Mao's coveted immortals remains, the matter of the old imperial tutor Cui Dong bringing up the sale of the birthplace, as well as the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of the Qingyuan Kingdom. Chen Pingan felt that these were all the purposes of Cui Dongshan's trip, but they were still not the most important. In the distance behind him, Cui Dongshan turned around and walked up the steps, yawning, and returned to the Guanlin temple. 382. When Chen Pingan returned to the inn, he found that not only was Pei Qian not asleep, she was playing with a talisman stuck on her forehead. The 4 of them were gathered in the same room, waiting for the results of the Wenwu temple. Chen Pingan found it strange. They had traveled from the center of Tongya continent to Qingyuan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent. They had experienced so many life and death battles. Logically speaking, they should not be interested in the Wenwu and Wenwu temples in a small county. Even if there was a demonic wind and demonic rain in a small place, it was destined not to cause any big waves. Chen Pingan quickly figured out the key point. It was very likely that tonight was the first time his student, Cui Dongshan, fought. Wei Xian and Sui Yuyu must be more concerned about it. After sitting down, Zhu Lian had already served tea. Chen Pingan said frankly, "Someone did something to the Wenwu temple. Cui Dongshan will handle it properly and will not delay tomorrow's trip." Sui Yuyu's temper was the most straightforward. He asked directly, "This Cui Dongshan, is he really your student?" Chen Pingan patted Pei Qian's head and told her to go to sleep first. Pei Qian said that she could not sleep and was afraid of ghosts. She also said that her sleeping posture was not good and she liked to kick the quilt. If the talisman on her forehead was rubbed off, ghosts and demons would have an opportunity to take advantage of her. Wouldn't she be unable to protect Sister Sui? This was because Chen Pingan had mentioned some rules and taboos to Pei Qian regarding talismans. For example, talismans were protective talismans that could be used to travel across mountains and rivers. They could deter evil spirits and make some of the deities and ghosts in the waning waters revere them. However, at the same time, they were also bright lights that could easily attract the greed and hatred of some malicious spirits that were not afraid of the strong winds of the mortal realm. Chen Pingan did not force Pei Qian to go to sleep immediately next door. He said to Sui Yuyu, although Cui Dongshan shamelessly came to me at the beginning, he is indeed my student now. Along the way, you should have a general understanding of his temper. He is a very conceited person. As long as you don't provoke him, Cui Dongshan will not take the initiative to plot against you. There are many rules and regulations in the world, such as what I told Pei Qian before: don't bully the mountain, don't bully the water, don't wait when you enter the temple to worship Buddha, don't wait when there are many people. These are actually what Cui Dongshan told me when I traveled with him. In fact, Chen Pingan did not say it too bluntly. Probably in the eyes of the Dali imperial tutor, the 4 people from the picture scroll who walked out of the lotus blossom blessed land were not worthy of his crooked thoughts. However, this kind of truth was too hurtful, so Chen Pingan was too embarrassed to say it. Just like on the day of their reunion, Cui Dongshan went straight to the point and talked about Du Mao's immortal slough. He begged Chen Pingan to generously give him the slough, but in his heart, Cui Dongshan did not care much. Cui Dongshan was willing to pester Chen Pingan, but his true vision might not be on Chen Pingan at all. Mr. Qi, who had already passed away, had always been hidden in the shadows and behind the curtains. He was the old scholar who had lost his physical body, the sage of literature who had merged with the Tao, with the entire vast world, Liang who had already ascended to the heavens beyond heaven and wrestled with the second brother of Taoism, and Lu Qin, the leader of Taoism who was currently in charge of the White Jade capital's 5 cities and 12 buildings. For Dali to be able to build the sword tower that was a replica of the Beko Keikyong building, there was already the shadow of the school of Yin Yang and the school of Mo. In addition, Jinwu Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple were the ancestral courts of the military school of the Aquarius continent, especially the former, which had long been deeply involved with Dali. In addition to the prosperous old dragon city at the southernmost end of the continent, the most powerful school of thought, except for the school of legalism and the school of Zongheng who had not shown themselves, the Dali dynasty had actually gained the favor of many forces outside the continent. This was where the Song clan's confidence in swallowing half of the Aquarius continent came from. The Dali cavalry and the vassal king, Song Zhengqiang, were fighting for the country on the surface, but how to defend the country was more of a test of the Dali dynasty's skill and foundation. These were things that Chen Pingan figured out himself after seeing the history of the lotus flower blessed land and seeing the long river of time. There was still some distance from the truth, but the general direction should not be wrong. And the whole game of chess of the Dali dynasty involves so many complicated forces. The specific planning and the person who helped the Song clan to prepare everything was the white-clothed youth who stayed in the martial temple. Looking back now, Chen Pingan's travels in the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom and the vassal Huangting Kingdom in the north, the Cai Kingdom, Gyu Kingdom and the Shu Shui Kingdom in the middle, and the southernmost old dragon city in the southernmost part, actually fell on the chessboard of the imperial tutor Cui and did not leave the chessboard. It was just that the 2 imperial tutor Cui and Cui Dongshan, whose souls had been separated, each wearing a different skin, did not pay any attention to Chen Pingan. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "This Mr. Cui, is he a cultivator who has a profound cultivation and has returned to the origin?" Chen Pingan did not know how to answer and could only say, he used to be a disciple of the Confucian school. His hometown was in the Aquarius continent. Later on, he went to the Central Plains to study. In the past, his cultivation realm was relatively high, but later on, he dropped. I can't tell which realm he is in now, so I didn't ask him. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Previously, I heard young masters say that the great cultivators in the world have strong bodies and are not inferior to the pure martial artists of the 3rd realm of spirit refinement. I wonder how is the fist technique of this young immortal on the mountain? If he has a magic weapon, I wonder if he can break Wei Xian's sweet dew armor." Chen Pingan smiled and said, let's put it bluntly first. If any of you are willing to test Cui Dongshan, I will definitely not stop you, but you will have to bear the consequences. Pei Qian whispered, I don't dare to fight with him for the position of the first disciple. In the future, I will just call him senior brother. Cui Dongshan pushed the door and entered. He said angrily, little girl, why are you scolding me behind my back? Who is your senior brother? You are the senior brother. Speak properly. Cui Dongshan questioned her out of nowhere. Pei Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Chen Pingan asked, what about the martial temple? Cui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for himself and drank it in one gulp. He smiled and said, it has been settled. I have met the culprit of the martial temple and the culprit. Both sides can be considered to be amicable. As a student, I have laid out the facts and reasoned with them. If I didn't rush back to inform you, perhaps the masters of the martial temple and the martial temple would have dragged the local lord along and brought some jars of aged wine buried deep in the ground to chat with me till dawn. Chen Pingan was puzzled and asked, who is the culprit? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, it was a local rich man who cherished his life and wanted to live for another 20 to 30 years. Coincidentally, he had a descendant who cultivated in a celestial sect in Qinghuan country. He didn't learn the good stuff but learned the bad stuff. After learning some crooked ways, he wanted to change his fate without permission. At the cost of harming the fate energy of the land, he wanted to increase his lifespan and improve the geomancy of the Yin house. Naturally, he had a dispute with the local civil and martial temples. Since the cultivator had learned the celestial arts, the young so-called gods favored children in the small sects naturally had bad tempers. They went all out and that young cultivator almost wanted to seize the golden body as well. It is said that the mountains and rivers of the Qinghuan kingdom and the Qingshan kingdom have been slaughtered by the imperial courts in the entire southeast region of the Aquarius continent. However, the golden body fragments are still in short supply. If the martial temple and the martial temple have a problem with the incense, the local cultivators will take action. Although it is a little unsightly, at least they won't be pursued to death by the sages of the academy. If the young cultivator and his backer operate properly, they can directly understand the matter in the royal study of the Qinghuan kingdom. The news won't even reach the Lakeview Academy. Hearing this, Chen Pingan's heart was heavy. He took a sip of the medicine wine. Cui Dongshan's expression was as usual, as if he didn't notice his teacher's abnormality at all. He continued with a smile, the mountains and rivers of the Dali kingdom all have their own destinies and karma. It's just a little earlier. When the Dali dynasty really annexes a continent in the future, the banning of the temples will be a sure thing. The method will only be more ruthless. Now, to the north of the Lakeview Academy in the central region, there are already officials from the Ministry of Rites working together with the Qintianjian kingdom to follow the map. In the 2 years that you weren't in the Aquarius continent, just south of the Huangting kingdom and north of the Cai kingdom, more than 4,000 temples that violate the rules and etiquette of the 62 kingdoms on the underground dragon path have been destroyed. This is because the officials from the Ministry of Rites of the Dali Kingdom are all greasy and soft-hearted. Otherwise, the number would at least double. Regarding the banning of the temples, Lakeview Academy is naturally happy to see it happen. Even if they are unwilling to deal with the Dali Imperial Court, they still sent dozens of gentlemen and sages led by the deputy headmaster to help the Dali Kingdom investigate this matter and draw a boundary for the Dali Imperial Court. The Dali Kingdom has given Lakeview Academy a lot of face on this matter. After rambling on, Cui Dongshan put down the teacup and looked around. He smiled and said, "Why? Sleeping early and waking up early is good for the body. You don't know how to maintain your health, do you want to delay my teacher's rest?" Pei Qian was the first to get up and run away. The 4 people in the painting had different expressions. They didn't say anything and left one after another. Cui Dongshan was the last to get up and bid farewell to his teacher. Chen Pingan needed to lock the door. He walked to the door with Cui Dongshan. One was outside the door and the other was inside the door. Chen Pingan asked, "If you are secretly involved in the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the Qinghuan kingdom behind my back, you'd better tell me clearly in advance. At worst, I'll go around the capital and wait for you at the Immortal Ferry in the easternmost part of the city. Otherwise, when you and I turn against each other, you, Cui Dongshan, will do the dirty business of deceiving your teacher again." Cui Dongshan had an aggrieved expression on his face as if his crotch was stained with yellow mud. "Teacher, you have an open mind, as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. When you and I traveled the great Sui kingdom, your student was always as warm as the spring breeze. How can you measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain?" Cui Dongshan wrung his hands and lamented, "I know. It must be because those 4 squires didn't know how to behave. Teacher, you have been with them for a long time, so it's inevitable that you are a little unruly. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, your student will." Chen Pingan closed the door and said unhappily, "Get out." Cui Dongshan, whose white robe fluttered like an immortal, spun in circles in the corridor and went away. It should be considered as rolling sideways. When he passed by Pei Qian's room next door, Cui Dongshan paused for a moment. While spinning in circles, he kindly reminded, "Pei Qian, since you and I are from the same school, then let me tell you a piece of good news. As long as you don't open the window, you definitely won't see the ghost hanging upside down with its tongue out. As long as you don't poke your head out of the bed, you definitely won't see the female ghost wearing a bright red wedding dress and married to the ghost king in the mass grave. As long as you don't get up in the middle of the night to drink water, you definitely won't see the pale water ghost with a belly full of water plants after drowning in the water. Oh, by the way, some long-haired girls who died in vain like to curl up at the feet of little girls. Don't be afraid. No matter how you look at it, it's just a big mass of hair." Pei Qian hid in the bed, shivering and covering his ears with his hands. When he arrived at the room of the 4 people in the painting, Cui Dongshan, who was spinning non-stop, only laughed outside the door of Lu Baixiang's room. "I heard from my teacher that your chess skills are excellent. Tomorrow, I'll learn how to play chess from you." Lu Baixiang, who was playing chess with the light in the room, smiled and said, "If Mr. Cui is willing, how about we play a game before resting?" Cui Dongshan had gradually gone away. "Forget about it tonight. Things like chess, you have to pick a time and it depends on your mood." Outside the small inn, there were 2 immortals with golden bodies that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. One on the left and one on the right, one on the civil side and the other on the military side. With a straight face, they were like 2 door gods, guarding the inn. 8. 383. At dawn, Chen Pingan had just finished practicing the heaven-earth stance when Pei Qian knocked on the door with sleepy eyes. When he opened the door, Chen Pingan saw a dispirited girl. It seemed that Cui Dongshan's kind reminder last night scared Pei Qian. Chen Pingan asked her to take a nap in his room. Pei Qian felt relieved and fell asleep immediately. After covering Pei Qian with the quilt, Chen Pingan sat at the table and read the alchemy book given by Lu Yong, the Earth Immortal from the Cyan Tiger Palace. Although it described the path of alchemy, it was a secret book exclusive to nascent soul cultivators after all. It contained a lot of exquisite insights about the Great Tao. Chen Pingan learned a lot every time he read it calmly. The inn was simple and crude. For 2 or 3 meals a day, the guests had to go out and settle it themselves. From the innkeeper to the waiters, they all had a bad temper. When Chen Pingan and his group checked in, they saw the innkeeper and a group of traveling merchants were cursing and scolding each other. However, Chen Pingan's group had Cui Dongshan, Lu Baixiang, and Sui Yuyu. The innkeeper looked at the dishes and was a lot friendlier. He took the initiative to recommend some local delicacies. Chen Pingan took Pei Qian, who had just finished her nap, out for breakfast. He didn't go back to the room. At the entrance of the inn, he told Pei Qian to take the food to Cui Dongshan and the others, and also told her to tell them that he would stay in the county for 2 days. He wanted to walk around alone. Pei Qian was happy to rest for 2 days. She didn't have to travel, which meant that she didn't have to do the boring 6-step stance. While Chen Pingan was walking around the county town by himself, Cui Dongshan, picture scroll, and the others received the breakfast that Pei Qian had brought back and met up to eat. Cui Dongshan's face was full of gratitude, saying that this teacher was helping the students to fill in the gaps. He had put in a lot of effort and thought that where else could he find such a considerate teacher. Pei Qian didn't dare to talk back. She only dared to criticize him in her heart. What do you mean by finding out what they missed? It's obvious that he doesn't trust you. After breakfast, Cui Dongshan was in a good mood. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Do you know how to play 5 pieces in a row? Let's make a small bet for fun. If you win, you'll get a copper coin. How about that?" Pei Qian had played 5-piece chess before. It was a little trick that Liu Baixiang had taught her. The rules were simple. Pei Qian often pulled Wei Xian and borrowed Liu Baixiang's chess pieces to play chess. The two played back and forth. Compared to Liu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu's game was dull and boring, Pei Qian and Wei Xian's game was very lively. Every time a chess piece was placed, it was louder than the previous one. It was full of momentum, and it was as if they wanted to smash a hole in the chessboard. When playing chess with Wei Xian, Pei Qian won more than he lost. Once he gained the upper hand, he would get carried away, but once he lost the upper hand, he would regret his moves. Fortunately, Wei Xian didn't care much about winning, losing, or playing chess. Now that she heard Cui Dongshan say that he wanted to gamble, Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. She wasn't stupid. Even if Cui Dongshan said that he wanted to learn chess from Liu Baixiang, 5 pieces in a row was an unorthodox game. Pei Qian didn't have the confidence to win money. After all, it was rare to find a blockhead like Wei Xian in this world. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Let's play chess. As teacher's disciples, you and I can't hurt each other. Whoever loses wins money." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Losing a game of chess and winning a copper coin. How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Therefore, in Pei Qian's room, Liu Baixiang took out the chess set. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian, who were from the same school, didn't know their seniority yet, started to play 5 pieces in a row. The 4 people in the picture scroll were watching the game from the side. Pei Qian placed her chess pieces randomly. Between 2 chess pieces, there was a distance of 108,000 li between them. Cui Dongshan also didn't play in a systematic way. Sometimes he followed behind Pei Qian's pieces, and sometimes he played a piece in each direction. It seemed that Pei Qian was more likely to lose, but when the space on the board became narrower and narrower, Pei Qian was both distressed and surprised to find that it was easier and easier for her to play 5 pieces in a row. When the board was full of crisscrossing black and white chess pieces, Pei Qian actually won. No matter how she placed her chess pieces, it was always a 5 pieces in a row. Just like that, she lost a copper coin. Pei Qian regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She couldn't wait to eat the board into her stomach. But when she glanced at Cui Dongshan, who was sitting opposite her and eating melon seeds, she didn't dare to act shamelessly. Cui Dongshan looked at the game and said regretfully, "I lost a game of chess, I lost a game of chess. It seems that my gambling luck is slightly better than yours. Why don't we play again? If you don't like one chessboard and can't fully display your chess skills, we can add another 2 or 3 chessboards. However, for each additional board, the bet has to be increased by 1 copper coin. As for me, as long as I win, I will immediately pay you money from my own pocket. However, you, Pei Qian, can add as many chessboards as you like until you lose and win money. Isn't that fair? Pei Qian hesitated, but the table can't fit 2 boards. Cui Dongshan pointed to the ground. We'll play chess on the ground. What's there to be afraid of? If there are many boards, we can even play outside the house, right? Anyway, the more boards there are, the more money you can win. I know you have a good memory, so I'll make do. Let's let Lu Baixiang or Sui Yu borrow 2 pieces of charcoal from the inn. When the time comes, I'll use the charcoal to draw the board. We won't use chess pieces. If anyone remembers incorrectly, it's also considered a loss. Pei Qian turned his head and glanced at Old Wei. Wei Xian probably felt that this method of asking for a loss was too stupid and directly left. Zhu Lian rolled his eyes and left the house. On the other hand, there were 2 chess experts from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. As expected, Lu Baixiang went to borrow some charcoal and returned. Sui Yu stood at the side with an indifferent expression. The 2 of them patiently stayed in the house, accompanying the 2 who were squatting on the floor and fooling around. Pei Qian's memory was excellent, and Chen Pingan and the other 4 had long been aware of it. It could be said that Pei Qian was outstanding. This kind of innate talent, whether it was Chen Pingan or Lu Baixiang, who had outstanding chess skills and was familiar with the game, they were all ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, after using up the 2 boxes of chess pieces, Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan were not only competing to see who was more shameless, they were also competing to see who had the best memory. On the ground, there were already 2 more boards drawn with charcoal. If Pei Qian didn't add 1 more, he would still win. Therefore, he had no choice but to let Cui Dongshan draw another one. Lu Baixiang silently left the house. Sui Yu followed closely behind. In the corridor, Sui Yu asked, "Can you see the depth?" Lu Baixiang shook his head and said, 5 pieces in a row is too simple. Even if I draw 10 more boards, Pei Qian still can't see the strength of this person. Sui Yu asked, "If you don't hide anymore and choose to do your best, how big is the gap between us?" Lu Baixiang smiled and said, "To be honest, you shouldn't be able to make me play tendons." The so-called tendons of the hand were the ingenious moves on the board. Most of them came from the situation of an evenly matched and intense battle on the board. Lu Baixiang's meaning was that he only needed to play step by step, like a bricklayer laying out the board. Everything was stable and he could win against Sui Yu. Sui Yu didn't feel any anger or humiliation. The difference in skill on the chessboard was clear. Along the way, he often played against Lu Baixiang. If Sui Yu wasn't pushing, then he was throwing. Almost no Go player in the world would say the words, "I've lost," but pushing and throwing were 2 types of silent admission of defeat. Although Sui Yu had a strong desire for victory and defeat, she had always regarded this as a trivial matter. Winning or losing would not affect her swordsmanship, which was far more important than chess. Therefore, Sui Yu could still afford to lose. Moreover, according to what Zhu Lian had mentioned by chance about the chess world of later generations, all the countries in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land held Lu Baixiang, the founder of the devil cult, in high esteem and were likely to select the strongest chess player. The chess masters of each dynasty, each generation, and each school would have different opinions. However, if the top 3 chess masters in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land were to be selected, Lu Baixiang would definitely have a place. It was clear that Lu Baixiang's reputation on the chessboard was very high. As for the other 2 people, one was Wang Jiyuan, known as the Eternal Chess Saint, and the other was Huang, who was later confirmed to be a banished immortal. He was also the ancestor of the resurgence of the Lake Mountain sect in Songlai country and Eugenie's grandmaster. It was this person who relied on his sect's great reputation and his own unparalleled chess skills to abolish the position system. This caused a watershed to appear in the chess world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, dividing it into the ancient chess sect and the new chess sect. Wang Jiyuan was younger than Huang. 60 years old, Huang. No one knew where he went in his 70s, so the two never had the chance to play a game. As for which of the three people's chess skills was better in different eras, the later generations of chess grandmasters argued bitterly. Liu Baixiang was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the ancient chess sect, while Wang Jiyuan was the pinnacle of the new chess sect. He was also the master of all kinds of sets and throwing knives. Therefore, some people believe that if Wang Jiyuan had the chance to play against Liu Baixiang, he would definitely lose 2 pieces. Liu Baixiang was not qualified to sit on the same level as the eternal chess saint Wang Jiyuan. However, the chess masters who studied ancient chess manuals said that as long as Liu Baixiang familiarized himself with the new chess sect for 2 or 3 months before playing against Wang Jiyuan, it would be nothing more than an additional disciple of the chess saint. In short, there were different opinions. Since there were no more national players who had roughly the same chess skills as the 3 people, and no one gave a fair evaluation that was enough to convince the public, the chess skills of the 3 people were destined to become an unresolved case. Sui Yuyu suddenly said, "Don't lose to that person." Liu Baixiang smiled slightly and said, "Let's wait and see." In Pei Qian's room, Cui Dongshan was squatting on the ground and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian's face was wrinkled and she was about to cry. She was about to lose 6 copper coins. Cui Dongshan comforted her, "We still have enough charcoal. The outcome is not decided yet. Just draw another one. The bigger the bet, the bigger the win." Pei Qian raised her arm and wiped her eyes. She took out the sachet that Aunt Gui gave her as a money bag from her sleeve and took out 7 copper coins. These were her hard-earned money. She clenched the copper coins tightly and stood up hesitantly. She gently placed them on the table and looked at the guy surnamed Shui with a pitiful expression, hoping that he would show the demeanor of an immortal and walk away. She never thought that Cui Dongshan would walk to the table with a smile and wipe the copper coins away. Only then did Cui Dongshan walk to the door. He didn't forget to remind her with a smile, "Remember to return the chess set to Liu Baixiang and wipe the traces on the ground. Otherwise, if Chen Pingan knows that we gambled, he will scold me and make you copy books until you break your arm. As for the money, if you lose, Chen Pingan won't help you get it back." Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and swaggered away. "Today is really a good day. I earned money and went out to buy candied haws." Pei Qian stood by the table and cried miserably. Cui Dongshan suddenly walked backward and leaned back. He stuck out his head and smiled. "Pei Qian, I want to learn how to play chess from Liu Baixiang. I want to get a good omen. From now on, every time you call me chess immortal, I will give you a copper coin." Pei Qian's eyes lit up and ran out of the door. She followed behind Cui Dongshan and eagerly called him chess immortal. In less than 2 hours, Pei Qian had already lost her voice after returning the chess set to Liu Baixiang and calling him chess immortal. The 2 of them returned to her room. Pei Qian was babbling, but she couldn't say a word. She smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to ask for the money. Seeing that Cui Dongshan didn't respond, she quickly wrote a number on the table. Cui Dongshan smiled, "I'm just playing with you. Do you really believe it?" Pei Qian collapsed and couldn't say a word. She could only bare her fangs and brandish her claws. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to poke Pei Qian's eyes. "If you keep talking, not only will you temporarily become a little mute, but you will also become blind. No matter how angry Chen Pingan is, he can't beat a student like me to death. But you will be miserable. You will become a little blind person. What hope do you have in this life? Isn't that right?" Cui Dongshan stood up and pretended to be blind. He stretched out his hand and randomly touched her. Pei Qian's face darkened. She pursed her lips, but she didn't dare to pick up the mountain staff and beat this bastard to death. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. She sat on the edge of the bed with a dull expression. Her heart was dead and her tears fell like rain. Cui Dongshan suddenly took out something that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve and gently threw it to Pei Qian. Since you are tactful, I'll lend it to you to play for a few days. If I learn chess well, maybe I will give it to you when I am in a good mood. But when I play chess with Liu Baixiang, remember to return it to me first. Pei Qian held the heavy silver ingot in her hands and suddenly smiled through her tears. Cui Dongshan left again. Pei Qian placed the large silver ingot on the table and looked at it from left to right. She never got tired of looking at it. Just as she was thinking about how to keep the silver ingot in her hand, her eyes suddenly widened. The silver ingot began to wriggle and then turned into a snow-white grasshopper. It hopped toward the window and disappeared in an instant. Pei Qian came to her senses and immediately climbed up the window. She jumped down and began to search for the silver ingot in the backyard. She searched the weeds, the wall, and the crevices of the stones for an hour. In the end, she even dug the ground with her hands. In the end, she still couldn't find the silver ingot that had turned into a grasshopper. Exhausted, Pei Qian sat on the muddy ground in a daze. This time, she didn't even have the strength to cry. When Chen Pingan returned to the inn from the Confucian temple, he saw Pei Qian's gloomy and thin back. He called her a few times, but she didn't respond. Chen Pingan had no choice but to jump out of the window. Pei Qian turned her head stiffly. When she saw Chen Pingan, she lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Chen Pingan sighed and returned to the house. He went straight to Cui Dongshan and soon stood at the window. He shouted to Pei Qian, "You can win the 7 copper coins back if you can. If you can't, just admit defeat. However, you can play with Cui Dongshan's silver ingot. You still have to do as he says." Although Pei Qian was still heartbroken, she quickly stood up and climbed up the window. She jumped on the ground and carefully took the silver ingot that had turned back into a silver ingot with both hands. Chen Pingan pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her to the table. "You've grown up. You even know how to gamble with others now." Pei Qian sat at the table, trembling with fear. She held the silver ingot tightly with both hands. Chen Pingan asked, "Since you like to gamble so much, I'll give you the treasure box in the bamboo chest. Anyway, you have a lot of money now. You can gamble with Cui Dongshan many times. Do you want me to get it for you, or do you want to go by yourself?" Pei Qian looked flustered and shook her head. Chen Pingan slammed the table. "Go get the treasure box. Carry it yourself in the future." Pei Qian turned her head away with a straight face. She didn't cry or beg for mercy. She didn't look at Chen Pingan or listen to him. Chen Pingan was furious. Pei Qian gritted her teeth and threw the silver ingot out of the window. Chen Pingan stood up and opened the bamboo chest next door. He took out the treasure box and returned to Pei Qian's room. He threw the box on the table and left. Chen Pingan had just taken a sip of the medicinal wine in the room when Pei Qian rushed in with the treasure box in his hand. He stuffed the treasure box into the bamboo chest and ran away as fast as lightning. Chen Pingan took out the treasure box again and went next door. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian had locked the door. Chen Pingan was furious. He wanted to kick the door open and throw this guy and the treasure box out of the inn. Chen Pingan stood outside the door for a moment. Inside the door, Pei Qian, who had locked the door, pressed her back against the door. She raised her 2 slender arms and used the back of her hands to cover her charcoal-like face. On the roof of the inn, the main culprit, the white-clothed youth, was lying on his back with his head on his arms. He had a faint smile on his face. Liu Baixiang was concentrating on playing chess in the room. It was the extremely famous Rosy Clouds manual, in the vast world. The Rosy Clouds 10 games were derived from various chess manuals. Some people specialized in cutting the Rosy Clouds 10 games, while others only delved into the intricacies of the Rosy Clouds 10 games. It was said that this manual had nurtured countless wild chess masters in Jianghu. In terms of chess, Liu Baixiang was invincible in Lotus Blossom Paradise. When he first came to Vast World, he thought highly of himself in the art of chess. It was only when he inadvertently obtained this Rosy Clouds manual that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. The more he studied it, the more he realized the depth of the chess skills of both sides. Not to mention the city lord of White Emperor City, who had the qualifications to play against this demonic powerhouse in Rosy Clouds, even though he had lost a lot, without looking at the backups of White Emperor City, just looking at this expert's arrangements alone, every move was brilliant. It was practically enough to teach all future players of the game how to play chess. Liu Baixiang only felt the sound of wind and thunder penetrating through the paper and hitting them in the face, suffocating them. So much so that Liu Baixiang painstakingly searched and collected most of this expert's chess games. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this person's chess skills could be said to be flawless. Vast World's chess grandmasters all had an extremely high evaluation of this person. There were roughly 3 points. The first was that he was able to damage the local situation and seek the big picture, breaking the established conclusion of the golden-horned, silver-edged grass belly. The second was that although this person occasionally showed his sharpness and bloodthirstiness in his moves, overall, this person was worthy of the praise of diluting the essence, reaching the highest level in the world. The third was that this person had created many wonderful ideas such as the Great Avalanche Inward Turnstile and the world's #1 small point. Although in the following 100 years, most of these ideas have been solved by chess experts one by one, or directly seen through by the city lord of White Emperor City in the Rosy Clouds 10 moves. But through the Rosy Clouds manual, all the spectators of the game could not help but be shocked and amazed by this person's fantastic ideas. It gave them the feeling that this person was completely different from all the other chess players in the world. As for why Liu Baixiang had lost to the city lord of White Emperor City, he could only say that this person had been born at the wrong time. He had just so happened to meet such a monster that no one had ever seen before, and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. Liu Baixiang flipped through this Rosy Clouds manual. After thinking it over, he could probably only use the phrase, "no mistakes, no muddle-headed moves" to describe this Confucian expert whose reputation was in tatters. Liu Baixiang had once joked with Qin Pingan that his greatest wish in this life was to be able to travel to White Emperor City. However, in the depths of Liu Baixiang's heart, the person he wanted to play chess with the most was not the city lord of White Emperor City, but the former head disciple of the sage of literature, Cui. Mr. Cui the Great. Liu Baixiang put down the chess manual and sighed. He should be able to go to White Emperor City. It was only a matter of time. However, would he be able to play against Cui? Playing 10 games would be rather hopeless. Although Cui was currently the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Qin Pingan's hometown. However, by observing people through chess, one could roughly see that this person had extremely high aspirations. Even if he, Liu Baixiang, were to meet Cui, it would be extremely difficult for him to play as he wished. Because Liu Baixiang knew that his chess skills were not enough. It was just that the later generations had ruined chess because of people, especially the Tongyi continent and the Aquarius continent. Their evaluation of Mr. Cui Da's chess skills was purposely lowered by a lot. Liu Baixiang's heart was captivated by the 3 words that this person had left for the later generations. It doesn't matter how you play first. The official's move is to clean up the battlefield. Whoever says that the official is invincible will just be a joke. The black pieces will learn from that Ma Duan, the white pieces will learn from my Chui. Let Zi Qi learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Learn from Ma Duan, you can learn 70 to 80%. Learn from Chui. Chui, you can learn 50 to 60%. Learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Lu Baixiang took a deep breath and glanced at the chessboard on the table. He was about to get up and find Cui Dongshan. He estimated that he would be able to test out this person's worth by winning 2 out of 3 games. When Lu Baixiang walked out of the house, he saw Wei Xian walking back in with a strange expression. Lu Baixiang turned into the corridor and knocked on the door of the house slightly further away. Wei Xian stood at the fork and asked, "Are you looking for Cui Dongshan?" Lu Baixiang nodded. Wei Xian waved his hand, "There's no need. This guy also made a bet with Zhu Lian and has already left the county." Sui Yuyu followed him. Lu Baixiang was puzzled. What bet? Wei Xian said, Cui Dongshan said that he wants to exchange moves with Zhu Lian. If Zhu Lian wins, he will give Zhu Lian something close to him. If Zhu Lian loses, he will make supper for Cui Dongshan every day. Lu Baixiang smiled. Zhu Lian actually agreed. Wei Xian hesitated and scratched his head. Of course Zhu Lian didn't agree at first. After all, Pei Qian was tricked so badly. Zhu Lian was also afraid of following in his footsteps. However, Cui Dongshan said that he could stand still. Zhu Lian still didn't agree. That guy also said that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Zhu Lian then asked if he was an Earth Immortal sword cultivator. Cui Dongshan said that he definitely wasn't. Thus, Zhu Lian agreed. Sui Yuyu also went to watch the show. After only an hour, Cui Dongshan returned to the inn with a smile on his face. Following behind him was Sui Yuyu, who had a strange expression. Of course, there was also Zhu Lian, who was covered in dirt. Zhu Lian went straight to his room and slammed the door shut. Lu Baixiang, who was meditating in the room, didn't ask any questions. Sui Yuyu walked into the room and sat across from him. He said to Lu Baixiang, Cui Dongshan said that he will soon come over to learn chess from you. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, how did Zhu Lian lose? Didn't he just sneakily become an 8th-stage martial artist not long ago? Sui Yuyu said helplessly, that guy didn't move at all. However, this person has a lot of magic treasures on him. From beginning to end, Zhu Lian couldn't get within 10 feet of him. It was like walking a dog. If I were to play against this person, I wouldn't fare much better than Zhu Lian. Lu Baixiang poured a cup of tea for Sui Yuyu, but Sui Yuyu didn't drink it. He shook his head and said, you guys play chess. I won't watch. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, what, do you think my chances of winning aren't high? Sui Yuyu stood up. I don't think this person's chess skills are that high. I just believe in one thing. As long as he gambles with someone, it seems that he won't lose. The thing that chilled Zhu Lian the most was that the man stood where he was and controlled the endless and dazzling magical equipment one after another. Not only did he beat Zhu Lian until he could not raise his head, he even cheered for Zhu Lian with a face full of regret, saying that an ant like Zhu Lian could only be a cook by his master's side. As for the thing that almost made Sui Yuyu draw his sword, it was that person who talked about Zhu Lian. He then glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said that she was slightly better. After all, she was quite good-looking. My master might even sleep facing the right every night. Lu Baixiang sank into deep thought. After Sui Yuyu left, she habitually flipped through the Rosy Clouds manual. Not long after, that white-clothed youth came to her door sloppily. He had been eating melon seeds all the way here. After entering the door, he hadn't even sat down when he saw the chess manual that Lu Baixiang had just put in her hand. He said blankly, "You're just looking at this thing to learn life and death, chess tendon, chess set, and chess theory." Lu Baixiang asked back, "What's wrong with that?" Cui Dongshan sighed and sat down across from Lu Baixiang. He said with a frown, "Forget it, I don't want to learn chess from you." Lu Baixiang frowned. He picked up a chess piece and asked, "Why is that?" Cui Dongshan held the melon seeds that he had swindled from Pei Qian. He stretched out his free hand and pointed at Lu Baixiang with his index finger. Then he raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "You'd better learn chess from me, see." 384, good. Lu Baixiang stood up and smiled at the handsome youth with a red mole between his eyebrows. He gestured for Cui Dongshan to take a seat. It doesn't matter who is teaching and who is learning Go. This was one of the strongest Go players in the history of Lotus Flower Paradise. He had an intuition that today he might make a masterpiece of his life. Cui Dongshan sat down with one foot on the stool. He bent over and rested his chin on his knees. Compared to Lu Baixiang, who was sitting upright, the difference was like heaven and earth. Cui Dongshan stretched out his arm and gently brushed his finger across the edge of the box. "Languid," he said, "you haven't decided yet, right?" Lu Baixiang laughed involuntarily. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be looked down upon like this on the Go board. But Lu Baixiang would not let such a small matter affect his state of mind. He nodded and smiled. "I've just arrived, so I haven't decided yet." Cui Dongshan nodded. "According to the rules of the mortal world, you can first play 3 games with a 9th rank Go awaiting order. 3, 2, 1. The Go awaiting order will give the newcomer 3 stones, 2 stones, and 1 stone respectively. Of course, winning or losing will not affect the final ranking. It is more of a kind of support and honor. Your luck, Lu Baixiang, is much stronger than your chess skills." The real deciding factor for the newcomer's ranking was, of course, the games with the 4th or 5th rank Go players. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his head. "Maybe you think that you have a chance to make a perfect match with me. I might as well tell you that this is just your misconception. But you definitely won't be convinced, so I'll reverse the order. 1, 2, 3. I'll let you know your true weight. How about it? As for whether it's a set or an empty opening, it's up to you." Lu Baixiang shook his head. "There's no need to let me win. Even if I lose, I will know the difference between you and me." Cui Dongshan stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Baixiang. "I like people like you who are fearless and blindly conceited. Alright, I guess if I let you win, you won't agree. Then let's start with an empty opening. But I won't play. You, Lu Baixiang, will play black first." Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "Then how many stones should I place?" Cui Dongshan restrained his smile and said impatiently, "Let's talk about it later." Lu Baixiang was a bit of a guest following the host's wishes. The box in his hand just happened to be filled with black stones, so he took the lead and began to play. Cui Dongshan allowed Lu Baixiang to take out the world-famous number 1 small tip from the iridescent cloud manual. Black 1, 3, and 5 occupied the corners, black 7 guarded the corners, and black 9 small tips. It was not only indestructible, but also contained a faint murderous intent, as if a storm was coming. Cui Dongshan was unmoved. He played in a straight line and did not even use any of the no-loss countermeasures of the later generations. Lu Baixiang was like an old monk in meditation, immersed in the game of chess, completely forgetting himself. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, was a chatterbox. Not only did he play the game carelessly, but he also began to talk nonsense, as if he was teaching Liu Baixiang how to play chess. Actually, the seat system is more fun. The currently popular empty opening has its own advantages. It will make the chessboard bigger. But if you don't have enough skill, you'll use up all the ingenious patterns of the predecessors in the opening board. It looks like a bunch of flowers and brocades, but once it reaches the middle board, it'll be unsightly and unsightly, like an old farmer digging a manure pit, a mad dog randomly biting people, or catching a loach in a smelly ditch. It's very boring, and it can make the spectators doze off. Modern people tend to belittle the opening board when commenting on the ancient seat system. They only admit that the middle board is very exciting, but in fact, it's not quite right. Liu Baixiang, your intuition about chess is not bad, but it's only not bad. As for the theory of chess, it's like Sway's underwear on the right. You haven't even seen it before, let alone touched it. The game was about to enter the middle board. The long-winded Cui Dongshan had already covered the box with his palm. Liu Baixiang raised his head. Mr. Cui, what are you doing? Cui Dongshan was startled. Can't you see that you've already lost? It'll take at most 30 moves. Cui Dongshan lifted his hand. Then let's continue. Liu Baixiang frowned and continued to place his pieces. It couldn't be denied that when Liu Baixiang played chess, his style was extraordinary. Whether it was reaching out his hand to pick up a piece, bending down to place a piece, or examining the board, everything about him was outstanding. Unfortunately, Cui Dongshan didn't care about these things at all. He didn't even care too much about the game. His pieces flew down as if they were flying. After each white piece took root on the board, he began to wait for Liu Baixiang in boredom. This was probably the reason why he had been nagging so much. Waiting was far too boring. Cui Dongshan casually said, seat chess and empty board chess can't be said to be better or worse. Today's chess players fight over this and that, but in the end, it's because their view of the game isn't deep enough or broad enough. In fact, besides the 10 games of Rainbow Cloud, there should have been an 11th game. As for the board, it's not just 19 horizontal and horizontal lines. It's too small. Liu Baixiang's heart tightened. He paused for a long time, silently staring at the game that wasn't actually that complicated. His opponent didn't have any powerful killing moves, no clever exchanges, and no so-called demon blade great slant. It was as if he had just played half a game of chess with Liu Baixiang, patiently waiting for Liu Baixiang to admit defeat. Liu Baixiang's heart was heavy. He placed 2 pieces on the bottom right corner of the board. He threw in a piece and admitted defeat. Cui Dongshan yawned. Isn't that right? I told you not to think about the goal. Next, I'll give you a handicap. Liu Baixiang said in a low voice, Mr. Cui, how about you give me a handicap of 2 pieces? Cui Dongshan laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. I didn't teach you this game in vain. Liu Baixiang smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After stabilizing his mind, he began to tidy up the board. Finally, he took a deep breath and began the second game. Cui Dongshan still didn't seem to be going all out. He just asserted early on, I haven't made any mistakes. Naturally, I'll win. In the middle game, Liu Baixiang often needed to think long and hard. Cui Dongshan didn't rush him at all. He just frequently looked around, not taking his moves seriously. After Liu Baixiang placed a piece, he asked for the first time, just no mistakes. Cui Dongshan grunted. Just like that. However, my so-called no mistakes are not for a normal 9th phase national player. You don't understand. This is profound knowledge that is thousands of miles away from the ground. How can it be taught to a student? In the end, Liu Baixiang had dragged this game to the ending stage. However, he still threw in a piece and admitted defeat. Cui Dongshan's expression changed. His interest was piqued. He smiled and asked, "In the third game, let's make a little bet." Liu Baixiang asked back, "What bet?" Cui Dongshan smiled. "My master told me that each of you have a sentence. I already know the general content. However, I also know that among you, there must be someone lying. It might not be completely false, but it should be half true and half false. According to reason, you, Liu Baixiang, are the most suspicious because that sentence of yours is the most nonsense. However, this isn't important. If I win the third game, you, Liu Baixiang, only need to tell me who you think is the most likely to be lying. You can name whoever you think is the most likely, as long as you give me a name." Liu Baixiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If that's the case, is there still any meaning?" Cui Dongshan said seriously, "There is." Liu Baixiang thought for a while, then shook his head. "2 games is enough." Cui Dongshan's face was filled with disappointment. "With your chess skills, it is not difficult to get a strong 9th phase in the Aquarius continent. Although it is only equivalent to a normal 9th phase in the Central Divine Continent, it is not bad. Learn more chess and play more. In the future, in the Central Divine Continent, where experts are as common as clouds, there will be a place for you, Liu Baixiang. You won't even dare to play 3 pieces." Liu Baixiang hesitated for a while, then asked curiously, "Mr. Cui's chess skills, in this vast world, can you be ranked in the top 10? Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. "Chess is just a small path. So what if I am in the top 10? Some of the upper 5 realms cultivators from the School of Yin Yang and School of Techniques are proficient in this path. What happened next? Didn't they still get beaten up by cultivators of the same realm?" Liu Baixiang's eyes were burning. "If I may ask, how big is the difference between Mr. Cui and the City Lord of White Emperor City?" Cui Dongshan thought for a while. "I'm lacking a black first horse platform." Liu Baixiang's mind gradually calmed down. He asked with a smile, "If I let 3 pieces and win, what will Mr. Cui do?" Cui Dongshan pointed at the Rosy Clouds manual. "I will eat it." Liu Baixiang treated it as a joke. He could not help but ask, "Mr. Cui and that Dolly Imperial tutor Cui Dong, how big is the difference in chess skills?" Cui Dongshan glanced at Liu Baixiang, but did not speak. Liu Baixiang said apologetically, "I was rude." Cui Dongshan stood up and asked, "How do you feel after losing 2 games?" Liu Baixiang stood up as well. He said sincerely, "I benefited greatly. Although I lost, it was an honorable loss." Cui Dongshan shook his head. He said disapprovingly, "You don't have the qualifications to say the last 4 words." He looked at Cui Dongshan's back. Liu Baixiang returned to his seat and began to review the game alone. Cui Dongshan walked in the corridor and muttered, "Wei Xian, it is a bit dangerous." Then, he mocked himself, "What's the big deal?" He suddenly smiled and knocked on the door to Sui's right. "Sister Sui, are you there? I've already finished learning chess from Liu Baixiang. Can I learn swordsmanship from you?" After Chen Pingon put the treasure box back into the bamboo box, he left Thean alone and took a tour of the local customs. In a small county, even though it was small, it had everything. There were temples for civil and military officials, city god temple, county government schools, and all kinds of shops. The bumpy yellow dirt road, the budding willow trees, the crowing of chickens, the barking of dogs, and the brand new spring festival couplets. There were foreign peddlers hurriedly doing business without roots. There were children running around. Most of them were wearing new clothes for the new year. They were full of youthful energy. As he walked, he unknowingly walked to the entrance of a martial temple. He passed by a temple for the god of wealth. Compared to the deserted Confucian temple, this temple was full of incense. Chen Pingan had already walked through millions of miles of mountains and rivers. He discovered something interesting. The people of the mortal world seemed to respect the gods but were not close to them. They were closer to the temples for the god of wealth, the god of earth, and the various temples for the goddess of wealth. For example, in Qingyuan country, where there were many temples, the main god in the main hall would be worshipped by the people after they had offered incense. They would not stay for long. However, when they reached the feet of the god in charge of something, they would pray and make a wish after they had sincerely kowtowed. Chen Pingan walked into the martial temple. There were only a few worshippers. The god statue was in the shape of a general. It was painted with clay and hugged an iron mace. It was ferocious and looked very majestic. The temple attendant did not show himself. Chen Pingan was now at the 5th level of martial arts. It was just that his injuries had not healed. There were pros and cons. There was a glimmer of hope for him to fight for the illusory title of the strongest. Of course, the prerequisite was that the genius Chao Ci of the Great Duan dynasty had reached the 6th level of martial arts. The key to the 6th level was to find a hero's courage. It was similar to the Qi refinement warriors forming the Golden Core. Generally speaking, there were 2 shortcuts. One was to enter the martial temple and try his luck. He wanted to see if he could be favored and be gifted with martial arts fate. The other was to go to the ancient battlefield ruins and fight with the heroic spirits of the battlefield. However, it was very dangerous. There were very few heroic spirits wandering alone in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those heroic spirits and generals who had not lost their intelligence had varying numbers of nether soldiers and generals under their command. They were very difficult to deal with. The immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain recorded that there was a huge ruin in the central plains. The heroic spirit had a cultivation equivalent to the 12th level of Qi refinement warrior. In addition, he was equivalent to a military saint overseeing the battlefield. He was no different from a legendary ascendant realm. He had hundreds of thousands of nether soldiers and generals under his command. It was said that before the great celestial masters of Mount Longhu succeeded the throne, they had to go there to train. There were even tragic cases of them dying. Chen Pingan had never held much hope for the gift from the Guanlin Temple. Today, he had merely come here for a stroll. Most of it was because he yearned for the ancient battlefield ruins that would go down in history. He wanted to rely on his own 2 fists to reach the 6th realm. Chen Pingan stood alone in the hall of the martial temple. The martial temple in the county was too small. There was no place to burn incense. The commoners brought their own incense. Chen Pingan felt that it was not appropriate to put his palms together. He simply cupped his fists and bowed to the martial saint as a martial artist. Then, he turned and left. Outside the hall, the spring sun was bright and beautiful. Chen Pingan stepped over the threshold. Now that the longevity bridge had been rebuilt and he had successfully refined his first natal item, Chen Pingan was equivalent to having 1 foot in the door of becoming a Qi refinement warrior. However, this was definitely not a great blessing. It was rare to have both a bear's paw and a shark's fin in the world. This was especially so for the identity of a Qi refinement warrior and a pure martial artist. They were on opposite paths. Although there were people who cultivated both, there were very few in the world. Some sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Daoist priests from the Saber Division, and a few freaks that Cui Dong had unintentionally mentioned before belonged to this category. The reason why this was seen as a stupid thing by the Orthodox was that it was easier to make fatal mistakes in the future. It was not easy for a Qi refinement warrior to form the Golden Core. It was even more difficult for a nascent soul to break through the bottleneck and destroy one's mental demons. The Buddhists cultivated an invincible golden body and the Taoists pursued a flawless glazed body. In fact, they were all tirelessly pursuing the word flawless. Once one chose to open up two paths at the same time, it was equivalent to asking for trouble. It was easy to not rely on both sides, and in the end, one's achievements would be limited. Just as Chen Pingyan's right foot was about to step out of the door, a wave of spiritual energy rippled behind him. A mellow voice sounded, "Immortal Master, please wait." Chen Pingyan turned around and walked back into the main hall. The painted statue rippled with a layer of golden light. Then, a middle-aged general in golden armor walked out from the statue and landed in the main hall. The martial saint of Qinghuan country clasped his fist and smiled. "This matter is all thanks to the help of Immortal Master's disciple. Only then did our two temples escape this disaster. I wonder if Immortal Master can give us a chance to repay him. If Immortal Master needs anything, just say the word. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will not refuse." Chen Pingyan smiled. "This time, it was my disciple's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Martial Saint, you don't have to thank me. I just happened to pass by this time. Sorry for disturbing you." The martial saint said helplessly, "I would like to disturb you more." Chen Pingyan was speechless. The incense of the divine path was the most mysterious. Chen Pingyan had nothing to do, so he simply picked a praying mat and sat down. The martial saint set up a few concealment spells to prevent scaring mortals. He also sat down. Chen Pingyan asked some questions about the origins and etiquette of the two temples. He also asked some questions about literary courage. These questions were mixed in with the other questions, so they were not out of place. The martial saint did not hide anything, answering one by one. Chen Pingyan got what he wanted. He got up and thanked him before leaving. The martial saint only sent him to the entrance of the main hall. After the young immortal master walked further and further away, the golden body returned to rest in the clay statue. A young man in white walked on the street. He walked past the lush green trees, the yellow dog lying on the ground, and the laughing children. The young man muttered to himself, muttering to himself, "At your age, there will always be things you can't do. Or things you can't do even if you try hard. What does it matter? It doesn't matter. But doing it wrong and doing it wrong are two different things. You're young, so you don't have to be afraid of making a mistake. But this is not a reason to not change. If you have sensible parents, they will beat you and scold you when you make a mistake. If you go to school, the teachers will hit your palm with a ruler and board. Little Treasure Bottle has Mr. Qi and Big Brother Li Shisheng. Chao Qinglang has parents, and now she's going to school. You have neither. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you. But what kind of teaching is the best for you? When I was your age, no one taught me." The young man walked past the Spring Festival couplets with very ordinary words and the door gods with crude drawings. He was not in a hurry to return to the inn. Chen Pingyan suddenly remembered something. He turned into a secluded alley and took out a yellow paper talisman from the jade token in front of him. It was the one where the withered bone beautiful ghost of colorful clothes kingdom lived. On the Osmanthus Island to the inverted mountain, Aunt Gue and the old golden core sword cultivator, Ma Ji, helped him sign a contract with the female ghost. However, Chen Pingyan had suffered greatly from a female ghost in a wedding dress. He disliked otherworldly items. Since leaving Osmanthus Island, he had not given the female ghost a chance to appear. At this moment, after she saw the light of day again, she felt a little uncomfortable. Standing in the shadows, she was slim and graceful, but also gloomy. She wore a gorgeous dress with wide sleeves. Her hands were hidden in the sleeves, but Chin Pingon knew that other than her beautiful face, the rest of the female ghost's neck was white bones. She bowed, revealing 2 snow-white, bony wrists. She said in a delicate manner, "Greetings, Master." Chin Pingon found it difficult to speak, so he was hesitant. When signing the contract, Chin Pingon learned that the female ghost's real name was Shiro. Chin Pingon paid attention to whether there was anyone passing by, while he was thinking about what to say. She smiled and said, "Master, do you need me to do some dirty things?" "Master, you don't need to hesitate. This is your servant's duty." Chin Pingon sighed and shook his head. "I don't want you to do those dirty things. You are a woman, so I want to ask you something you are good at." The withered bone ghost narrowed her eyes. "Oh. May I ask, Master, is it a matter between a man and a woman?" She laughed, and a bony arm stretched out of her sleeve. She covered her mouth and laughed, but her eyes were cold. "I didn't expect Master to have such a strange hobby. It is my good fortune." Chin Pingon did not care about the sarcasm in her words and said helplessly, "I want to ask you, when you were alive, did you marry a husband and raise children? Do you know how to set rules for the children and juniors in the family?" She was confused. It was obvious that Chin Pingon's idea was beyond her expectations. In her early years, her soul was trapped in the picture scroll, and she was used to the evil deeds of the old immortal master. She went against her heart and vomited, but it was better than watching the souls of her sisters disappear. Some of the souls of the pitiful sisters were lit by the old immortal master's extremely ruthless, candle-sitting technique. Their souls were used as the wick of the oil lamp, and they melted little by little. It was extremely miserable. Other than her, who would dare to disobey? Now that she had a new master, why did she change so much? She sighed in relief and shook her head. "I was never married before, so I don't know what Master is talking about." Chin Pingon nodded. Then, he took her back into the talisman without saying anything, and put her back into an object that was close to him. In the netherworld of the talisman's cage, the female ghost's body was floating, and her face was full of astonishment. That was it. She was a little resentful. If she knew it would be like this, she would have fooled him. How long had it been since she saw the scenery of the outside world? Even if she had to endure the pain of the strong wind blowing against her body, or the pain of the spring thunder scraping her bones, she was willing. Chin Pingon walked out of the alley and finally sat on the steps outside of a closed door. He hugged his knees and was lost in thought. He walked past a family of 3 who were dressed simply. The child was innocent and carefree, and the woman's eyes were red as if she had been wronged. The man smiled and said good things, holding a long strip of meat wrapped in oil paper in his hand. However, the more attentive the man was, the more annoyed the woman was. In the end, she simply took her son's hand and left quickly, leaving the man aside. The man's back was hunched, and he was a little tired. This time, he was accompanying his wife back to her parents' home. Several of his sons-in-law had gathered together. Some were government officials, some were teachers in wealthy families, and of course, there was a farmer like him. His father-in-law had given him a gift in return, and the other 2 sons-in-law had received pork legs. He was the only one who could only get a strip of meat. Naturally, he was angry, but his wife was angry with him. As a man, how could he quarrel in front of the child? In the end, wasn't it because he was useless? The man sighed and suddenly found an unfamiliar young man squatting at the door not far away. The man subconsciously straightened his back, smiled at Chin Pingon, and then ran to his wife and son who were farther and farther away. Chin Pingon looked at this scene. Although he didn't know how to speak, he was originally born in a poor place like Mud Bottle Alley. He was familiar with the bumps and bumps at the bottom of the city, and he knew about the trivial things that slowly ate away at people's hearts. Therefore, Chen Pingan roughly guessed that when the child was a little older, he would most likely learn about his parents' respective hardships. Perhaps he would study harder in school, perhaps he would smile less often, perhaps he would feel that his indomitable father was actually a little cowardly and would despise him like his mother. However, there was also a possibility that on the way home today, he would help his father carry that strip of meat. Then, his parents would reconcile and feel that they could live on together. It was all possible. Pei Qian was copying books in her room. After copying the books, she quietly stood at the door, eavesdropping on the movements outside. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any footsteps. She squatted with her back against the door, looking at her toes. In the beginning, she wasn't used to walking on the mountain road, so the soles of her feet were full of bloody blisters. She didn't dare to use a thorn to prick them. Someone squatted beside her and helped her prick them one by one, and then applied some crushed herbs on them. Then, it didn't hurt anymore. While Pei Qian was in a daze, a familiar voice came from outside the door, asking, "Have you copied books today?" Pei Qian immediately jumped up and shouted, "I've finished." The footsteps gradually faded away, and then there was the soft sound of the door next door closing. 8. 385. Cui Yuyu didn't open the door for Cui Dongshan. Even though Cui Dongshan told her that he could improve her swordsmanship, sword intent, and even her sword Dao by 3 feet, Cui Yuyu still didn't change her mind. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin outside the door and changed his approach. He asked Cui Yuyu if she wanted to know how the real swordsman of the vast world looked like. Cui Yuyu was still indifferent. She used a piece of dragon-slaying platform to sharpen the infatuated sword. She bought this piece of dragon-slaying platform from Chen Pingan. When she got it, it was only as thick as a palm. It was the leftover from the 1st and 15th days of the flying sword. Although the infatuated sword was originally a celestial magic treasure made by a cultivator and had the possibility of improving its quality, it was not a natal flying sword made by a swordsman. It was still a non-living object. Therefore, unlike Chen Pingan's 2 flying swords that could be thrown out of the dragon-slaying platform, Cui Yuyu needed to spend a lot of effort to sharpen the infatuated sword. When the sword was sharpened, sparks flew everywhere, sputtering out mysterious 5-colored sparks. Cui Yuyu only knew that the dragon-slaying platform was known as the most precious sharpening stone in the world. As for the reason, she did not know for now. However, the process of sharpening the sword with the dragon-slaying platform benefited Cui Yuyu greatly. The subtle sword aura flowed, like clouds gathering and dispersing, drifting erratically. Some agile lines flashed on the sword blade, showing off its sharpness. It seemed that other than the infatuated heart of swordsmanship, there was also her bright and clear sword heart. Cui Dongshan found it strange. He had seen dozens of people like Cui Yuyu who were so passionate about the sword. Their temperament was actually the simplest. To put it nicely, they were sincere. To put it bluntly, they were one-track minded and did not know how to beat around the bush. To put it nicely, they were called swordsmanship. Moreover, she had been nurturing her sword aura all day long. What she really wanted was sword intent, which was not the pursuit of a sword master. Cui Yuyu obviously had the intention to change from a warrior to a chi cultivator. She was determined to become one of the top sword immortals in the world. Moreover, she was a silly woman who thought that the world revolved around her. Logically speaking, she should not be so shy. For the time being, Cui Dongshan had no way to deal with her. If he wanted to thank her, he would have broken the door and slapped her. But Cui Yu had Chen Pingan as her protective talisman. Inevitably Cui Dongshan's hands and feet were tied. Many of his exquisite methods of teaching people's hearts could not be used, so he had no choice but to leave. Actually, he still had one more thing. As long as he said it, Sui Yu would not be unmoved. It was just that he was not willing to reveal it for the time being. After returning to his own house and closing the door, Cui Dongshan stomped his feet heavily and summoned the local earth god's edict. It was a gorgeously dressed and plump woman, which was quite rare. Cui Dongshan stood by the bed and leaned back. He kicked off his boots and asked the earth god, who had the lowest god position, to massage his legs. The woman squatted beside the immortal master's feet obediently. Her movements were gentle and extremely obedient. The world was cold and the earth was frozen. The 4 seasons rotated. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all caused by qi. Those who ate qi lived for a long time. This was one of the origins of the qi cultivator. It involved the true foundation of Tao. The saints said that those who ate meat were brave, those who ate grains were intelligent, those who ate qi lived for a long time as gods, and those who did not eat would not die and become gods. Now, it was Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang, and the other people around Qin Pingan. Little Treasure Bottle was better. It was just that the red cotton-padded jacket girl's temper was bad. Cui Dongshan laid on the bed and touched his forehead. Then, in a bad mood, he kicked the earth goddess out of the county. The woman smashed into the wall. No matter how weak she was still a deity who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. She did not cause any commotion. She quietly got up and said while trembling, "This servant is stupid. Immortal master, please don't be angry." Previously, this foreign immortal master of unknown origin had first detained her from the simple underground mansion at the martial temple in the county. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he had dragged the martial sage's golden body out of the statue. After asking for the reason of the matter, he had settled the feud that night. With the help of this person, the 2 burning incense sages in the martial temple had recovered their pure golden bodies. What was even more puzzling was that the family that had produced an immortal disciple was full of joy, as if they had gained a lot of benefits. She had to be afraid. A young qi cultivator in the cave-dwelling state almost changed the feng shui of the county. She thought that this foreigner should be at least an earth immortal. She could not afford to offend him. The 2 orthodox deities of the martial temple who were extremely stubborn when they were alive were willing to be his gatekeepers. They stood outside the inn for a night to repay his kindness. She was just a small peasant who ate leftovers, and she was also a woman. How could she dare to show off her strength of character? Cui Dongshan sat at the table. On the table, there was a pile of literati books that he bought on the way here. Most of them were works of famous writers in Qinghuan country. Cui Dongshan casually opened a book and began to yawn after reading a few pages. He waved his hand, "Come and help me turn the book." She hurriedly walked over and flipped the pages for this handsome, young man. This was a skillful job. She had to pay close attention to the Master Immortal's gaze. If she flipped the pages too early or too late, she would definitely make the Master Immortal unhappy. Cui Dongshan read a few more pages and waved his hand, "There's nothing for you to do in the future." She did not dare to show the slightest hint of happiness. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. After weighing the pros and cons, she made up her mind and told Cui Dongshan the whole story of what she had seen before. It was when Chen Pingan left the inn for a short trip and went to the martial temple. After leaving, he met a talisman beauty in a secluded and shabby alley. After all, she was a local god. Being underground was equivalent to hiding in the feng shui. Unless it was an earth immortal, it was extremely difficult for cultivators of the middle 5 realms to find her traces. After Cui Dongshan finished listening, he said that it was a great contribution. He laughed and waved his sleeve, almost killing the local god. However, he stopped at the last moment and helped her restabilize her golden body. He only used 7 or 8 taels of pure incense. Otherwise, the county town would have a new local god. But even so, 7 or 8 taels of pure incense required her to accumulate close to 60 years of time. While she was frightened, she was also bleeding in her heart. However, she still did not dare to be angry. She only knelt and begged for mercy, sobbing, "Forgive me, immortal master." Cui Dongshan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "You have made such a great contribution, I should reward you with the title of Mountain God of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom. As for your unauthorized investigation of my family's teacher, that is a capital offense. Contribution is contribution, sin is sin. Contribution does not make up for sin. Rewards and punishments are clear. Originally, you were already dead. Even if I wanted to help you raise your position, it would not fall on your head. As for now, just stay at home and wait for the good news." As for why he let her go at the last moment, Cui Dongshan did not say. The local god returned to the underground in surprise. The accident in Sai country was originally one of his, or their many chess pieces. However, the old lecherous cultivator who liked to collect beauties and wild ghosts was not an important chess piece. Cui Dongshan did not spend much effort on him back then. However, through the numerous secret letters of spies that poured into Dali's capital like snowflakes, Cui Dongshan paid attention to a record. The number of words was not many, only 20 or so words. It was a rough content. Perhaps the Dali spy who reported this did not pay much attention to it. In the past, this kind of interesting thing that the imperial tutor of Dali used to pass the time was like those secret letters that piled up into a mountain in Dali's secret vault. It was thus covered in dust year after year. With nothing to do, Cui Shi started to unravel the secrets of the Aquarius continent. Thus, he dared to say that compared to the previous owner of the female ghost, he knew more about her background. Searching for clues, following the vine to find the melon. The imperial tutor and Cui Dong were masters of both. Cui Dongshan got up and left the room, knocking on Chen Pingan's door. After Chen Pingan opened the door, he asked, "What's the matter?" Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "Student wants to talk to teacher about an important matter." Chen Pingan glanced at him. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's just that whether it works or not, it depends on whether your luck is good or not." Chen Pingan closed the door, but Cui Dongshan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He quickly stretched out his hands and held on to the 2 wooden doors, begging bitterly, "Teacher, please allow me to speak slowly. If it is as I expected, but teacher is not willing to listen, then it will really be a waste. Furthermore, it will be 2 good things being wasted together. You will miss out on a great opportunity that is destined by fate." Student is not lying at all. Cui Dongshan initially thought that he would have to find another chance, but who knew that Chen Pingan would allow him to enter the house. Cui Dongshan closed the door and sat down with a smile. He poured a cup of tea for Chen Pingan and himself, then set up a restriction. It was the flying sword that he had won from the Central Plains sword cultivator through the chess game. A golden light that was as fast as lightning spun 1 round on the ground. The flying sword flew back to Cui Dongshan's forehead, but the golden light that was hovering on the ground did not dissipate. It was as though a golden well was drawn on the ground with gold powder. At the same time, the female ghost, Shi Ro, was pulled into the talisman and put into Cui Dongshan's snow-white sleeve. One must know that this talisman was already refined by Chen Pingan. The skeletal female ghost, whose mood was surging, floated in the dark void. She couldn't help but be in awe of the immortal youth with a mole between his eyebrows. She was not afraid of Chen Pingan, the real master who had signed a life and death contract. As for respect, it was even more out of the question. As for why? Because the world was like this. After Cui Dongshan put away the talisman, "Teacher, can you stay for a few more days? At most 3 days, there will be a result. Whether it's good or bad, we can continue our journey." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes." Cui Dongshan was a little embarrassed and guilty. He stretched out a hand to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan took out a few bags of gold and copper coins from the Dali dynasty as an apology from the Fengzuan item. It was really going to be gone before he could hold it. Once the female ghost successfully entered the immortal's mold, it would be a terrible bottomless pit that needed to be filled with gold and copper coins. Then Chen Pingan took out Du Maoyang's body and let Cui Dongshan put it into his Fengzuan item. Cui Dongshan walked to the door and stopped. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, although we agreed in advance, the way I dealt with those people, won't you be angry?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just do it." Cui Dongshan asked again, "Then what about Pei Qian?" Chen Pingan sighed. "I can only tell myself that it's better to make a mistake earlier than later when she makes a big mistake and then be busy trying to make up for it." Cui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. He was not playing hard to get. In the end, he learned from Chen Pingan and sighed, "Teacher, you might as well read more books from the legalist sages. After all, it's too complicated and tiring to use Confucian etiquette and morals as a yardstick to measure one's actions on the mountain. For example, the legalists advocated that high and low, follow the law. These are good medicine for the world and can also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Even if you don't want to follow legalism, it shouldn't be a bad thing to use it to pass time and prove that Confucian food is good and legalist medicine is good." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Okay, while I'm in the county, I'll look for a few legalist works to read." Cui Dongshan bowed and said, "Teacher, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I've learned a lot." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Why don't you compete with Wei Xian and the others in flattery? The 4 of them will definitely be convinced." When Cui Dongshan closed the door, he smiled brightly and asked, "Teacher, when you're free in the future, how about I teach you how to play chess?" Chen Pingan was stunned. "We'll talk about it in the future." Cui Dongshan smiled and left. The circle of golden light in the room dissipated. In the twilight of the first day, the haggard Cui Dongshan came to Chen Pingan's house to complain. He asked for a pot of osmanthus wine and shamelessly took another pot. The next day, Cui Dongshan's face was ashen. He staggered to Chen Pingan's house. Pei Qian was seriously immersed in copying books. Cui Dongshan asked the little girl to move closer and then lay on the table. He slept for an hour before waking up. He saw Chen Pingan practicing the heaven-earth stance and Pei Qian practicing the 6-step stance. He left silently, but of course, he didn't forget the pot of peach blossom wine on the table. On the 3rd day, Cui Dongshan said that he would set off the day after tomorrow. He was in high spirits. When he visited, he even brought Lu Baixiang's chess set, saying that he wanted to relieve his boredom and teach his teacher how to play chess. With his teacher's talent, he would definitely surpass Lu Baixiang in 2 or 3 days. It would be easy for him to beat Cui Dongshan in 5 or 6 days. Before the game officially began, Cui Dongshan looked at Chen Pingan, who was sitting across the table with a serious face. He was in a trance for a moment. Cui Dongshan taught him the small point on the colorful cloud chart. No matter how brilliant this joziki was and how it was praised by later generations as unprecedented and unparalleled, it was still just a joziki in the end. However, Chen Pingan stubbornly clung to this stereotype. As a result, he spent a whole 2 hours explaining the essence of this pattern and the many changes after it. If Lu Baixiang or any other dolly was so stupid, they would have scolded the other party. However, probably because of Chen Pinggan's identity as a teacher. Cui Dongshan didn't have the slightest impatience, which was very rare. It was also possible that Chen Pinggan, who made Cui Dongshan suffer a lot, never asked him for advice like this. In short, Cui Dongshan taught chess, and Chen Pinggan learned chess. The crisp sound of chess pieces, as well as the question and answer, rose and fell one after another, leisurely. Late at night on the fourth day, when Chen Pinggan opened the door, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and then he had goosebumps all over his body. He saw Du Mao standing beside Cui Dongshan with a shy smile. She said timidly, "This servant greets the master." 2. 386. Chen Pinggan struggled for a while before he finally let Cui Dongshan and Shi Ro's yang spirit body into the room. Cui Dongshan still drew a big circle with the golden flying sword. Chen Pinggan could not help but ask what kind of magic it was. Cui Dongshan laughed and said it was the method of the ancient deities. It could be used as a shelter, but it could also be used to imprison others. Therefore, it was called the Thunder Pool. Later generations improved and evolved the magic of the immortals. There were as many as 10 kinds of magic, but most of them deviated from the right path and were not worth mentioning. After they sat down, Cui Dongshan talked about Shi Ro with joy. He praised Shi Ro's root bone very much. He said that the opening of the mountain, except for the 2 bags of gold and copper coins, was smooth sailing. The glazed golden body stripped by the Ascendant Realm cultivator actually gave Shi Ro's soul great perseverance and great luck. It successfully became a fairyland for her soul. Now, although there was still some mutual rejection between Du Mao's body and Shi Ro's soul, it was just a matter of time and money, so there was no big problem. After Cui Dongshan said the good news, he began to nitpick. Opening the door and turning the guest into the host is just the first obstacle. Shi Ro is blessed by the heavens in terms of her bone frame. If there was someone who knew her stuff and was willing to spend money, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become one of our Aquarius continent's top 5 great mountain god. She has a good foundation, which is why she was able to gain such a huge advantage. However, her bone frame is good, but it doesn't mean that her cultivation aptitude is good. In fact, Shi Ro is a lonely spirit that has lived for hundreds of years, but she still couldn't cultivate anything. She couldn't become a ghost king. Other than her old master being unreliable, Shi Ro's cultivation aptitude isn't outstanding at all. Therefore, Shi Ro's bottleneck is rather terrible. She is destined to be unable to break through the restrictions of this glass golden body. Chen Pinggan took out a bottle of osmanthus wine. After Cui Dongshan received it, he raised his head and took a big gulp. He wiped his mouth. Luckily, after entering this mountain of gold, even if it is a pitiful little ghost moving money, no matter how little she moves, after tens or hundreds of years, she will still be able to move out a rich person. After that, Shi Ro will only need to use her stupid method to gnaw on the hard bones. There will not be any big bottlenecks in her cultivation. This is the most enviable part of an immortal's shed skin. She can go all the way to the upper 5 realms without forming her golden core, nurturing her yuaning, and even ignoring the heavenly demons, who wouldn't be envious. Cui Dongshan chuckled. Of course, Mister's mind is strong, you won't be envious. As for me, your student, I have a gem in front of me, there is no need for me to be envious. In the end, I am still not as good as Mr. Chen Pinggan reminded, no matter how much Shi Ro cultivates and accumulates the gold essence copper coins, I will keep 6 gold essence copper coins with me. Don't even think about it. Cui Dongshan said seriously, to have such a kind and benevolent mister as the master of those 4 ants in Lotus Blossom blessed land is really their good fortune. If they still don't know how to cherish their good fortune, they deserve to be struck by lightning. Don't worry, mister, your student knows a little about Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 thunder execution technique. I might even be more proficient in it than some of the celestial masters' residences. When the time comes, Mr. Just has to give the order and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Chen Pingon shook his head. I still hope that I can have a good ending with those four. Cui Dongshan said softly, Mister, why don't you ask me how I will firmly control Shi Rou after 60 years? Chen Pingon laughed. If I don't ask, you won't tell me. If we only talk about business and planning, I am far inferior to you. I trust you, and I trust that you will not be sneaky outside of the Great Tao. That would be looking down on you, Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan shed tears of gratitude. I didn't expect you to think of me as such a considerate person. Since Mr. is willing to trust me, how can I not be loyal to you? Chen Pingon looked at the withered bones gorgeous ghost who was about to walk in the human world with Du Mao's appearance and asked, You won't regret it? Shi Rou smiled, Master, you don't know the sufferings of a ghost. You only hear the thunder in spring, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum, the righteous wind between heaven and earth, the murderous aura of autumn, the aura of war on the battlefield, the mountains, rivers, temples, and so on. These are the hardships of us wild ghosts. Moreover, it is easy for us to lose our last bit of intelligence and become a malicious ghost that only knows how to kill. Shi Rou talked tirelessly about the rules and the inside story of otherworldly items. Chen Pingon listened attentively. Only then did he feel less uncomfortable facing Du Mao. Cui Dongshan kept a smile on his face as he listened to Shi Rou's explanation with Chen Pingon. The matter of Du Mao's golden glazed body had been settled. Cui Dongshan only said that he needed to rest for another day tomorrow. Chen Pingon nodded and agreed. The inside of the house was like a celebration party. However, there were only 3 people and a bottle of osmanthus wine. In the end, Cui Dongshan stood up and said goodbye. Chen Pingon walked the two of them to the door. After closing the door, the white-clothed young man and the white-haired old man walked in the corridor. Although Cui Dongshan's face was full of joy, Shi Rou didn't know why she felt more and more frightened as she walked. When they arrived at Cui Dongshan's house, he grabbed Du Mao's head and pressed Shi Rou against the wall with his 5 fingers like hooks. He said with a stern face, You're just a small otherworldly item. You're even worse than an ant. How dare you boast in front of my master? Who gave you the guts? The golden glazed body was equivalent to the physique of an immortal. It was not inferior to the vigorous physique of a 9th-stage martial artist. Logically speaking, Cui Dongshan, who was only in the earth immortal realm, should only be scratching Shi Rou's itch. However, Cui Dongshan obviously used some kind of magical power that he didn't want to reveal to others. Her spirit surged like 5 strong gusts of wind blowing at the root of Shi Rou's spirit. It was so painful that Shi Rou's weathered face was distorted and tears kept flowing. Cui Dongshan raised his other hand and flicked at Shi Rou's forehead. Like a great bell, it sounded in Shi Rou's heart. After loosening his 5 fingers, Shi Rou collapsed to the ground, trembling and sweating profusely. Cui Dongshan stepped on her forehead, making the back of Shi Rou's head suddenly hit the wall. Cui Dongshan bent down, looked down at her, and sneered, You don't deserve virtue, and virtue doesn't deserve position. You have both. Believe it or not, I will pull your spirit out of the shell and let it be baptized by the wind and bathed in the rain day and night. Or I will simply use the shell as a lantern and use your spirit as the wick. But you won't notice it and suddenly die after 60 years. Cui Dongshan increased the strength of his foot, and the wall behind Shi Rou's head cracked little by little. Cui Dongshan's eyes were cold. What? Just because there is an extra bird in your pants, you forget yourself. Shi Rou's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were indifferent. Even if she was suffering great humiliation and spirit pain, she still raised her head and looked at the white-robed immortal master for the first time. Cui Dongshan felt that it was very interesting. He smiled and said, "You are a remnant of a country that perished 600 years ago, the ashes of a branch of the Taoist sect. After suffering for so many years, you have accumulated such little endurance. You even dare to compete with me in chess. Tao-seeking people, answer with a song, body like a skeleton, heart like dead ashes. How about it, have I caught your foot? Otherwise, as a Tao-seeking person, I will use the unique secret technique of your ancestor to completely erase the little bit of light left in your Tao veins." Shi Ro's face was filled with disbelief. Finally, she revealed great fear, a fear that was greater than life and death. She had once hummed a poem that Chen Pingan mistakenly thought was an ancient folk song on the stone tablet in the city god temple of the beautiful clothes country. She originally thought that the old story from hundreds of years ago, plus all the traces, were destroyed by the forces of the Aquarius continent, and no one would know the inside story. And even if they happened to see the remnants of the poem in a random book, how could they accurately deduce her true identity? All of a sudden, they had caught her true Achilles heel. Cui Dongshan extended 2 fingers, and the golden flying sword that flew out from between his eyebrows circled around his fingers. In the end, it actually drew a golden talisman that had long been lost. It was as if a solemn golden lotus had bloomed on Cui Dongshan's fingertips. Shi Ro wanted to beg for mercy, but she found that no matter how she struggled, she could not make a sound. She could only watch as the person's fingers approached her forehead. Shi Ro closed her eyes, her lips moved slightly, using her heart to silently sing the opening song of the branch of her Tao veins. Shi Ro, who was about to die, slowly opened her eyes. She found that the person had already retracted his hand, and was looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Cui Dongshan straightened his back, the soles of his shoes rubbed against Du Mao's face. It was like stepping in mud and dirtying the soles of his shoes. He glanced at Shi Ro, who had just survived. "Don't do it again." Shi Ro nodded lightly. Cui Dongshan had just walked a few steps when he suddenly turned around and kicked heavily on Shi Ro's head. Half of her head was kicked into the wall. He said angrily, "Don't you know how to thank me for not killing you?" Shi Ro pulled her head out of the wall and silently kowtowed 3 times to Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan sat at the table and said unhappily, "I won't accompany you all the way. After I leave, remember not to waste this body that is most resistant to beatings. If you don't do your best and my master is injured, no matter how big or small, I will pluck out your Tao seed from the depths of your soul and plant it in a monk's body." Shi Ro slowly raised her head. Soon, Zhu Lian also came over to join in the fun. Wei Xian was the last to enter the room. However, Cui Yuyu soon lost interest in watching the game. Chen Pingan's talent in Go was too mediocre. No matter how good Cui Dongshan's teaching was, he still couldn't understand Chen Pingan. It was inevitable that Cui Yuyu, who was already proficient in Go, would feel anxious and bored. Therefore, she silently left. During this time, Cui Yuyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man standing behind Cui Dongshan. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was even more disgusting than Zhu Lian, an old sissy. "You're a man, but you don't dare to look people in the eye. You also like to purse your lips and twirl the corners of your clothes with your orchid fingers." After Cui Yuyu left, Zhu Lian and Wei Xian walked out of the room one after another. During the battle in Old Dragon City, the battlefield was severely divided. Therefore, the 4 people in the picture scroll had never seen Du Mao of the Tongyi sect. As for the withered bones ghost Shi Ro, who had always stayed in the yellow paper talisman, they had also never seen her. Therefore, when Du Mao's immortal body appeared, Cui Yuyu and the others were all kept in the dark. They only thought that Cui Dongshan had picked up an outsider from some random corner. After lunch, Cui Dongshan began to shut himself in the room. The next morning, the group continued their journey towards the capital of Qingyuan Kingdom. Originally, there was a yellow bowl in the group and it was very eye-catching. However, when Cui Dongshan rode the yellow bull, although it was still eye-catching, the passers-by who saw this scene only guessed that this handsome young man should be from a wealthy family. He brought his retinue to travel the Jianghu. It was a bit strange, but at such a young age, he was already somewhat distinguished. With Cui Dongshan present, the journey was more casual and casual. The four people in the picture scroll each had their own tastes. If it was said that when Chen Pingan met his two friends, Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia, his entire state was lively and upbeat, no longer old. Then when he reunited with this disciple in a foreign land, he was leisurely with a sense of propriety. The interaction between teacher and student, although it did not conform to the norm of the secular world, Chen Pingan's shoulders still seemed to have lightened a bit of weight. Moreover, as the teacher, other than learning chess, Chen Pingan would also ask this disciple for advice on legalism. Along the way, it was Cui Dongshan who fought to pay, not allowing his teacher to spend a single copper coin. Taking advantage of the idle chatter between Cui Dongshan and Chen Pingan, the four people in the picture scroll also gained a lot. Their understanding of this vast world became clearer and wider. For example, Liu Baixiang learned that in this world where there were all kinds of strange things, in addition to attaining the peak of Taoism and the limit of martial arts, in fact, there were also scholars who really worked hard on learning and cultivating the mind. There were also many Qi trainers from the 100 schools of thought who were regarded as immortals who cultivated Taoism. They valued the orthodoxy and looked down on the strength of cultivation. Sui Yuyu saw how Cui Dongshan's strange and variegated celestial spells fit in with daily life bit by bit. When there was no one around, Zhu Lian asked Cui Dongshan for advice twice. His idea was very simple. He just wanted to know how many celestial magic treasures this guy actually had. Wei Xian was still the most taciturn one. He was the only one who got along well with Pei Qian. The two of them were always impolite. Cui Dongshan was still the same as before when they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The two of them traveled together, occasionally disappearing for a while, and Chen Pingan never asked about it. Old man Shi Ro finally shook off some of her cosmetics. She no longer swayed her waist like a woman when she walked, no longer had the natural flirtatious look, and no longer unconsciously twirled her fingers. She finally looked like a proper white-haired old man. However, Shi Ro was still the least likable one in this group. Her status in Jianghu was probably even lower than that of a scalper. Pei Qian practiced the white ape's back swordsmanship and dragging blade style more diligently. After all, they were all forms and were still impressive, so she didn't have to suffer the pain of breaking her tendons and bones. Compared to the six-step stance walking, she preferred to use the bamboo blade and bamboo sword that Chen Pingan made for her, and practiced the set of blade and sword techniques that the female Taoist nun Huang Ting taught her. However, once Cui Dongshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the cow, used a strange tone to criticize her back swordsmanship. Cui Dongshan held his stomach and laughed so hard that he directly fell from the cow's back to the ground. This hit Pei Qian so hard that she was depressed for a few days. Every day, she only dared to practice the stance walking. The group of people arrived at the county closest to the capital of the Qingyuan Kingdom. It was unknown how Cui Dongshan found it. The group settled down in an immortal inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Chen Pingan indeed didn't have much talent in playing chess. However, he didn't throw it aside and didn't waste time on it. He also didn't neglect his fist and sword techniques. Every day, he would spend about 2 hours learning chess from Cui Dongshan. When they arrived at this immortal inn called 100 Flowers Park, it was said that the shopkeeper was a middle-aged sea-viewing cultivator. However, he didn't show his face in front of Chen Pingan and the rest. The inn occupied a large area and planted many exotic flowers and herbs that refreshed the mind. As the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to be held in the capital not far away, there weren't many rooms left in this immortal inn. Pei Qian once again slept in a room with Sui Yuyu. Liu Baixiang, Zhu Lian, and Wei Xian squeezed into another room. Cui Dongshan, Shi Rou, and Chen Pingan were the only ones who occupied a room to themselves. It was very expensive to stay here, but it was worth it. There were many benefits that couldn't be bought with money. For example, some anecdotes about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism were given to the guests by the inn staff every day in the form of an official bulletin. In addition, there were a few small spiritual artifacts in each room. Although they had the title of spiritual artifacts of immortals, most of them were made of scraps and scraps. They were worth 2 or 3 snow coins in total, and they could be taken away by the guests. This made Pei Qian very happy. After saying good things to Sui Yuyu and getting the small objects in their room, he ran to Old Wei and Little Bai and invited them to eat melon seeds and fruits. He dilly-dallied and refused to leave the room. In the end, Zhu Lian was annoyed and asked Pei Qian to take the 3 small objects and disappear quickly. In the end, with the 4 objects in Chen Pingan's room, Pei Qian suddenly had 10 more low-grade spiritual objects. Immortals in the middle 5 realms didn't care about these things that looked good but were useless. Immortals in the lower 5 realms couldn't afford to live here. As a result, Pei Qian became rich overnight. The treasure box couldn't hold so many objects, so he had to temporarily put them in Chen Pingan's room. The place where immortals stayed must be quiet and distant. Moreover, after making good connections with the government, they could build a formation that hid wind and gathered water. The spiritual energy was much more abundant than in the marketplace. Furthermore, there were 2 painted door gods posted at the entrance of the inn. They were real talisman door gods. Once an evil spirit approached, a divine warrior clad in golden armor would walk out. They were sharp and could devour ghosts and demons. In addition, there would be a small plate of immortal vegetables and fruits on the table every day. It was the specialty of a farmer cultivator in the 100 Flowers Park. It was also the golden signboard of this inn at the foot of the mountain. When Pei Qian was copying books, she put down her brush to rest several times. When she twisted her wrist, she saw Chen Pingan staring blankly at the plate of dates and fragrant pears. She couldn't understand. She only felt that her master seemed to have remembered something unhappy. When she finished copying, she found that Chen Pingan was still sitting in the same place. He just turned his head and looked out the window. Pei Qian was a little worried and joked, "Master, what's wrong? Do you miss your wife?" Chen Pingan came back to his senses and smiled, "You want to copy another 500 words." Pei Qian's face was bitter. Chen Pingan stood up, patted Pei Qian's head, and began to practice the 6-step pile walking around the table. Pei Qian felt more and more strange. Nowadays, Chen Pingan mostly practiced the 3 piles of the heaven and earth piles. He didn't just practice the most basic and simple fist piles. Pei Qian put away her brush and paper and leaned on the table. She asked casually, "Master, you weren't afraid of ghosts since you were young?" Chen Pingan answered while walking slowly, "Not quite like you. I wasn't afraid when I was young. Instead, I really hoped that there were ghosts in the world. I often went to the immortal's tomb outside my hometown. When I was a little older, I went to the mountains to chop firewood and make charcoal." He did not know what went wrong with the child, so he cried and complained to the old master. In the end, he was beaten again. Chen Pingan heard this and laughed heartily. Pei Qian listened from the side and sighed. "That fellow who stole the book is too stupid. Sigh, there are indeed too many idiots in the world. What can I do about it?" Chen Pingon threw a chestnut at him. It's not about whether he's stupid or not. It's that stealing the book was wrong in the first place. After stealing the book, he was smart enough to not give himself away. That's even more wrong. Pei Qian felt wronged. I didn't say that it was right to steal the book. Cui Dongshan laughed. There are many stupid and bad people in the world. Confucianism can't teach these people. Pei Qian agreed and nodded. The legalism you guys were talking about is quite good. It seems to be very useful against bad people. Pei Qian immediately shut up, afraid that Chen Pingon would be angry. Chen Pingon laughed. You're right to think that way, but you still need to read more books. Don't think that you have the right answer now. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Then Confucianism is better. She was already tired enough from copying that Confucianism book. If she added another legalism book, wouldn't she be looking for trouble? Cui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. As expected of Zhu Lian's unyielding character. Pei Qian pretended not to hear. Cui Dongshan laughed. Pei Qian, you have a good relationship with Wei Xian. Pei Qian became vigilant and smiled. Our relationship is just a so-so. Cui Dongshan exclaimed, you're quite smart. You know how to act according to the wind. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. When it came to her master, he would flatter her one after another. When it came to her, nothing good would come out of a dog's mouth. This fellow was really annoying. If one day this Cui guy angered her master, and she, as the first disciple, learned peerless swordsmanship and saber techniques, she would learn from the ranger novels and clean up the house. Cui Dongshan seemed to be able to read Pei Qian's mind. He laughed. What, with your clumsy swordsmanship and saber techniques, you want to arm wrestle with me one day? Pei Qian was bewildered. What are you talking about? Cui Dongshan picked up a date from the small plate and gently smashed it on Pei Qian's forehead. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Pei Qian reached out to catch the falling date and pretended to throw it back. Cui Dongshan was as still as a mountain. Pei Qian tried a few times, but Cui Dongshan just smiled and did not move at all. Pei Qian thought that she probably would not be able to hit this fellow. If she really succeeded, she would be the one to bear the consequences. She simply stuffed the date into her mouth and glared at him fiercely. Cui Dongshan suddenly panicked. Oh no, this date is the descendant of the spirit of the jujube tree in Baihua Park. Qi refinement warriors like us are not afraid of being pestered by the spirit. Wei Xian was looking at some local county records and unofficial histories he had bought along the way. He put down the book and asked, what's the matter? Cui Dongshan's cultivation swayed. After crossing the threshold, the door closed automatically. Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. You, Wei Xian, don't look at the process. You only look at the result. Among the four of us, you are the worst chess player. But you are also the one who unintentionally learned chess. Sooner or later, you will hit my master's weak spot. Why don't I just kill you today and be done with it? Wei Xian said indifferently, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and a scroll fell on the table next to Wei Xian. There were also 3 golden copper coins. Cui Dongshan strode forward. With one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist, he said, if I kill you by mistake, then so be it. I'll kill you until your realm falls to the point where it can't fall any further. Once my master recovers from his injuries and breaks through the bottleneck of the 5th realm, it will be too late for you to make a move then. Wei Xian sneered, I want to see if my loss is greater, or if you lose your master-disciple status. Do you really think I don't know that this scroll is a smokescreen for you, Cui Dongshan? You and I both know what kind of person Chen Pingan is. Cui Dongshan was slightly surprised. He slowed down his steps. I underestimated you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Speak. We both know that you are the true hidden danger. But why haven't you made a move yet? I'm very curious. Is it because of Pei Qian? Wei Xian was expressionless. He didn't say a word. Cui Dongshan smiled and sat down. When I was playing chess with my master, I helped him review the game. I asked him about everything. I asked him about the lotus flower blessed land. As for the background of the 4 people in the scroll, as long as he knew about it, I knew about it. If he didn't pay attention to it, I would pay attention to it. Cui Dongshan pointed at a mediocre unofficial history book on the table. For example, according to the unofficial history of the Nanyuan kingdom, their iron-fisted founding emperor doted on the little princess who died young the most. For her sake, he sent all the palace alchemists to search for immortals. Then, in your eyes, how similar is Pei Qian to your daughter? If you kill Chen Pingan, will you be able to revive her in the lotus flower blessed land? Or will you simply attach yourself to Pei Qian's body and reunite with your daughter in this vast world? Yes, perhaps you will still die, but at least she will be able to live one more life. As for whether or not she will be in her homeland, the Nanyuan kingdom, it doesn't matter. After all, her family is already dead. Perhaps she will have greater achievements in this vast world. So, Wei Xian, you choose to wait silently, hoping to pave the way for her. Sui Yuyu turned and walked towards the pavilion, and Cui Dongshan removed the restriction on the golden lightning pool. Sui Yuyu walked down the steps without turning her head, making Cui Dongshan click his tongue. She really was a spendthrift and a heartless woman. However, Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly, closed his eyes, and clenched his hands into fists. He began to count, silently saying 1, and extended a finger. After Sui Yuyu left the pavilion, she found Pei Qian. Pei Qian quickly put away the kite and chatted with Sui Yuyu. After nodding and shaking his head, he quickly ran towards the pavilion, panting, "Teacher, Sister Sui wants you to send her off. You can just send her to the inn's entrance, there's no need to send her off." Cui Dongshan just happened to count to 10, and his fists turned into palms. He laughed loudly and winked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan felt that this was human nature, and quickly followed Sui Yuyu who was gradually walking away. Chen Pingan followed Sui Yuyu, and the 2 of them did not speak. When they reached the inn's entrance, there were 2 painted door gods as tall as a person on the door behind them. Sui Yuyu stopped, and Chen Pingan stopped as well. Sui Yuyu did not look at Chen Pingan, she raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky, and spoke softly. "Did you always think that I was a burden, so when I said that I was leaving, you felt much more relaxed?" Chen Pingan turned and looked at Sui Yuyu's face, and laughed. "Don't always think of people so badly." It was undeniable that Sui Yuyu was an extremely beautiful lady, especially when her expression was not so cold. It was like a flash in the pan, giving people a breathtaking feeling. I wonder if Sui Yuyu will meet a man she likes in the Jianghu, or if she will become a celestial couple with someone in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent, and most likely a young sword cultivator with shocking talent. Chen Pingan was curious about which man Sui Yuyu would like in the future, and was looking forward to meeting her again in the Aquarius continent, and seeing her standing side by side and greeting him. Upon thinking about all these unimaginable yet extremely interesting scenes, Chen Pingan could not help but laugh. Sui Yuyu turned her head, and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Pingan did not dare to say what was in his heart, as it was somewhat rude and frivolous. Sui Yuyu was thin-skinned and had a big temper, so he did not want to be stabbed by Sui Yuyu in a good farewell. Chen Pingan only said, "Take care." Sui Yuyu left with large strides, leaving behind a sentence to Chen Pingan. It was a soft and heroic sentence: "I will quickly become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms." Walking to the end of the street, Sui Yuyu turned her head and looked, but Chen Pingan's figure was already gone, only 2 painted door gods. Sui Yuyu smiled and left. As if they had made an appointment, as soon as Sui Yuyu left, Lu Baixiang also came to ask for leave, saying that he wanted to visit all the large temples in the Qingyuan kingdom, including the Baishuwei temple, and then go to Qingshan kingdom and Yunshao kingdom. After a few years, he could go to Chen Pingan's hometown, Longquan County. Chen Pingan was in the room. He glanced at Cui Dongshan, who hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. If I lie, use the 5 thunders technique to kill yourself." Lu Baixiang smiled, "It has nothing to do with Mr. Cui. It is me who wants to be alone, just like in the lotus flower blessed land, to explore the mountains and rivers to my heart's content. I hope that in 3 years, besides reaching the 7th realm, I can also reach the far travel realm, and be able to travel with the wind like a qi cultivator, so that I can see the beautiful scenery on the mountain. After that, Lu Baixiang will know my place and follow you as a retainer, serving you until one day when I feel like moving, and then I will go out to travel." Chen Pingan had just returned 2 bags of silver and divine money to Cui Dongshan not long ago, and now he had to fork out money again. He laughed angrily. "Say it, how much money do you want to borrow from me for travel expenses?" Lu Baixiang laughed loudly. "I don't need a divine money, just some silver will do." But Chen Pingan still gave 2 bags of money to Lu Baixiang. "A single coin can stump a hero, take this bag of money, just in case you need it." Lu Baixiang did not reject politely. After receiving the money, he suddenly mocked himself. "If I die the moment I go out, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?" Chen Pingan laughed. "You will soon be a 7th realm martial artist, and you are not that impatient. These 2 are enough for you to do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent." Lu Baixiang stood up and bid farewell. He cupped his fists and said, "Then goodbye." Chen Pingan cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Goodbye." Chen Pingan joked, "This is the vast world, not the lotus flower blessed land. Don't mess around and create a demonic sect." Cui Dongshan said, "Lu Baixiang is not an immortal on the mountain, establishing a sect in the martial world is not a big deal." Pei Qian suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bai, wait for me." Pei Qian turned around and took out the money pouch that Lady Gui had given him. He took out a snow coin and ran to Lu Baixiang. "Xiao Bai, give me your hand." Lu Baixiang laughed and opened his palm. Pei Qian placed the snow coin into Lu Baixiang's palm, and said solemnly, "Xiao Bai, this is for you. The gift is not light, but the affection is even heavier." Lu Baixiang held on to the snow coin and spent money, to a small pie show, for her to take the initiative to take out a piece of divine money. Furthermore, it was a gift and not a loan, the affection was not light. Lu Baixiang laughed, "Don't worry, I have been traveling the martial world for the past few years, and will help you look for good things, and see if I can get them, and the next time we meet, I will give them to you as a gift." Pei Qian nodded his head with all his might, and said in a serious tone, "You can play, but you must not delay your martial arts training. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. If you want to learn from me, you must practice your stance, copy books, practice your sword techniques and blade techniques every day. Be diligent and sincere, the clumsy bird flies first." Lu Baixiang smiled and stretched out his hand. "I know." Pei Qian nimbly dodged the palm that was rubbing her head, and complained, "I will not grow tall." She quickly smiled brightly at Chen Pingan, "Master rubbing my head, it is not a problem." Lu Baixiang laughed heartily, and finally looked at the young immortal in white who was sitting beside Chen Pingan with his legs crossed. Cui Dongshan raised a hand, making Lu Baisheng swallow his words. We two men, do not dawdle and whisper sweet nothings to each other. Lu Baixiang confidently left. The room was silent. Chen Pingan asked, do I need to prepare a little more? Is it Zhu Lian or Wei Xian next? Cui Dongshan pointed at himself. Pei Qian's face was tense, and she struggled to hold back her laughter. Cui Dongshan picked up a date, bent his finger, and accurately hit Pei Qian's forehead. Pei Qian bent down to catch the date, but this time she did not dare to eat it, for fear that Cui Dongshan would frighten her with the foul atmosphere. She only dared to put it back on the small plate on the table, and sat beside Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan asked, are you not going to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qinghuan? Cui Dongshan shook his head, and revealed the secret. Most people can only watch two groups of people quarrel in the capital, stinky cow noses and old bald donkeys pointing at each other's noses and cursing. The real contest is between the reincarnation of the Buddha in Baishui Temple and the abbot of Baiyun Taoist Temple in Qinghuan. One was once a famous monk with great virtue, and in this life he was also very intelligent. The other is a middle-aged Taoist priest who has no background and only knows how to read and understand all kinds of books. But these two people's debate will not attract many people's attention, but each of them is not a small trouble. Lakeview Academy, Yunlin Jiang Clan, and maybe many idle clouds and wild cranes from the sky, and some old bastards who rarely climb out of the water. Firstly, I have seen the world, but I still look down on this debate. Secondly, I have too many enemies, and it is not suitable for me to go there. Chen Pingan nodded. Caution is the parent of safety. Cui Dongshan stood up and bowed. This time, student needs to bring Wei Xian along. I hope teacher can agree. Chen Pingan chewed on the date, and laughed. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Cui Dongshan did not say those words that no one would take seriously. He placed his arms on the table, intertwined his fingers, and slowly said, now the situation in the center of the Aquarius continent is complicated. The mountain and the foot of the mountain are in a mess. The wild cultivators are taking advantage of the situation, especially the vicious ones. There are many earth immortals who want to fish in troubled waters, and many of them are from righteous sects, and do not pay attention to their actions. That book Slips Lake was originally a smelly water tank with all kinds of fishes mixed in with the honest folk. Smelly fishes and rotten shrimps filled a large tank. So I suggest that teacher, after leaving the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom, first go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can go there and refine the golden script gallbladder as your second natal item. I will write a letter. Other than Dolly, you can directly send the rest of the golden copper coins to the academy. At that time, Mao Xiaodong will help teacher to guard the array. To teacher, it is icing on the cake, but to the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, it is an invisible help. Teacher, you do not have to feel that you are taking advantage of them. The Great Sui Kingdom is a country with a flourishing literary style. Refining the golden script gallbladder is the most suitable. After that, it is not a big problem to revisit the Cai Kingdom and Shui Kingdom, or to return to the Longquan County and visit the old house. After that, it is safe for teacher to go to Book Lake again. At that time, the central part of the Aquarius continent will have stabilized. Maybe a peace token issued by Dolly's Ministry of Rights will be able to make an earth immortal bow his head. No matter what, this Sui Yuyu is the luckiest of the 4 people in the picture scroll. Teacher, you have taken good care of her. After dying 3 times, not only did Sui Yuyu's state of mind not break, but it became brighter. Chen Pingan had a strange look in his eyes. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and said firmly, I swear to the heavens, there is absolutely no double meaning in my words, there is no hidden meaning. Chen Pingan handed Pei Qian a snow-white pear. Pei Qian covered the pear with both hands, twisted it a few times, and then gently nibbled on it. Cui Dongshan continued, as for Wei Xian, this hot potato. I have already helped teacher settle it. In any case, he is just a silly man, there is no need to mention him. Cui Dongshan originally wanted to elaborate on the intricacies of this game, but when he saw Chen Pingan winking at him, Cui Dongshan immediately understood and changed his tone, skipping over Chen Pingan. Cui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, who was shaking his head and eating fruit. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat, don't have any eyesight. As a result, under the table, Cui Dongshan was kicked by Chen Pingan. Cui Dongshan said resentfully, Lu Baixiang is very talented and has the potential to become a generalist. It is very difficult to reach the peak of martial arts, the 9th realm is not difficult, and the 10th realm is not an extravagant hope, unless a great fortune falls from the sky. Of course, in the future Dali dynasty, a warrior of the 9th realm will still be a transcendent existence with a certain amount of martial arts fate. At that time, with Lu Baixiang's intelligence, I will teach him some unorthodox methods, and he will still be a good lackey, no, a good fighter, a good retainer. Pei Qian glared at him and said, in front of my teacher, speak properly, don't talk nonsense and insult old Wei and little Bai. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, let me tell you the charming story about this pair. Pei Qian immediately smiled and said, it is a great thing to know that you are wrong and change, it is a great thing. Teacher has a student like you, it is not a loss of face. Cui Dongshan imitated Pei Qian's tone, stretched out a hand and shook it lightly, and said, it is also a great thing that my teacher has a good disciple like you. Pei Qian pretended to be stupid and smiled. Cui Dongshan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, only this Zhu Lian, he seems to be the one who does not dwell on insignificant matters, and can live comfortably wherever he is. But this means that he is the one whose heart is the most unstable. Born in the lotus blossom blessed land, he was once a handsome young master of a rich family, but he ran off to practice martial arts, and he really became the world's number one. He is good at cooking, loves good food, and says that he wants to win the hearts of beauties. He is also flexible, so of the 4 people in the painting, Zhu Lian has the highest vision and the highest ambition. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Of the 4, she was most afraid of that stooped old man. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled, this kind of guy is actually not stubborn. Teacher, if you don't teach him well, who knows when Zhu Lian will sell you out. But if you teach him well, there will be an unexpected surprise. At that time, of the 4, Zhu Lian will be the only one who is willing to die for you. Moreover, he had said that he would die without any hesitation. Even if he only had 1 life left, there was no exception. I can take care of the other 3, but I can't teach Zhu Lian, so only you can do it. Cui Dongshan saw that Chen Pingan was puzzled, so he patiently explained, Sui Yu can't. She is pursuing the way of the sword, which is what she wants most. Lu Baixiang and you seem to have the most compatible temperament, but in fact, they are not. This person is almost ruthless. If there are people who fight with their fists when we like to reason, and we are forced to fight, and pretend to be pitiful when our fists are bigger, then there must be people who can help you beat them until they are convinced. In the end, you will scold them a little, and at most give some compensation to the bruised and swollen opponent, giving them a date to eat. Others will not be able to find fault with our mountain's family style, school style, and literary style. Cui Dongshan stood still, and said with a smile, I'm just saying, if you are willing to pick 1 or 2, I will be satisfied. Chen Pingan sat up straight, and said, I have learned. Cui Dongshan looked at Chen Pingan's bright eyes, and when he bowed, he said with a smile, like cutting, like comparing notes, like polishing, like grinding. Pei Qian's head hurt from listening at the side. Cui Dongshan's words suddenly changed 1,000 miles, and he said with a smile, there are 2 things in Qinghuan's capital. If you have the chance, you must try them. One is Buddha jumps over the wall, and the other is the braised food from the old shops in the deep alleys. One is expensive, the other is cheap, but both are delicacies of the world. Chen Pingan smiled. Okay. Cui Dongshan said carefully, Sir, I want to have a few private words with Pei Qian about the friendship between fellow disciples. Is that okay? Maybe after the chat, I will leave with Wei Xian. Sir, you don't need to send me off. After that, only Shi Rou and Zhu Lian will be the retainers. Chen Pingan nodded, and turned to look at Pei Qian. She suddenly stood up. Who's afraid of who? Cui Dongshan smiled and walked out of the room, and Pei Qian followed closely behind. When he crossed the threshold, he turned to smile at Chen Pingan, and raised his fist to encourage himself. But once they walked into the corridor and could no longer see Chen Pingan, Pei Qian immediately took out the demon-subduing pagoda talisman and stuck it on his forehead, and then followed behind that fellow. When he reached Cui Dongshan's room, he immediately helped Cui Dongshan close the door, and sat at the table with a flattering smile. He reached out to grab a pear. You're my senior martial brother, I'll help you wipe it. It'll quench your thirst. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. Forget it. Senior martial brother, I'll call you senior martial sister, okay? Pei Qian hurriedly waved his hand. No, we're from the same sect. We still have to talk about first come first served. Cui Dongshan sneered. Look at your prospects. Pei Qian nodded vigorously, and said like a chicken pecking rice, right. I'm too young right now, so I won't have much prospects. Cui Dongshan stood up and took out the flowing water horse painting, but did not open it immediately. He asked, What do you think your master was like when he was young? Pei Qian was stunned. I've heard master mention it to me, and I've also heard him chatting with others. It seems that he was quite poor when he was young, and grew up in that Pearl Grotto Heaven's mud bottle alley. Cui Dongshan slowly opened the painting and beckoned, then come take a look. On the painting, there was the river outside the town, and the bridge that was torn down in the end. Cui Dongshan said slowly, the cultivators of the world bully mountains, not water. This is because the sages of the 100 schools of thought are far more fond of water than mountains. Virtuous like water. Wise people love water. Buddhist alms bowl water. As for the distant truth inside, you'll know it in the future. After that was Chen Pingan's childhood. Flying kites in the immortal's tomb, there was a tan child squatting alone in the distance, looking enviously at his peers running and flying kites high in the sky. He went to the Yang drugstore to buy medicine, went back to boil it, and stepped on a small stool to cook. He secretly ran to the immortal's tomb to pray to the dilapidated statue. Later, under the hot sun, he carried a basket about his size and went up the mountain to pick herbs. In the end, his shoulder was burning with pain. He took the basket and walked at the foot of the mountain, crying loudly. He was so hungry that he walked back and forth in Mud Bottle Alley. Finally, a woman opened the door. The flowing water of time flowed slowly, and the scenes changed slowly. From a child to a teenager. In the end, the scene stopped at the east gate of the town that day. Chen Pingan stood at the gate, waiting to run errands to deliver letters and earn copper coins. Pei Qian stared without blinking, and his expression kept changing. He watched for more than half an hour. During this time, he was so engrossed that he muttered to himself, this Song Jisin and GQ both deserve to die. I happen to have a knife and a sword. In the future, I'll cut off their heads with one knife and pierce their hearts with the other. No wonder Master knows how to weave straw sandals, make books, and everything. Master also covets candied haws. Why did Master run away? Didn't the man selling candied haws want to give Master a bunch? I don't understand. This sissy man in the dragon kiln is a bit like that old man called Shi Rou. This tree in the tomb, is it the regular tree that master talked about when he was chatting with Xiao Bai? Why does that old man Yao always like to scold master? He's blind. The big sister outside the door, could it be that she's the girl that master likes? She's not much better than Sui Yu. It seems that she's not as good as Huang Ting, who taught me sword and knife skills. Pa, Cui Dongshan put away the scroll and put it away. Pei Qian sat on the stool silently. Cui Dongshan sat at the side with an indifferent expression. When your master and I went to the lotus flower blessed land, he didn't drink much. But when he mentioned you, Pei Qian, he drank a lot. He said that he thought that all the parents in the world would want to leave all the good things for their children. Later, he realized that it wasn't like that. How could there be a mother who secretly hid a steamed bun and chose to eat it alone in the middle of the night? Even if her daughter was starving to death, she was not willing to take it out. Pei Qian lowered his head. Cui Dongshan said indifferently, I have to thank you, Pei Qian. From the beginning to the end, you let my master know more about the stupid and bad people in the world. Cui Dongshan asked, do you know what were the 3 most difficult times for your master when he was in the small town? Pei Qian leaned on the table and muttered, one was if that woman didn't open the door, so master was especially good to that little slug. Another was the first time he went up the mountain to pick herbs, so master was especially grateful to that old yang. As for the last one, I can't think of it. Cui Dongshan was quite satisfied and said with a smile, of course you, Pei Qian, can't think of it even if you crack your head. It's that stick of candied haws. Pei Qian turned his head and pressed his cheek against the table. He looked at the guy with the mole between his eyebrows with some doubt. Cui Dongshan said softly, if you were there at that time, you, Pei Qian, could eat that stick of candied haws as much as you want. You could kneel on the ground and beg others to let you eat it. You could steal it and snatch it. You could even eat a whole stall of candied haws. But Chen Pingon couldn't eat it. Not even a single one could be eaten. Things in the world, people in the world, people in the world, people in the world. They seem complicated, but as long as you look at the most minute details, you can follow them. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, call me master. You dare to call master by his name, you're really bold. Be careful or I'll complain to master. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a gesture of flicking his finger. Pei Qian hurriedly sat up and covered his forehead and his precious talisman with his hands. Cui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. He looked out the window and said softly, we shouldn't always disappoint master. These words made Pei Qian a little confused. Always. But soon he was not confused anymore. Pei Qian casually counted with his fingers and realized that he had indeed not made Chen Pingon angry. Cui Dongshan turned his neck and looked at Pei Qian with a smile. The sun and the moon shine in all directions, and people have eyes to see everything clearly. Pei Qian, you're very lucky. You're even luckier to have met Chen Pingon. It's like Chen Pingon met Qi Jingchen. Cui Dongshan's eyes were in a trance, but there was a smile on his face. He murmured, I remember when an old scholar, a guy who wasn't very bright, and the Mr. Qi in Chen Pingon's heart, were at the lowest point of our lives. We told our only 3 disciples at that time that if a person could live a peaceful life, having money was not so important. Even drinking water would taste sweet, and chewing a white steamed bun would taste like a roasted chicken leg. At that time, the one surnamed Sua said stupidly that it was quite good to drink water and eat steamed buns for the rest of one's life. The old scholar was so angry that he slammed the table and glared at him. Can you be a little more ambitious? If you don't use these principles to make up for your hunger when you're poor, how can you live your life? There are no idiots in the world who don't want to live a better life. When everyone wants to live a good life and can walk a good path, the world will be able to move forward. Then Qi Jingchen asked, Master, when will we be able to eat food with oil? Master was deflated and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he could only point at me, the idiot of the two guys. He smiled and said, that depends on when your big brother's family will send money over. But these words will not be known in the future. All of them will be left in the elementary school in that shabby alley. Later on, the old elementary scholar participated in the debate between the three sects twice. His disciples were as numerous as the clouds, attracting the attention of the world. However, the three of us didn't want to think about these things often. It seems that after that, the old elementary scholar was busy every day, running here and there. He was so busy that he was overwhelmed with work for the so-called common people. He had to run from one school to another, preaching and clearing the doubts of even more idiots. We were the three best disciples at the beginning, but as time passed, we all had our own paths. Pei Qian didn't hear it clearly because Cui Dongshan's voice was too soft. Cui Dongshan took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves like snowflakes. Was it really just a gift from a private school for apprenticeship? Pei Qian complained, Cui Dongshan is really too much. Not to mention a pouch of small summer coins, a pouch of snow would be enough. How can he be your student? So stingy. Chen Pingan saw that the money pouch and copper coins did not seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Instead, his mood improved a little. He hesitated for a moment, but did not put them into the larger object nearby. Instead, he put them into the flying sword 15. Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed Pei Qian's little head. The little girl, Charcoal, smiled until her eyes narrowed. She was like a little kitten. Afterwards, Pei Qian began to copy and write. Every stroke was meticulous. Habit had become second nature. Nowadays, if she did not copy books one day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Chen Pingan circled the table, practicing the fish stance that threatened to turn the world upside down. No matter how strange his posture was, others would not find it strange after looking at it for a long time. In the twilight of this day, Zhu Lian came to Chen Pingan's room. He saw Pei Qian sitting at the table, one hand holding the knight-errant novel he had given her. With the other hand, she gestured the crappy moves described in the book. After Chen Pingan sat down, there was an unclosed legalist classic on the table. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Young master is really diligent in everything. There is nothing in the world that is difficult for a determined person. This old saying should be specially said for young master. Although the four people in the picture scroll had walked out of the picture scroll, even until today, they still had their own thoughts. But putting these aside, they had accompanied each other all the way from the Great Spring dynasty of the Tongyi continent to the Qing nation of the Aquarius continent. They had fought side by side many times, and in the end, in just one day, Sui Yuyu, Liu Baixiang, and Wei Xian had left to travel far away. Only this stooped old man in front of him was left. If Chen Pingan said that he did not have the slightest bit of melancholy, he would definitely be lying to himself and others. Thus, Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of osmanthus wine, one for each person, and sat across from each other to drink. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Young master, why do you still not ask me how I was able to take 2 big steps on the martial path? If it was before Cui Dongshan finished that game of chess, Chen Pingan might have considered it. Or perhaps it was because he had drunk a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine that he did not want to be too scheming. He smiled and said, You still don't have any hidden worries and secrets. It's normal that you don't want to take them out under the sun for others to see. Am I not the same? As long as you don't have the intention to harm others, you can hide it. Maybe, it will be like the osmanthus wine in our hands, more fragrant the more it is. Zhu Lian shook the wine pot in his hand and grinned. Zhong Qiu asked again, "What's Chao Qinglang's talent like?" Lu Chuan sighed. "Not bad." Zhong Qiu asked again, "How old is Chao Qinglang this year?" For the first time, Lu Chuan felt a little guilty. Zhong Qiu sighed. Being a human is not like learning martial arts. If you can endure hardships, you will be able to move forward quickly. It's just a matter of speed. It's not like you banished immortals who cultivate Taoism and have good talent. It's not even like us old Confucian scholars who pursue knowledge. If you want to go higher, you can pursue everything. Being a human is the most important thing, especially for a child as old as Chao Qinglang. Being honest and simple is the most important thing. Reading books at a young age is difficult, but it's okay if you don't understand. Writing is crooked, but it's also okay if you don't write well. But I, Zhong Qiu, dare to say that the Confucian classics in this world may not be perfect, but it's still the most infallible knowledge. The more Chao Qinglang reads, the more secure she will be when she grows up. How can a child at her age accept so much complicated knowledge all at once? Lu Chuan put away his folding fan and bowed apologetically. Lu Chuan knows his mistake. Zhong Qiu sighed and snorted. If Qin Pingan stayed by Chao Qinglang's side, he would never have done what you did. Lu Chuan raised his head. Instead of being angry, he smiled happily. Teacher Zhong's teachings have benefited me greatly. To express my gratitude, I'll send you a big jar of good wine later. It'll definitely be a celestial brew that has never been seen in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhong Qiu said in a low voice, "Forget it." Zhong Qiu turned and left. Lu Chuan suddenly smiled and asked, "If Qin Pingan invited you to drink, Zhong Qiu, what would you do?" Zhong Qiu seemed to have been angered by this banished immortal. Without turning his head, he said, "His alcohol tolerance is not enough. I'll knock him out in a few rounds." Lu Chuan looked at the back of the green-robed figure that was gradually disappearing and sighed. The essence of Taoism was nothing more than one's life. Great seer. If he was born in the vast world, this old teacher Zhong would be amazing. Walking on the official road outside the county town, there were many people dressed in fresh clothes and riding horses because it was spring outing season. If it was an ordinary horse carriage, the dust raised would not be too big. However, if there was a group of riders galloping, the pedestrians on both sides would suffer. Pei Qian ate a lot of dust and her clothes were dusty. She was so angry that she quickly took out a fragrant pear from her sling bag and bit off half of it. Only then did she calm down. Pei Qian did not dare to ask her master if she could take away the celestial fruits that 100 Flowers Park Inn changed every day. Instead, it was Qin Pingan who asked the inn's manager and found out that guests could take away the fruits. Only then did he take away all the plates in the rooms and take them away. Then, Qin Pingan gave Pei Qian a fragrant pear and a handful of dates to eat on the way. At this moment, there were a few men and women on horseback on the official road. Fortunately, Pei Qian had already turned around and held the remaining half of the fragrant pear with both hands. Qin Pingan reached out and waved the dust away. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Remember to leave the core of the pear." Pei Qian finished eating the pear and put the core into the bag. She asked, "Master, do you think these guys on horseback are abominable? They are really capable and like to show off." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It's just some dust. It's not abominable." Pei Qian thought about it and probably did not understand. He walked towards the man and asked, if I want to buy incense, how much snow would it cost? The man said, 3 incense sticks and 1 piece of snow would cost money. Pei Qian's eyes widened. 1 piece of snow would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Chen Pingan bought 3 sets of water incense and handed them to the man. The man handed Chen Pingan 3 quaint long wooden boxes, each containing 3 incense sticks. Originally, after buying incense, there was no need to go to the ancestral temple immediately. It could be done at any time. It was not a problem to burn incense elsewhere. Other than the differences between mountains and rivers, as long as one did not pay respect to the water god after buying the mountain incense, it was fine to go to any Taoist temple. It was still a good thing to pay respect to the ancestors, civil and military temples, city god pavilion and so on. Chen Pingan still asked the man to wait for a while. He then asked Pei Qian and the rest to finish their meal before they set off for the Hebo temple. On the way, Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, if we walk like this, we will take a detour." However, Pei Qian soon felt that he had asked a useless question. It seemed that his master often did this. As long as it was a scenic spot or a good scenery, as long as they were not in a hurry, his master would walk and stop. They had taken a lot of unnecessary detours. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked into the distance. He was silent. In the warm spring breeze, the young man in white walked slowly with his sleeves fluttering. He murmured, "I want to see more." "389. It would take about an hour to go to the Hebo temple to offer incense. It wasn't close. Chen Pingan didn't think much of it, but the man who offered the incense felt a little guilty. However, he was even more curious about the origins of this group of people. An old farmer sees barnyard grass when he goes down the field, a woodcutter sees good firewood when he goes up the mountain. Since they rely on the mountain to live off the mountain and the river to live off the water, then different professions would see different things in their eyes. This man was a cultivator from the mountains and lakes, and was also the one who offered the incense. He would see more cultivators in his eyes. Moreover, Qingyuan country and most of the territories of the Aquarius continent were not the same. They had a very close relationship with the mountains, and the imperial court had never purposely raised the status of the immortal sections. There were many conflicts on the mountain and under the mountain, and the emperor of the Tang family had always displayed considerable courage and toughness. This made Qingyuan country, especially the rich and powerful families, very familiar with the supernatural and the spiritual beings of the mountains and lakes. Therefore, the people of Qingyuan had always thought highly of themselves. Now, there were also countless noble families that entered Qingyuan country. In addition to this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Qingyuan country's limelight in the southeast of the Aquarius continent was unparalleled. The man's cultivation base was really shallow, only at the 3rd realm. Occasionally, when his wallet was full, he would invite 2 or 3 friends to drink and chat. He realized that the sense of superiority of being a citizen of Qingyuan was actually not the least bit inferior to being a qi cultivator. This was probably the feeling of home and country. However, the man didn't dare to guarantee that when he became one of the middle 5 realm immortals, he wouldn't be the same as those immortal masters. However, the beautiful vision was too far away. The road under his feet had to be taken step by step, and the rice in his bowl had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. For example, right now, he needed to try his best to rope in this group of foreigners. The leader of the group was a young man with a sword and a bamboo box on his back. There was no doubt that his footsteps were light and his bearing was stern. He should be from the immortal master Fuji. However, his real roots should be from the rich and powerful families. Moreover, it was not too early for them to cultivate on the mountain. Otherwise, the man had seen many young immortals who did not come from good backgrounds. They were born in a good family, so they had excellent qualifications. When they were young, they had obtained the opportunity to cultivate Taoism early and were given to some wandering masters or some big immortal sects who were in charge of finding good seedlings. At first glance, they could reach the sky in a single bound. However, the acquired temperament of these young cultivators was indeed like little immortals who lived in the clouds and drank dew. Every time they went down the mountain to travel, they would sharpen their Taoist heart in the mortal world. Perhaps they were not aggressive to anyone, but they were rarely approachable. Whether they were facing high-ranking officials, dignitaries, generals, ministers, or heroes in Jianghu, they treated everyone equally. The charcoal little girl with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword was most likely the younger generation of the young man's family. She looked very smart. As for the two short old men, they were most likely the retainers and guards who protected them when they traveled in Jianghu. While the man was sizing them up and guessing their identities, Chen Pingan was telling Pei Qian some inside stories about Hebo, a first-class mountain god, in the elegant language of Tong Yezhou. Although Hebo and Grandma He were gods recognized by the imperial court and could enjoy the worship of the local people, their ranks were very low. They were equivalent to the officials who were not in the clear stream in the officialdom. They were not on the golden jade archives of the mountain gods. However, compared to those wild and obscene temples that violated the etiquette system, no matter how big the latter was or how small the former was, the latter was still more envied by the immortal master Fuji. The latter was like an attic in the sky. Without the worship, it would be cut off. Its golden body would rot and it would just wait for death. Moreover, there was no promotion. It was easy for it to become the target of the immortal master Fuji. As for Hebo and Grandma He, even if the feng shui of a place was gone and the worship of Hebo and Grandma He was sparse, as long as the imperial court still existed and was willing to help, the position of the god could be changed. With the worship of Hebo and Grandma He, their golden body could be repaired. When they arrived at the Hebo ancestral temple, which occupied an area of over 10 acres, the temple attendant soon came out to greet them. He personally explained to Chen Pingan and the others about the stories of Master Hebo, as well as some poems and calligraphy inscriptions on the walls. On their way to the main hall to worship, the temple attendant also hinted to Chen Pingan that as long as he spent 3 to 5 snowflakes, he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy for future generations. The ancestral temple would be carefully protected from the wind and rain. Then there was the matter of worship, as well as the lighting of the everlasting lamp. These were all good things to make friends. However, these were all up to Chen Pingan. The temple would never force him. The man who delivered the incense looked a little embarrassed, but he did not get involved. The temple attendant reminded him several times with his eyes to say a few good words for him, but the man still could not open his mouth. Although he was doing a business that did not match his identity as a chi cultivator, perhaps he was a simple and honest man who could not say good words, so he just pretended not to see the temple attendant's eyes. Chen Pingan gave 3 incense sticks to Pei Qian and Zhu Lian, except for Shiro. After all, she was an otherworldly item of a female ghost living in the remains of an immortal. He did not want to offend her. After offering the incense, the temple attendant felt that it was impossible to add a few more incense money. However, he did not change his expression because of this. Although he was regretful, he was still polite. He even invited Chen Pingan and the others to his abode to have a cup of tea. The man who delivered the incense had been silent before, but now he opened his mouth and invited Chen Pingan to drink tea with the temple attendant. He said that since ancient times, river water was not good for brewing tea. However, the river water beside the Hebo ancestral temple was very particular. It contained some water essence, which could be beneficial to the body. The temple attendant was a little angry. In the corridor, while Chen Pingan and the others were admiring the steel rubbing in the corridor, the temple attendant was a little behind and secretly kicked the man. He was a little too biased. The man seemed to be used to this and laughed. Chen Pingan politely declined the temple attendant's invitation to drink tea. He only asked Pei Qian, "Do you want to write on the wall?" Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. 3 to 5 pieces of snow cost money. Why didn't the temple attendant just rob the money? If it was converted into silver, it would be enough to smash Pei Qian to death. She was not willing to let her master spend this money. The wooden harrier bought from the kite shop in the county town only cost 8 taels of silver. But Chen Pingan turned his head to look at the old man in the temple and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to help us pick a wall that isn't so conspicuous, the kind that 3 snowflakes spend money on." "Oh right, is there a requirement for the number of words and length?" Pei Qian almost dropped the mountain walking stick in her hand. She grabbed Chen Pingan's sleeve and shook her head like a rattledrum. The temple attendant hurriedly said, "If not for the wall with the best feng shui here, 3 pieces of snow cost money. Even if you write on the wall, it would be fine." Afterwards, the temple attendant quickly led the way. He asked the man to help greet the people in the ancestral temple to quickly prepare the brush and ink. While waiting for the brush and ink to be brought back, the temple attendant's smile was somewhat self-satisfied. He pointed to a scholar's poem on the wall not far away and boasted, "Although this place is at the back and not conspicuous, it is actually our ancestral temple's feng shui treasured land. To speak the truth, I truly felt that there was fate between you and me, so I brought you here." Over there is the calligraphy of our Qingyuan country's old assistant minister Liu. This old assistant minister Liu is truly a famous scholar of our Qingyuan country, fully deserving of the title of a great scholar. With his semi-cursive writing, I'm sure that you have already seen the maturity of his skills. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "The strokes are strong and the muscles and bones are strong." This was not because Chen Pingan was trying to be cultured, but because he had seen many good calligraphy. For example, Li Shixing, Cui Dongshan, Zhong Kue. The temple attendant gave a thumbs up. "You are an expert. Your eyes are very good." Chen Pingan felt a little guilty. It was similar to learning to play chess. In the matter of writing, Chen Pingan's aptitude was really mediocre. Looking further ahead, he was also not talented in burning porcelain. Pei Qian was even more nervous. The money was definitely going to be spent. It would be a waste not to write. If no one cared, she could not wait to write all over the floor of this Hebo ancestral temple. She could even write on the statue of Hebo. Only then would she feel that it was worth it. However, she was ridiculed by the old chef Zhu Lian as words that crawled like earthworms and walked like chickens and ducks. She was afraid that she would lose her master's face if she wrote on the wall so casually. The man brought over a pen, ink, and inkstone from a familiar youth that was adopted by the Hebo ancestral temple. Pei Qian became more and more nervous. Pei Qian held the writing brush and sat on Chen Pingan's neck. She scratched her head with one hand and didn't dare to write for a long time. Chen Pingan also didn't urge her. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Heroine Pei, you can write a person who is firm and unyielding, who will take advantage of the situation and lose money. It's suitable for the situation and realistic. It's the same as the Jianghu heroes in the novel I gave you. After killing the villains, they would shout, 'So and so is here.' It's the same principle. Your name will definitely spread far and wide and shake the Jianghu. Maybe when we reach the capital of Qingyuan, everyone will salute you and call you Heroine Pei. Wouldn't that be a good story?" Pei Qian turned her head and frowned. "Zhu Lian, if you continue to be like this, if you continue to be like this, I'll cry for you to see. Chen Pingon lifted his leg and kicked Zhu Lian. He scolded with a smile, "You're old and disrespectful. You only know how to bully Pei Qian." Zhu Lian laughed and nodded. "Since young master says so, this old servant will let her go. Every time this fellow eats until her stomach is round and round, she's still so picky. This old servant can't stand it." Shi Rou couldn't stand this old and young pair. For example, in the past, when they occasionally left the main road and crossed mountains and rivers to pass by some mountain villages, they would meet strangers who were barking at them. This girl called Pei Qian would hold a mountain walking stick and dash over to them with a crazy sword technique. Dust would fly up and she would run faster than the dog. The old pervert Zhu Lian was so bored that he helped the little girl block the road. After intercepting the dog that was lying on the ground with its tail between its legs, Pei Qian squatted down and pressed on the dog's head. She glared and asked, "Little brother, what's going on? Aren't you fierce? Quickly apologize to Heroine Pei or I'll hit your dog head." When the villagers and children saw this, they ran over cursing and swearing. Chen Pingon took the lead and the group began to run after them. Shi Rou didn't understand. Was there any meaning to this? But that Chen Pingon, who was usually a serious person, seemed to be running around happily. Not to mention that child Pei Qian, you're the great demon Chui's husband and a martial grandmaster of the remote travel realm. Aren't you ashamed? Also, when they met a big white goose by the river, the old pervert urged Pei Qian to fight with it. In the end, Pei Qian was chased until she screamed and hurled but was pecked many times. She ran to Chen Pingon's side with sweat all over her head and lamented that it was too powerful and that she couldn't beat it. Chen Pingon's laughter was no less than Zhu Lian's. Shi Rou had always felt that she didn't fit in with these three people. She even wondered if it would be better for her to be with Cui Dongshan. At this moment, Pei Qian finally began to write. However, inscribing words on a wall and copying a book on paper were two different things. The first stroke was crooked. Pei Qian gasped and wiped the sweat off her face. Bitterly, she gritted her teeth and finished writing the 4 words, "Heaven and earth in harmony." However, after writing half a sentence, she leaned back slightly. No matter how she looked at it, it was funny. She simply did not have half of her usual skill of copying a book. She did not need to look at Zhu Lian to know that this old chef was secretly laughing, making fun of her writing that only ghosts and not gods. Pei Qian hesitated and simply ignored the second half of the sentence. She moved the tip of the brush down slightly, dipped it in ink, and wrote, "Pei Qian and master were here." Finished. Pei Qian was satisfied. The words were still not good, but the content was good. They were indeed master and disciple. The temple attendant and the man who delivered the incense sent them out of Hebo Temple. On the way, the temple attendant mentioned that old assistant minister Liu. He was very worried. It turned out that after this great scholar of Qingwan Kingdom resigned from his position and retired, a strange thing happened at the end of last winter in the Lion's Garden, which was known as one of the top 10 gardens of Qingwan Kingdom. A fox demon caused mischief, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It caused old assistant minister Liu's unmarried daughter to fall head over heels in love with it. From a young girl in the prime of her life, she was forcefully bullied into a pitiful person who was only skin and bones by the fox demon. The fox demon with profound skills had a strange and unpredictable temperament. It did not kill people, but it was very literary and was proficient in the knowledge of the 3 religions. Once it sat down and discussed the Tao with old assistant minister Liu, it actually made the renowned old assistant minister Liu speechless. After that, the old assistant minister Liu spent all of his family's fortune and hired many immortals from the mountains to go to his home to subdue the demon. He did not expect that all the sects, many old immortals from the mountains, immortal masters, and even some unreputable but highly skilled cultivators from the mountains and lakes, without exception, were toyed with by the fox demon. They were either robbed of their weapons or stole their spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They even had to privately beg their grandparents to get the weapons back from the fox demon. Chen Pingan had seen this matter in the imperial bulletin on the Mountain of the 100 Flowers Garden, an immortal inn in the prefecture city. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. The imperial bulletin also had the reward of the lion's garden. No matter who it was, as long as they could drive the fox demon away, old Assistant Minister Liu was willing to offer up 3 ancestral antiques with both hands. As they approached the gate of the ancestral temple, the man who handed them the incense could not help but sigh. Old Assistant Minister Liu is a rare good and upright official. His family style is very good. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to have interacted with a child of the Liu family. That young scholar was indeed gentle and courteous. From this, it can be seen that the Liu family style is upright. The attendant in the temple sighed and said, "That's right. Look at the child of the Liu family who is the county magistrate near us. In the past 4 years, he has been diligent and has done many practical things. We have seen all of this with our own eyes. If the scholar of the Liu family that you met was only well educated, this county magistrate is a true man of the world and helping the people. Alas, I don't know how the lion's garden is doing now. I hope that the fox demon has been driven away." Hearing this, Pei Qian's hairs stood on end. He almost took out the talisman and put it on his forehead. Zhu Lian smiled playfully. "All right. You want us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens?" Shi Rou naturally hoped that the less trouble, the better. A fox demon that can stir up trouble in the capital region definitely has a high cultivation base. What if it is a Jindan Earth Immortal Great Demon, and Zhu Lian deliberately set her up and chose to stand by and do nothing? Do they really want her to block knives and magic weapons for the impulsive Chen Pingan? From beginning to end, Chen Pingan did not interrupt. After walking out of the gate, he clasped his hands and bid farewell to the attendant in the temple. Then they continued on their way to the capital of the Qinghuan kingdom. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "A wise man's house is overshadowed by ghosts." Zhu Lian smiled and nodded, "That's right. That's for the best." This incense-bearer walked back to the River Earl Temple, and didn't say anything. He then led Chen Pingan to the Lion Garden. Zhu Lian sneered and said, "A person who only makes a small profit, instead of working hard to earn money, he has to learn from that swordsman's ancient and warm-hearted heart. He really doesn't do proper work." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The ancient and warm-hearted heart doesn't distinguish between people." Shi Rou's face was expressionless, but in her heart, she hated that River Earl Temple to the core. The group of people had to turn back for more than a mile, then turn off the official road and go to the Lion Garden. Pei Qian asked in a small voice, "Master, when I go to the Lion Garden, can I stick the talisman on my forehead?" Chen Pingan nodded and reminded her, "Of course you can, but remember to stick the light-raising talisman, don't stick the pagoda demon subduing talisman, otherwise I'm afraid that Master will have to make a move even if he doesn't want to." Pei Qian loudly agreed. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Since you're so afraid, why don't you just stop Master from going to the Lion Garden?" Pei Qian was startled. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Children can't say anything about adult matters." Chen Pingan laughed heartily and patted her little head. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue and said, "Heroine Pei is good, your bootlicking skills are unparalleled in the world." Pei Qian coldly snorted and said, "One who stays with ink will be stained black, didn't I learn it from you? Master wouldn't have taught me this." Zhu Lian chuckled and said, "Then you've already surpassed your master." Pei Qian cupped his fists and returned the greeting, I don't dare, I don't dare. Compared to Elder Zhu's godly boot-licking skills, this junior is far inferior. Zhu Lian cupped his fists in return. Not at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time. With the interruptions from this pair of clowns, the trip to the Lion Garden this time was leisurely and carefree, without any worries or worries. They were close to the Lion Garden that was located in the kernel. If they didn't include the slender stream and the yellow muddy path, they could actually be said to be surrounded by mountains on all sides. Chen Pingan sighed and said, if I had known earlier, I would have borrowed a peaceful and safe card from Cui Dongshan. Zhu Lian was puzzled and said, isn't the Dali Iron Cavalry currently stationed in the middle of Aquarius Continent? With Guanhu Academy in a standoff with them, it's not a foregone conclusion whether they can successfully move south. Otherwise, the Song clan wouldn't have to go through so much trouble in Old Dragon City and even need to invite Du Mao from the Tongyi sect. This is a move that invites a wolf into the house. It will easily arouse public anger in Aquarius Continent. Previously, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, or more accurately, half an embroidered tiger, was right in front of him. However, among the 4 people in the painting, only Wei Xian, who was playing the most dangerous chess match, took the opportunity to recognize his identity. Between the towering green mountains and the gurgling green water, the field of vision suddenly opened up. The Lion Garden with white walls, black tiles, and pointed eaves was located in the wide kernel. It was like a wild orchid, like a fragrant grass beauty. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. Even if I only take this painting in my eyes and hide it in my heart, this trip is already not in vain. Zhu Lian always had some strange views. For example, when he looked at the beautiful scenery, taking it in his eyes was the same as taking it into his sleeves. It was what he liked, and it was also something that belonged to him. Chen Pingan always felt that something was wrong, but he also felt that it was actually quite good. Chen Pingan had never treated the 4 people in the painting as puppets. This was due to his own personality, but wasn't it also because the 4 people in the painting each had their own merits? Couldn't Chen Pingan see them as inanimate objects? Previously, the road could only accommodate 1 carriage. On the way here, Chen Pingan was very curious. What would happen if 2 carriages met in this 3 to 4 miles of mountain and river path? Who would retreat and who would advance? There was a towering ancient tree by the stream, and the stone cliff was snow-white and jagged. There was a small pavilion nearby, and out walked an elegant old man who looked like a steward, and a young girl dressed in simple and elegant clothes. The 2 walked quickly towards Chen Pingan and the others. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you immortal masters who came from afar because of the fame?" Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. However, the old man was the first to help. He said to Chen Pingan, "I believe that young master already knows about the changes in the Lion Garden. The fox spirit has been appearing very regularly recently. It appears once every 10 days. The last time it appeared to bewitch people's hearts, it has only been half a month. So if young master comes here to admire the scenery, it is actually enough. And the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital will begin in 3 days. The Lion Garden also doesn't dare to snatch away the beauty and is unwilling to delay the journey of all the immortal masters." Chen Pingan did not beat around the bush and said, "Then we will disturb you for a few days and see the situation first." The old steward must have seen many immortal masters in this period of time. It was likely that he had received many immortal masters from the mountains and lakes who usually did not show themselves in public. Thus, on the way to the Lion Garden, he saved a lot of beating around the bush. He directly told Chen Pingan, who only reported his name and did not mention his sex background, about the current situation in the Lion Garden. The fox spirit called itself Master Qing. Its cultivation was extremely high and it had all kinds of demonic techniques, making people tired of dealing with it. The root of the disaster was at the market last winter. After this great demon saw the young lady, he was shocked and wanted to become immortal Taoist companions. At first, he brought gifts of money and came to ask for her hand in marriage. At that time, the master did not see through the handsome young man's identity as a fox demon. He only thought that he was a fair and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. He was not angry and only thought that it was the young man's temperament. Thinking that his youngest daughter already had a marriage, he tactfully rejected the young man. The young man then left with a smile. Just when the Lion Garden thought that the matter was over, the young man unexpectedly came again on the 30th day of the new year and said that he wanted to play 10 games with Assistant Minister Liu. If he won, he would marry the young lady and give the entire Liu family and the Lion Garden an immortal fate. Although Assistant Minister Liu was good at talking and was not at a disadvantage even when playing against the chess players of Qingyuan country, he naturally would not joke about his daughter's marriage and refused again. After that, the handsome young man came to pester the Lion Garden every other day and the young lady gradually became thinner and thinner. She was so haggard that she could barely walk normally. It was only then that Assistant Minister Liu realized that a disaster was imminent and immediately sent someone to the capital to ask for help. However, that person was like a ghost walking on a wall. Every time he returned to the Lion Garden, he could not walk out of the small mountain road. Fortunately, there was an advisor of the Lion Garden who knew a little about the affairs of the immortals. After a lot of hard work, they finally managed to spread the news of the Lion Garden. First, an old immortal from the Daoist temple in the capital who was on good terms with the Liu family came and successfully broke through the mountain and river maze barrier. He successfully entered the Lion Garden and guarded under the poor young lady's embroidery tower. He set up an altar and drew talismans everywhere. In the end, the next day, the Lion Garden found this highly respected immortal of the Dragon Gate realm with his hands tied and hanging naked on a big tree. After being rescued, the old temple master was extremely ashamed. He only said that the fox demon's cultivation was too high and he was no match for it. After that, groups of Qi cultivators came to expel the fox demon. There were people who admired the chivalry of the Liu family and there were also people who came for the 3 ancestral antiques of Assistant Minister Liu. They were all plagued by the fox demon until they were in a sorry state. As a result, the fox demon publicly announced to Assistant Minister Liu that it would visit the Lion Garden once every 10 days. Father-in-law only needed to invite guests from all over to fight with him, the future son-in-law, so that the Lion Garden would know how powerful it was. In the future, they would become a family. Today's disaster would definitely be a good story in the future. Chen Pingan listened quietly. The young lady with some freckles at the tip of her nose was the daughter of the butler of the Lion Garden. The young lady did not speak along the way. Previously, she was probably chatting with her father in the pavilion. Before entering the garden, he glanced at the lantern talisman on Pei Qian's forehead. Chen Pingan secretly touched it with his finger. The talisman, who was extremely sensitive to the dark qi, did not move. Chen Pingan did not have the thought of removing the talisman. He was not relaxed. This audacious fox demon must have some unique skills. It might really be a big demon of the earth immortal level. There were still 3 groups of cultivators in the Lion Garden. They were waiting for the fox demon to appear in half a day. Including Chen Pingan, there were 4 groups of cultivators. Chen Pingan and the rest were led to the collapsed area by the butler of the Liu family, Old Xiao. They were arranged to stay at the 4 corners of the ladies' embroidery building in the Lion Garden. In fact, the fox demon came and went without a trace. This kind of simple arrangement was just to calm people down. On the way to their residences, they enjoyed the pleasant scenery of the Lion Garden. The grand buildings, pavilions, bridges, walls, grass, and trees, the horizontal boards and couplets, all gave people a comfortable feeling of being a genius. If a scholarly family was wealthy and noble, taking a stroll in this private garden, even if they did not interact with people, and there was no zither, chess, calligraphy, wine, or tea, it would still be so pleasing to the eye. There was no gold and jade as the common people imagined. There would not be a few gold-carrying poles and a few silver stools at home. The gatekeeper of the Prime Minister was a seventh-ranked official. There were no dogs barking in front of the houses of the aristocratic families. If one did not talk about the difference in power, and only talked about the atmosphere, some of the suddenly rising rich families could not compare to the real aristocratic families. Chen Pingan and the rest stayed in an elegant small courtyard with a single door. In fact, the location was already past the flower garden and was only 100 steps away from the embroidery building. It was not in line with the customs and etiquette. In some places in the Aquarius continent where Confucianism reigned supreme, they would be extremely particular about women not leaving the house. There was also the so-called family affinity. However, the young lady's life was in danger now. As a father, old Assistant Minister Liu was not a pedantic scholar. Naturally, he did not care about these things. Old Assistant Minister Liu had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter had already married a talented aristocratic family. In the first month, she returned to her parents' home with her husband. Unexpectedly, she could not leave and stayed in the Lion Garden. The other children were also in the same bleak situation. Only the eldest son, as the parent official of a county near the Hebo temple, did not return home for the new year. Thus, he escaped the calamity. After the incident, old Assistant Minister Liu sent out letters. Among them, there was a letter to his family. The wording was very strict. The eldest son was not allowed to return to the Lion Garden and was not allowed to disregard public duties. Together, they dealt with a group of demons and evil spirits that occupied the mountains and acted as kings. Because of this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, both sides traveled to the Qingyuan country together. The young man said that there was another person who lived alone in the northeast corner. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun who carried a sword. She spoke the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and it was difficult to understand. She was a little unsociable, so he couldn't get her to come and pay a visit to her fellow Taoist. Chen Pingan saw them off at the gate of the courtyard again. After returning to the courtyard, he thought of the Taoist nun who carried a sword and said to himself, "It can't be so coincidental." Zhu Lian asked curiously, "Is there a saying?" Chen Pingan nodded. "I once went to a place called the Master Saber Room on the inverted mountain in the south of the Saha continent. The second Taoist had a line of Taoists who all used magic sabers. They were called the Taoists of the Master Saber Room. They used to be very famous in the Central Plains. However, they gradually faded out of sight due to their fate similar to that of the mysterious Mahists." Shi Rou was still indifferent. After Chen Pingan noticed this detail, he knew that the Taoists of the Master Saber Room were indeed not famous in the Aquarius continent. The reason was simple and laughable. This line of Taoists with magic sabers were all arrogant. Not only did they have high cultivation bases, they were extremely tyrannical and had terrible tempers. They completely looked down on a small place like the Aquarius continent. When Chen Pingan was on the wall of the Master Saber Room, he saw with his own eyes that someone posted a bounty to kill the Dali vassal King Song Jianqiang. The reason was that a small place like the Aquarius continent was not qualified to have a martial artist of the 10th realm. Killing him would be considered as an eyesore. Other than that, the imperial tutor Cui Dong and the wanderer Su Ruo had posted a bounty on the wall. However, sword immortal Su Ruo did it because he had an infatuated woman and his love turned into hatred. As for Cui Dong, it was because his reputation was too bad. After Chen Pingon told her about the rumors about the Taoists of the Master Saber Room, Shi Rou's expression finally changed. When Zhu Lian saw Chen Pingon looking at him with a smile, he hurriedly vowed, "Young master, don't worry. No matter how much this old servant is obsessed with martial arts and no matter how ignorant I am, I will not provoke a female Taoist from another continent who might be the Master Saber Room. Moreover, if she is a beautiful woman, how could Zhu Lian bear to destroy a flower? He would go to the lion garden to pluck flowers and pluck willows to please her." Sigh, now that you mention it, this old servant is really curious. I wonder what that female Taoist looks like. Although Miss Shi Rou must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive, but after seeing Old Man Du's appearance every day, even if this old servant doesn't judge a book by its cover, I'm really tired of it. Zhu Lian said in annoyance, "Looks like this old servant's realm is still not enough to see through the surface." The hunchbacked old man turned his head and said to Shi Rou apologetically, "Miss Shi Rou, please don't worry. I admit that this kind of vulgar vision is not good and I have to change it. If you don't mind, I, Zhu Lian, will stay in the same room with you tonight and train my state of mind. Who knows, I might have an epiphany overnight and become a Buddha like that Buddhist monk. From now on, when I come to see you again, you will always be beautiful and moving." Chen Pingon coughed twice and took down the wine pot, preparing to drink. Shi Rou's face was as cold as ice. She turned around and went to the main room, slamming the door shut. Chen Pingon laughed softly and asked, "When will you let her go?" Zhu Lian said righteously, "Young master, you may not know this, but this is also the cultivation journey of us playboys." As he spoke, Chen Pingon shook the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhu Lian understood tacitly. A handsome young man in a black robe squatted on top of the wall. He clapped his hands and cheered, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect an old man like you to have such a good fist intent and an even better person." Chen Pingon looked up and asked, "Immortals are different, demons and humans don't offend each other. Birds and rats have their own paths, can't we go our own ways?" The handsome young man sat on top of the wall and hung his legs on the wall, one on the left and the other on the right. His heels gently knocked on the snow-white wall and he said with a smile, "Well, water does not offend the river water, everyone can live in harmony. That's the reason, but I want to drink from the well and stir up the river water, what can you do about it?" Suddenly, a snow-white light flashed from the neck of the black-robed young man. His head fell from the wall. But there was not a single drop of blood. The handsome young man's figure disappeared, revealing a mysterious illusion. Apart from that, there was a strand of black fox fur that was as thin as a strand of hair fluttering in the air. The fox demon's exasperated voice echoed in the courtyard. "Ugly woman, what a beautiful saber art. Just you wait, one day I will cover my eyes with a cloth and blow out the lamp. I'll let you have a taste of my crotch sword art." On the other side of the roof, there was an expressionless female Taoist. She wielded a shiny saber and stood on the tip of the roof, slowly sheathing her saber. Chen Pingon and Zhu Lian exchanged glances. She was indeed a female Taoist of the Saber Room. This female Taoist was a golden core cultivator and would be difficult to deal with. Zhu Lian did not dare to be careless. As a distant wandering realm martial artist, Zhu Lian should have a high chance of winning against an ordinary golden core earth immortal from the Aquarius continent. Even if he claimed that his golden body realm foundation was not good enough, that was only in comparison to Jing Dafeng and Zhu Lian's previous 6 realms. But against Taoist magical saber who had made a name for herself in the Central Plains, Zhu Lian did not think that he would be able to win. After sheathing her saber, the middle-aged female Taoist with sunken cheeks and a haggard appearance said slowly in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, "This fox demon is mine. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame my saber for not having eyes. Zhu Lian smiled. This temper was to his liking. The hunchbacked old man was about to get up. Since it was to his liking, then he, Zhu Lian, could not stand it anymore. Chen Pingan reached out to stop Zhu Lian, then spread his palm outside the courtyard wall, indicating that the female Daoist of the saber room could leave. The blade-wielding female Daoist disappeared in a flash. Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" How many of them could make her young master look at them in a different light? No wonder her young master would go in high spirits and return in disappointment every time. The female servant suddenly noticed that the charcoal girl behind the old man was looking at her. The female servant smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian grinned. Chen Pingan said to the old man, "I suddenly remembered that I also have some mediocre spells that can be used to find the fox demon. I won't sell it." The old man smiled and said, "Everyone is here to subdue the demon. Since young Master Chen has a use for it, I won't force you." After they left, Chen Pingan hesitated and said to Pei Qian seriously, "Do you know why Master refused to sell the fox fur?" Pei Qian said straightforwardly, "That person lied and deliberately lowered the price. He had bad intentions. Master's eyes are like torches and saw through him at a glance. He was unhappy and didn't want to complicate matters. If the fox demon was secretly spying on us and angered her, we would become the target of public criticism and disrupt Master's plans. I originally wanted to watch the fire burn across the river and enjoy the scenery while drinking tea, but in the end, I brought trouble to myself and the small courtyard would become a bloody storm. Master, I've said so much, but there has to be a reason, right? Huh, isn't it very clever?" Zhu Lian clicked his tongue and said, "Someone wants to eat chestnuts." As expected, Chen Pingan knocked him with a chestnut. Pei Qian turned and glared at Zhu Lian, crow's mouth. Zhu Lian laughed, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you believe that I'll sprinkle mud on your favorite dish?" Pei Qian was a little guilty. She looked at Chen Pingan and drooped her head. From the first time they met in the lotus flower blessed land to the time when she was thrown out by the smelly Taoist, Pei Qian felt that Chen Pingan was the person who knew her the best in the world. In the words of the book, she was a notorious person, so she was a little scared now. Chen Pingan rubbed the little fellow's head and said softly, "I read in a scholar's notebook that there was a Buddhist scripture that said, 'Yesterday's things die yesterday, today's things live today.' Do you know what it means?" Pei Qian looked up and shook her head gently. Chen Pingan laughed, "You'll understand in the future." Pei Qian's eyes lit up, "Master, can you carve this sentence on a small piece of bamboo and give it to me? If possible, can you add the 2 sentences in the Hebo temple?" Chen Pingan nodded and agreed. Then he gave Pei Qian a rare lecture on the trivial matter of whether to sell the fox fur or not. When you walk in Jianghu, you have to be more careful. You can't have the heart to harm others, but if you don't even have the heart to guard against others, won't you be letting the bad guys take advantage of you? Always pay attention to the surface to treat people with sincerity and be sincere to everyone. Money can move people's hearts, but it will only make Jianghu more dangerous. Treating people with sincerity is a very beautiful thing, but how to take care of it and not hurt others or yourself, you have to accumulate Jianghu experience. Zhu Lian smiled, "Don't be childish with a kind heart. I'm not a shrewd person. This kind of advice is the real truth in the book." Chen Pingan nodded, "Zhu Lian said it better than me. He's not long-winded." Chen Pingan took out one of the last 3 pots of osmanthus wine and handed it to Zhu Lian. Back then, the Fan family had brought quite a lot of osmanthus wine, but it was divided into 2 types. One was for Chen Pingan to drink along the way, and there was quite a lot of it. However, along the way, they had one pot for Su Yuanxia, one pot for Zhang Shanfeng. Before they even reached the capital of Qingyuan, they were almost out. The other type was extremely rare. It was said that Lady Gui personally brewed it on Osmanthus Island. There were only 6 pots. At that time, even Fan Junmao coveted it and shamelessly took 1 pot. Pei Qian turned to look at Zhu Lian and asked curiously, which book said that? Zhu Lian laughed, the Book of Suffering. It's the best for teaching people how to behave. Pei Qian couldn't stand her master being oppressed by others. She sneered at Zhu Lian, then I have a boundless sea of learning and a bottomless bag of books. Who doesn't know how to make up a few words? My master said it better, much better. Zhu Lian shook his head and drank the wine. With good wine to drink, he no longer had the mood to be annoyed by this girl. Chen Pingan said to Pei Qian, just because you're not close to Zhu Lian doesn't mean you don't agree with everything he says. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. In the end, Chen Pingan still felt that there was no need to rush things. There was no need to instill all the things that he thought were reasonable into Pei Qian at once. Even someone like Pei Qian, who had memorized tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of words, could not compare to her own understanding of 1 or 2 sentences from the books. Zhu Lian's unintentional words at the Hebo temple made Chen Pingan ponder deeply. After returning the books to the sage, Chen Pingan began to reflect. Compared to a true scholar, he did not read much. But compared to the common people, he did not read much. Then thinking about it carefully, how many books had he returned to the sage over the years? Chen Pingan sighed and said that he was going to the house to practice his boxing stance. In the courtyard, it was too eye-catching. The female ghost Shi Ro in the house, after hearing Chen Pingan's words from the Buddhist scriptures, she was in a daze. Finally, she sighed slightly and collected her thoughts. Holding her breath, she began to breathe in and out according to the formula that Cui Dongshan taught her. Bit by bit, she refined the immortal's remains. After Chen Pingan closed the door, Pei Qian whispered, "Old chef, my master doesn't seem to be very happy. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhu Lian smiled and asked, "Do you want a drink? Let's share the worries of the past." Pei Qian crossed her arms and said angrily, "I've already suffered a big loss at Cui Dongshan's hands. Don't even think about ruining my Dao heart." Zhu Lian almost spat out a mouthful of wine. "You little girl, what kind of Dao heart do you have?" Pei Qian stood up with her hands behind her back and sighed. She didn't forget to turn around and glance at Zhu Lian with pity, probably wanting to say, "I'm not willing to play the lute to a cow." After she turned her head, Zhu Lian kicked Pei Qian in the butt, causing the charcoal girl to almost fall flat on her face. Pei Qian's long experience in the mountains and rivers, as well as her martial arts training, caused her to support herself with both hands on the ground and do a somersault. She steadied herself and turned around, saying angrily, "Zhu Lian, why did you stab me in the back? Do you still have any morals in the martial arts world? I've only been wearing new clothes for a while now." Zhu Lian asked, "Do you want to learn a self-created martial art called Hibernation Awakening from me? With a little bit of success, your fists can be like thunder in spring. Not to mention confronting people of the Jianghu and beating them until their muscles and bones go limp. It's also very effective against demons and monsters." Pei Qian asked, "Who are you?" It wasn't that Zhu Lian didn't mind her taking his kindness for granted, but he didn't want to listen to her fallacious reasoning. He waved his hand and said, go away, and practice your mad demon sword art." Pei Qian had a lot to say and felt a little depressed. She went to her room and took out the mountain walking staff, and began to practice the martial art she also created. After subduing that roadside dog on the road, her confidence skyrocketed. During this period of time, apart from following Chen Pingan's 6-step stance, she put aside the white 8-back sword art and blade dragging technique for the time being. Occasionally, she would do a few perfunctory exercises. Most of the time, she focused on this set of extremely powerful and instantaneous peerless sword art. Pei Qian enjoyed it. Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the far travel realm, looked at her, heard his eyes. Zhu Lian looked around. There was nothing unusual. It seemed that the fox demon had learned her lesson after being hit by the Dharma blade. In the 2 rooms of the small courtyard, Shi Ro was using the female ghost's soul and the immortal's remains to practice the superior secret method taught by Cui Dongshan. Chen Pingan walked upside down with the heaven and earth stance, and only stretched out one finger on each hand. At the same time, his mind was immersed in the water mansion, where the water seal was refined. According to Cui Dongshan's explanation, the jade slip of the azure mansion that appeared when the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City was refined, was most likely a precious relic of an ancient great blasphemy dragon palace. It was a jade slip of water fortune condensed from the great blasphemy water essence. Cui Dongshan laughed at that time and said that the goddess of the buried river was quite like Teacher when it came to dispersing wealth. As for the words engraved on the jade slip, they were eventually connected with the person who refined it, Chen Pingan. When his thoughts rose, they were born with a thought, turning into small figures in green clothes. They carried the jade slip on their shoulders and entered Chen Pingan's Qi mansion. They helped Chen Pingan draw the door god on the mansion door and drew the water of great blasphemy on the wall of the Qi mansion. It was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing of the Great Way. You should absorb and refine more spiritual energy. Chen Pingan knew that after the longevity bridge was broken, his bones were severely damaged. Because of this, the water source of the mansion of water was too scarce. Moreover, his refining speed was far from being worthy of the word genius. These 2 factors added to a disaster on top of a snowy situation. As a result, these little boys in green clothes could only waste their time and were unable to get busy. Chen Pingan could only leave the mansion of water in shame. After Chen Pingan walked out of the mansion of water, several of the biggest boys in green clothes gathered together and whispered. Chen Pingan did not interrupt the inner vision technique. Instead, he began to follow the path of the fire dragon and began to mentally walk. His divine sense was as small as a mustard seed, but the fire dragon formed by pure genuine qi could travel hundreds of miles in a flash. Chen Pingan walked on the meridian path and could be said to be thousands of miles away. Although he knew where the fire dragon was, he could not catch up with it. However, this was also related to the fact that Chen Pingan had been poked by the sword-swallowing boat. Otherwise, he could still have some spiritual energy and control the fire dragon to swim back. Perhaps he could even use it as a mount to patrol around. In the end, Chen Pingan returned to the mansion of water. He sat cross-legged and began to refine his spiritual energy. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Chen Pingan was good at this, very good at it. Chen Pingan still did not know how great of an acknowledgement it was to make Allianz say, everything follows the same origin. Practicing fist is also practicing sword. There were millions of martial artists in the world, but there was only Chen Pingan in the world. In an exquisite embroidered building in a girl's boudoir. The haggard girl was like a withered flower. With the help of her personal maidservant, she sat in front of the dressing mirror. Although she was terminally ill and pitiful, the girl's eyes were still bright and spirited. As long as there were thoughts and expectations in her heart, she would be alive. This pitiful person was old assistant minister Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing. According to the family tree, old assistant minister Lu belonged to the Jing generation, while Lu Qingqing belonged to the Qing generation. Although her eldest sister, Lu Qingya, was married. She was implicated by her younger sister and was now staying in the lion's garden with her husband. Her second brother, Lu Qingshan, used to come back often to talk to her, but he had not visited her for a long time. The girl had the best relationship with her second sister, so she was a little sad. Her third brother, Lu Qingyu, often came here to play, but he was young and too noisy. She was weak now, and this lively brother of hers could not stay still. She was afraid that her brother would accidentally break or ruin some of his favorite things, which really gave her a headache. The maidservant was the old housekeeper's daughter, Xiaoya. The girl with a few freckles on the tip of her nose saw her young miss so strong. Xiaoya, who had served her young miss since she was young, endured the pain in her heart and tried her best to comfort her. For example, her young miss looked much better today. Now that the weather had warmed up, she would be able to go out tomorrow. When Xiaoya went upstairs, she brought a bucket of hot water. She had agreed to help her young miss Lu Qingqing comb her hair today. Lu Qingqing sat on a stool and raised her arm to touch her thin cheeks. She said to Xiaoya, let them come today. You rest for a while and read me a passage. Xiaoya sighed softly and tiptoed to open the small door of an exquisite birdcage on the desk. Although the inside was noisy and seemed lively, the voices were actually very soft and could not disturb her young miss. Although it was called a birdcage, other than the style of keeping birds, the inside was built like a small attic. This was a specialty of the capital that almost every young miss of Qingyuan country had, one cage. The creatures that lived inside were not birds, but many small and exquisite spirits. There were hairdressers that looked like dragonflies but had the face of a woman. They were naturally close to clean water and liked to comb a woman's hair with their small claws. They were extremely meticulous and could help a woman moisturize her hair. They would definitely not let a woman's hair turn gray early. There were butterfly spirits that had the reputation of drawing eyebrows. As long as a set of microcarving brushes were made for them and they were shown various eyebrow makeup styles, they would be able to draw beautiful eyebrows for a woman. There were also small spirits that liked to eat rouge. They had bird claws and a human body. They had 2 arms and a pair of wings. They could carefully apply rouge for a woman. Compared to the woman doing it herself, it added more luster. When the maid Xiaoya opened the door, dozens of strange spirits that lived in the one cage flew out in an orderly manner and began to dress their master Lu Qingqing. They were very familiar with the process. Xiaoya was flipping through a book at the side. Her voice was soft as she read a poetry collection that was recently popular in Qingyuan country for her young miss. With a creak, the door opened, but no one walked in. Xiaoya sighed in her heart and pretended that nothing happened. She continued to read the landscape poem in the book. A breeze blew through the pages of the book. Soon, a handsome young man in a black robe stood behind the young girl. He flicked away the small spirits that were combing his master's hair with his fingers and let him wash Lu Qingqing's hair. The young girl did not turn around and looked up. She smiled and said, "You're here." The fox demon that caused chaos in the lion garden smiled charmingly. "The secular world harms people, but it's hard on my wife." Lu Qingqing shook her head gently. The fox demon said softly, "Don't move, be careful of the water splashing on you." Lu Qingqing sat there without moving. She tilted her head and allowed the handsome young man to comb her hair. His movements were gentle, making her feel at ease. The fox demon helped Lu Qingqing wash her hair, apply rouge, and draw her eyebrows from beginning to end. Finally, they sat on each other's shoulders. Lu Qingqing asked softly, "I heard from ya, that another group of people came to the house." The fox demon who called himself Master Qing smiled and said, "I can't tell how strong they are. They might be more difficult to deal with than the Taoist nun. But it doesn't matter. Even if a nascent soul immortal comes here, I can come and go as I please." I definitely won't miss you. Lu Qingqing's face flushed red. She turned to Xiaoye and said, go downstairs and watch for me. Don't let any outsiders come up. Xiaoye nodded. She closed the book and closed the door of the one cage before going downstairs. Lu Qingqing pricked up her ears. After making sure that Xiaoye was far away, she asked softly, Lang Jun, can we really be together for a long time? The fox demon stretched out a finger and gently rubbed the young girl's forehead. He smiled and said, of course. Forever, far more than 100 years. Lu Qingqing's expression dimmed. But what about my father? What about the lion's garden? The fox demon said confidently, I've said it before. As long as your father agrees to our marriage, he will be my father-in-law in the future. How can I treat the lion's garden unfairly? Lu Qingqing laid in his arms tenderly and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled. I only ask that you don't let me down. The fox demon lowered his head and stared at the slightly haggard face. He smiled and said, the world knows that fox demons are infatuated with each other. Why are there so many foxes and rabbits in the world's deserted tombs? Isn't it because foxes protect spirits and rabbits? When Chen Pingan slowly opened his eyes, he found that he was already supporting himself with his palms. The sky outside the window was already dark. He gently patted the ground and turned his body upside down. He stood still and pushed the door open. He found Zhu Lian sleeping soundly at the table in the courtyard. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Zhu Lian smiled and stood up. He explained, young master is in a good state similar to the Taoist records of being carried away. I didn't dare to disturb you. I didn't dare to disturb you these 2 days. Because of this, Pei Qian even sparred with me 3 times. I forced her to stay in the room. Tonight, she stepped on the chair again and looked at the young master's room from the window for a long time. She was only waiting for the light to come on in the room, but it didn't come. Pei Qian actually just fell asleep not long ago. Chen Pingan was surprised. It's been 2 days. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Chen Pingan and Zhu Lian sat down together. He sighed and said, no wonder people say that 60 years pass in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian said, it's true. We martial artists are straightforward. We practice martial arts, eat and sleep. When we wake up, we kill people with our eyes open. Chen Pingan pretended that he didn't hear about killing people with their eyes open. He asked, has there been any movement in the lion's garden recently? Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled. The clouds are calm and the wind is light. The flowers are beautiful and the moon is full. It's just that you're destined to miss the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital. I feel sorry for you. After opening it, he took out a small origami paper that was folded into the shape of a paper horse. Before Mr. Cui left, he gave me this. He said that if one day his husband got angry because of Shi Rou, I should take this out and let him put in a good word for Shi Rou. Oh right, Miss Shi Rou, Sir Cui told me to give it to you to read first. Miss Shi Rou, you can decide whether you want to tell me or not. Zhu Lian watched with folded arms, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. He didn't hide it in front of Shi Rou. Even if that gentleman didn't ask for anything in return, it would still be hard to guarantee a good result. After all, a villain would always have a grudge. This female ghost who had obtained a great fortune might not have a bad heart. She might even have been an otherworldly item with a good nature. However, a person's heart was as small as a mustard seed. Once it was magnified countless times by an external object, some flaws would become as big as a dustpan. If one's virtue didn't match their position, it was the root of the disaster that caused a great building to collapse. Ro's mind was unsettled. After she opened the paper horse, her body slightly trembled. Ro clenched her fist and held the paper in her hand. She said to Chen Pingan with a trembling voice, "This servant knows her mistake. This servant will call out the local god for master and ask him what happened." Chen Pingan wasn't angry at Ro's abrupt change. He nodded and said, "The fox demon has already come here and provoked us first. There's no harm in you revealing the local god's edict." Ro put the paper away in her sleeve. She then used the star steps and formed a seal with her hands. As she walked, from the forehead of Du Mao's immortal body and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, a glittering golden light and a wisp of yin qi respectively swept out. Ro silently recited the last line of the incantation, "Blow the head of the staff with your mouth and make the sound of thunder. Stomp the 5 mountain roots with 1 foot." Finally, she heavily stomped the ground. On the ground of the small courtyard, an ancient talisman pattern flashed and disappeared. Ro took a deep breath and retreated a few steps. Then, the ground in front of her rippled like water. Suddenly, an old woman in ragged clothes jumped out and rolled on the ground. The old woman wore an emerald green willow hoop on her head. Her neck, wrists, and ankles were bound by 5 black ropes, leaving 5 deep marks on her body. The old woman couldn't stand up. She curled up on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Ro, who had pulled her out of the cage. She begged bitterly, "I beg this powerful immortal master to save Lion's Garden." Ro's face was cold and said, "You're worshipping the wrong bodhisattva." The old woman with the willow hoop turned her neck. With a slight movement, the rope around her neck tightened a little. However, she didn't care at all. However, the old woman pushed Chen Pingan's arm away and continued kowtowing. "If Sword Immortal Senior doesn't take action, I'm just an insignificant person. Even if I die, I won't regret it. I'll just kowtow until I die." Chen Pingan could only squat down and think about what to say in silence. Zhu Lian stood where he was and rubbed the ground with the tip of his foot. He wanted to kick the old woman into smithereens. Not to mention the gods of the earth, even the gods of mountains and rivers who were not of high rank, or even the 5 mountain gods of small countries whose territories were not even as big as a state of a dynasty, would not be able to withstand a few kicks from a level 8 martial artist if Zhu Lian approached them. Ro was disdainful of the old woman's actions at first, but then she sneered and glanced at the helpless Chen Pingan. She thought to herself, "Chen Pingan, this is the trouble you brought on yourself." The squatting Chen Pingan and the standing Zhu Lian turned to look at the raised eaves at almost the same time. The Dharma Blade goddess with the fishtail crown stood there once again. She glanced at the local god whose rope had been cut off by the flying sword and sneered. "A frog at the bottom of a well. How vulgar. No wonder you can't save a lion's garden." She glanced at the red wine gourd and raised her arm. She put 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of her eyes. Like a god overlooking the mortal world, her eyes turned into a pair of golden eyes. She said in realization, "So it's a top-grade blade-strengthening gourd. That's why it could cut off those tattered ropes so easily." Chen Pingan asked, "Only killing demons and not saving people?" The Dharma Blade goddess asked in return, "Otherwise?" Chen Pingan smiled. "Then I'll save people. You just focus on killing demons." The Dharma Blade goddess hesitated. "That's the best." The old woman was overjoyed. She was still kneeling on the ground. She straightened her back and grabbed Chen Pingan's arm. She was full of expectations. "Master Sword Fairy, please go to the embroidery building to save people. I'll lead the way for you." This time, there was no need for Chen Pingan to help her. The old woman grabbed him and stood up. She was about to drag him to the door of the courtyard. However, she found that the young master sword fairy stood still like a mountain. She frowned. "Master Immortal, why don't you move? Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you're late." Chen Pingan's expression was normal. He explained in a gentle voice, "I still have a disciple who needs to wake up and stay with me. Otherwise, the fox demon may take the opportunity to sneak in. Also, I need to send someone to inform old assistant minister Lu if I go to the embroidery building in Lu Qingqing's boudoir. These two matters do not require too much time." Without waiting for Chen Pingan to finish, the old woman hurriedly grumbled, "Senior Sword Fairy, you're from the mountain. So what if she was the daughter of a family of etiquette? She was still a prostitute." Chen Pingan suddenly thought of a problem. He had always regarded Shiro as the female ghost that he had suppressed the earliest. Even though her spirit had moved into the immortal slough, Chen Pingan was still used to seeing her as a woman. However, there were some hidden methods that involved the capture of souls and the cultivation of evil spirits in the aperture points. For example, the heretical cultivators of Eagle Fort nurtured the ghost fetus in the heart aperture of the Lady of the Fort. Chen Pingan was not good at this method. Shiro herself was a ghost, and she had the process of refining the immortal slough. In addition, with Cui Dongshan's secret teaching, Shiro was familiar with these sinister methods. Moreover, her intuition was sharper. However, Shiro was now using the skin of Du Mao to walk in the world of the living. This was somewhat troublesome. If Lu Qingqing insisted on not letting Shiro touch her body and refused to let Shiro check her qi meridian, it would be very troublesome. Chen Pingan twisted the talisman and walked to Zhao Ya's side. There was nothing unusual about the talisman and it was still burning slowly. Zhao Ya felt that it was strange. After asking and getting Chen Pingan's permission, she even stretched out her finger to touch the yellow talisman and found that it did not burn at all. Chen Pingan smiled and walked to Lu Qingqing's side. The small remaining half of the talisman suddenly burst into a palm-sized flame and burned it out in an instant. Chen Pingan asked, "Miss Lu, did that young man give you a token of love? Did Miss Lu accidentally carry it with you?" These words were implicit and not hurtful. Lu Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Ya said softly, "Miss, what time is it now?" Looking at Zhao Ya's pitiful pleading eyes, Lu Qingqing could only turn around. In the end, she took out a colorful silk sachet that was hanging in her bosom. It was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Chen Pingan asked, "Can you let me take a look?" Lu Qingqing shook her head and refused. Zhao Ya was about to die from anxiety. Chen Pingan's eyes were clear. Miss Lu is infatuated. As an outsider, I don't dare to say anything. But if the entire family is put in danger because of this, and I'm saying if Miss Lu has given her heart to the wrong person, and the other party has ulterior motives, what will Miss Lu do in the end? Even if we don't talk about the most extreme case, and don't talk about the true love between Miss Lu and that young man, let's just talk about some things in the middle. I've seen this sachet. It won't reduce the love between Miss Lu and that young man in the slightest, but it can make Miss Lu's conscience feel a little more at ease toward the Lu family and the Lion's Denver. If a bit of spiritual aura doesn't scatter after death, they will certainly become a malicious ghost. Shiro spoke very bluntly. Hearing this, Zhao Ya's face turned pale. At first, Lu Qingqing was terrified, but she was still unwilling to give up. Soon, she helped herself find a reasonable explanation. She just thought that this woman's vision was not high enough to see the deeper magical effect of the heart-calming pill. Chen Pinggan's face was gloomy. This kind of immortal technique. Was it not similar to the natal porcelain of Lizhu Cave Heaven? If Chen Pinggan changed his route at first and did not go to the capital city but chose to come to the Lion's Garden to wade in the muddy water, it was because of the scholar mentioned by the person who handed the incense to Hebo in the ancestral temple, and because of the sentence, "Where there is a demon, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword." It was because Chen Pinggan thought of his good friend Zhang Shanfeng, who was a Taoist master with a different surname from Mount Longhu. If Zhang Shanfeng did not follow his master to Mount Longhu, he would definitely come here after hearing about this matter. But now, Chen Pinggan really did not believe that a scourge who might even be a fox demon in disguise could really do evil. Not only did he move the qi of mountains and rivers and covet the Lu family's literary fortune, but he also wanted to kill people. His intentions were sinister and his methods were vicious. It was simply not enough for him to die once. Chen Pinggan went to the door and asked Pei Qian to enter the boudoir first. Then, he asked Zhu Lian to immediately go to the Lion's Garden to ask for the imperial court's official gold ingots. He wanted to grind them into powder and make as much gold paint as possible. He wanted to win by drawing talismans. As the local lord of the Lion's Garden, the old woman did not follow him to the embroidery house. The reason was that Lu Qingqing would definitely be safe for the time being with immortal Master Qin in the boudoir. She needed to protect the many Lu family members, including old assistant minister Lu. In the ancestral temple of the Lu family, the old woman who was no longer bound by the 5 fox demon ropes was full of energy. In fact, the heads of the Lu family all knew this willow tree queen who was even older than the Lion's Garden. Every year, among the rich incense offerings to the ancestors, a large portion of this god who protected the Lu family would be included. At this time, the ancestral temple was packed with people. Many servants who were not qualified to enter were brought in by old assistant minister Lu's housekeeper, old Xiao. If this matter were to spread, old assistant minister Lu would be labeled as a disgrace to the educated and blasphemous to the ancestors. Old assistant minister Lu and more than 20 Lu family members were gathered in a secluded area of the ancestral temple. For many of them, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen the willow tree queen with their own eyes. Other than that, there were also 2 outsiders who had lived in the Lion's Garden for many years. They stood at the edge of the crowd and did not interfere in the Lu family's affairs. There was a private school in the Lion's Garden. 30 years ago, after a highly respected scholar resigned from his post, an unknown teacher was hired to take over the school. This was also a strange matter. Back then, the imperial court and scholars were all curious as to just which scholar could be looked up to by old assistant minister Lu and become the teacher of the Lu family's disciples. However, later on, old assistant minister Lu's eldest son did well in the imperial examinations but did not attract much attention. He was only a jinshi and was ranked very low. His artistic works and poems were not outstanding. Finally, the limping Lu Qingshan took a few steps forward and said to the old woman, "The willow tree queen seems to have said something wrong." The old woman narrowed her eyes. "Oh, little child, how can you teach me?" Lu Qingshan said in a low voice, "The reason my Lu family has been able to pass down to this day and continue to burn incense is because of the righteousness of our ancestors. They left behind ancestral teachings and family rules. Our descendants scrupulously abide by them. That is why today, when one side of the Lion's Garden is in trouble, there are reinforcements from all sides. If I go against my heart and violate etiquette today, even if I am lucky enough to preserve this Lion's Garden, my Lu family style will no longer be righteous from today onwards." The old woman laughed endlessly and said mockingly, "Little child, don't think that just because you have read a few books, you have the ability to talk about such trivial matters with me. Everyone is dead." 100 years later, other than that Lion's Garden compilation, who will still care about your Lu family that is in trouble. Without giving the scholar, Lu Qingshan, a chance to speak, the old woman continued with a smile, "You are a cripple with no hope of becoming a scholar, yet you have the face to say such nonsense. Can you, Lu Qingshan, stand firm now?" In order to save his sister, Lu Qingshan had secretly left the Lion's Garden with the old immortal of the Taoist temple to search for a true immortal master of the righteous path. However, he had met with misfortune halfway. His crippled leg was a physical pain, but his official career had been cut off and all his ambitions had gone down the drain. This was the scholar Lu Qingshan's greatest pain. Because of this, the servant girl Zhao Ye did not dare to mention this tragedy to the young miss at the embroidery house. Otherwise, Lu Qingqing, who had been closest to her second brother Lu Qingshan since childhood, would definitely feel guilty. In fact, the first thing Lu Qingshan did after being carried back to the Lion's Garden was to ask his father Lu Jingting to hide this matter from his sister. At this moment, Queen Willow, the local lord who had protected the Lion's Garden for more than 200 years, had opened up a scar in his heart on the spot. Even a scholar like Lu Qingshan, who had never lost his composure in front of outsiders after becoming crippled, had his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly. The old woman continued to sprinkle salt on the young scholar's wound. "Before you became crippled, I still respected you somewhat. Now that you are crippled, you, Lu Qingshan, are destined to be a good-for-nothing who hides in the Lion's Garden and waits for death. I advise you to take down that couplet from the study room as soon as possible. Don't you find it laughable?" Lu Jingting's face darkened. "Queen Willow, please stop before you go too far." The old woman snorted coldly. Lu Jingting patted his second son's shoulder. Lu Qingshan's eyes were hazy with tears. He nodded to the father he respected the most in his life, indicating that he was fine. Then, he lowered his head, his face full of tears. In life, a man's tears were bound to come when his heart was broken. There were two teachers in the Lion's Garden. One was an old man past his prime who did not smile much, and the other was a cultured and refined middle-aged scholar. The latter frowned. The old man gently shook his head, and the middle-aged scholar fell silent. Housekeeper old Zhao, who had been waiting at the bottom of the embroidery building, hastily ran into the ancestral hall. When he reached old assistant minister Lu and Queen Willow, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Master Chen wants our Lion's Garden to prepare gold paint for drawing talismans. We need to grind gold ingots into powder. Master Chen says that the more, the better. Then, he will draw talismans at the embroidery building on the side street." The old woman sternly said, "Then why haven't you prepared it yet? This bit of gold and silver is nothing." The old housekeeper turned his head to look at Lu Jingting. The old assistant minister nodded. "Go." The old assistant minister suddenly called out to the old housekeeper and quickly walked out. "Old Zhao, I will go with you. Call some brave young men as well. However, they must all be willing." Unexpectedly, the old woman pressed down on the old assistant minister's shoulder. "You? Lu Jingting, have you gone mad? What if that fox demon has nothing left to lose and kills you first? Even if your daughter survives, the Lion's Garden will still be a rotten mess. Who will support this family? A cripple, or the mediocre eldest son who can barely become a county chief?" Lu Jingting's face was full of anger. Did they really think that he, Lu Jingting, had been a useless person for his many years of official career? What was this local lord so anxious for? In the end, wasn't she worried that the Lion's Garden's Lu family's bloodline would be cut off, implicating her golden body? The old woman saw that Lu Jingting was rarely angry. She hesitated slightly and softened her tone. She kindly advised, "Didn't the scholar also warn you scholars that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall? You, Lu Jingting, are a weak scholar. You can only move a few gold ingots. You can't compare to any of the young men who guard the lion's garden. What's the use of you going? Aren't you afraid that the fox demon will capture you and threaten the lion's garden? Lu Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were resolute. I'll go. Even if I can't move a lot of gold ingots, I can watch from the side to avoid any mistakes. Lu Jingting helped his son straighten his lapel. Be careful. So what if you're not an official? A scholar with evil intentions who steals a high position is no longer a true scholar. My son is crippled and can't be an official, but he can still be a scholar for the rest of his life. Since he can't rule the country and bring peace to the world, then he can cultivate his body and take care of the family. Can you do it? Lu Qingshan finally smiled. Father, this isn't difficult. Lu Qingshan followed the old housekeeper and led a group of young and strong servants from the lion's garden. Their expressions were impassioned as they left the ancestral hall. Lu Jingting didn't even look at the old woman. He walked in front of two teachers who didn't have the same surname. He bowed and thanked them. Thank you, Master Fu, Mr. Lu, for teaching a scholar who can pass down righteousness to the family. The old man still looked stiff. He didn't even nod. Fortunately, the lion's garden was used to this. The old man had such a stiff expression in front of everyone. The middle-aged Confucian smiled. It's a teacher's duty to teach and dispel the doubts of his disciples. He crossed his arms and raised his head high. Sister Ya, my master is very good at drawing talismans, right? Do you think some of the flower and bird seal script are nice? Don't they have the demeanor of a master? Zhao Ye wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't tell how good Chen Pinggan's talisman was. However, she was Lu Qingqing's personal maidservant. She was quite knowledgeable about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She really didn't feel that the white-robed immortal's talisman's ancient seal script was very well written. However, since Pei Qian had asked, she could only give a perfunctory reply and try not to disappoint the little girl. Unexpectedly, after Pei Qian heard Zhao Ye's dry agreement, he shook his head and said, Sister Ye, you don't understand. My master's handwriting is thankfully immortal. Pei Qian was very satisfied with his last-minute explanation. Zhao Ye couldn't help but laugh. She pretended to be enlightened and said, I see. It's my fault for being blind. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm not an immortal from your mountain. I can't tell the truth. Pei Qian could tell at a glance that she was still patronizing him. He secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He continued sprawling on the table and widened his eyes to size up the scenery inside the cage. They stared at each other. Many of the strange spirits in the cage flew out of the attic and looked at the charcoal little girl. Zhao Ye walked to Lu Qingqing's side and said in surprise, Miss, do you feel it? It seems like the room is much fresher and brighter. Lu Qingqing said bitterly, I don't feel it. Zhao Ye moved a stool and sat beside her. She gently held her Mrs. Cold little hand. Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian floated back to the corridor outside the room. Zhu Lian, who was empty-handed, got Shi Ro to carry the remaining 2 jars of golden paint. Shi Ro didn't know what was going on, but she still did as she was told. She couldn't afford to offend this level 8 martial artist. Previously, Zhu Lian's murderous aura had soared into the sky in the small courtyard. He didn't conceal it at all and targeted her directly. This had actually terrified her. Pei Qian saw Chen Pinggan's sweaty face and hurriedly ran over. Master, let me wipe your sweat for you. Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. I'm going to continue drawing talismans with Shi Ro in the lion's denver. This way, the talisman will respond at the slightest sign of trouble. With Zhu Lian here to protect you, you won't be in too much danger. Even if the fox demons come, I'll be able to rush back as long as they don't break through the doors and windows of the embroidered tower. Pei Qian patted the bamboo sword at her waist and nodded. Master, don't worry. I'll protect Miss Lu and Sister Ya. Chen Pingan patted her little head and said softly, protect yourself first. Pei Qian beamed. Zhu Lian smiled but didn't say anything. Earlier on the roof, Chen Pingan had secretly instructed him to protect Pei Qian. The meaning behind his words. It made Zhu Lian feel very comfortable. If he really followed a young master who was walking step by step toward becoming a moral saint and aspiring to become a god in the Confucian temple, Zhu Lian would only feel very vexed. Chen Pingan floated down from the embroidered tower to the courtyard with Shi Rou. Chen Pingan asked Shi Rou to teach her one of the pots. Go and remind young Master Dugu's group and that pair of cultivators to guard the ancestral hall if they're willing. It's best to choose a high spot with a wide view. Perhaps the fox demons will appear somewhere soon. Shi Rou silently left to report. On an arch bridge in the lion's den, a black-robed youth and the Dharma saber nun stood opposite each other. The handsome youth pressed down on the bridge railing with one hand and crushed the railing into powder. Stupid Taoist nun, are you really determined to stop me? The nun stood on the bridge railing and shook her head. Stop you. I'm going to kill you for the treasure. The handsome youth's expression changed slightly. The nun sneered. You covet the literary fortune of the world. You demon, you've crossed more than 1.5 steps. The handsome youth gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you curious as to why a demon like me can openly plan this matter in the capital region beside the Tang Emperor's bed? The nun pressed down on the Dharma saber at her waist. The trivial matters of the mortal world have nothing to do with me. "393. The handsome fox demon who called himself Master Qing suddenly asked, Is this foreign woman really the famous Taoist from the saber room in the Central Plains? The middle-aged woman seemed to find this question interesting. She touched the hilt of her saber with one hand and flicked the lotus crown on her head with the other. Why? Is there anyone who impersonates us in the Aquarius continent? If you do, tell me your name, and I'll consider it as your contribution. I can promise you a quick death. The black-robed youth, who had single-handedly stirred up the storm in the lion's garden, clicked his tongue and said, You're really from the saber room. I wonder if I'll be stuffed to death after eating your precious jindan. The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. No wonder it's the smallest continent in the vast world. Whether it's on the mountain or under the mountain, as long as they're related to Qi cultivators, they're all arrogant. Oh right, I'm Lu Boqi. I came here because of the surname of the Lu family in the lion's garden. I've been having bad luck all the way, but now my luck has changed. I have to thank you. That's why I'm telling you this, so that you can understand why you're a slug demon. The youth's expression changed drastically. He couldn't figure out how this wicked woman saw through his disguise. She did not know that the crimson wine gourd tied to Chen Pingan's waist was a camouflage that could prevent Earth immortals from prying eyes. But after the Taoist nun performed her divine ability, she immediately recognized that it was a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. The middle-aged woman still said in a plain tone, That's why I said that Lu Boqi is no different from a blind man. You've been in and out of the lion's garden so many times, yet he still couldn't see through you. But with that little fox scent and a few fox fur ropes, he really believed that you're a fox demon. The person who supported you behind the scenes in the lion's garden is also blind. Otherwise, he would have skinned you long ago. The rise and fall of the Lu family's literary fortune is nothing. How can it compare to the wealth in your stomach? The youth who once said that he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by a Yuanying stage cultivator was scared for the first time. He asked in a negotiating tone, "If I leave the lion's garden now, can you let me go?" The middle-aged woman didn't answer his question. She probably didn't want to answer such a stupid question. She tapped the hilt of her saber and said to herself, "This saber is called Wuxin." He was ranked 17th in the inverted hanging mountain saber division. As for my natal item, it is still a saber, named armor. But don't worry, you won't be able to see my natal item. This is your great fortune. The teenager's knees went soft. He said pitifully, "The fox demon that I ate was not a good thing in the first place. It wanted to use marriage to prove its Tao and form the Oris core. It also wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the literary fate of the Liu family. It was actually wishful thinking and wanted to participate in the imperial examinations. I killed it and swallowed it whole. In fact, it could be considered to have blocked a disaster for the lion's garden." After that, there was an old immortal master in Qingluan country who coveted the Liu family's ancestral jade seal of a fallen country in the lion's garden. He joined forces with an influential figure in the imperial court in the capital. Thus, I took advantage of the situation. The three sides each took what they needed. It was a small business, not worth mentioning. "Great Aunt, you are a magnanimous person, can you treat me like a fart and let me go? If I have disturbed Great Aunt's mood of admiring the scenery, I will give the half-formed Oris core of the fox demon to you with both hands as an apology. How about it?" The female chief of the saber room, Lu Boqi, laughed. "Are you sure that I definitely won't be able to find your true body, so you have been acting like a fool here?" The teenager suddenly changed his expression and laughed. "Oh, you stinky old woman, your brain is not as bad as I thought. So what if you are the saber room? So what if you are the inverted hanging mountain and some messy saber god? Don't forget, this is the Aquarius continent, the Qingluan country beside the cloud forest Jiang clan. Ugly, stinky old woman, you didn't agree to a good business deal with me, and now you want Master Qing to scold you? You really are a lowly servant. Hurry up and go to the capital to pray to the gods. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands in the Aquarius continent one day, I will definitely whip you until your flesh is split open. Who knows, you might even be filled with joy at that time, right?" Lu Boqi was not angry at all, and smiled playfully. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big demon wind. It really hit the nail on the head. Your conversation with this slug spirit is quite interesting, compared to the demons begging for mercy after I used my saber, or the crazy shouting before death. This is much more interesting. The handsome teenager looked arrogant and despotic, but in reality, he was muttering in his heart. This old woman dilly-dallying was not her style. Could it be a trap? But no one knew that she had done something to the body of the local god, the willow tree spirit. He would immediately sense any movement in the lion's garden that was slightly larger. If there was a conspiracy at the embroidery tower, he could endure it for the time being, and not pick the fruit to eat the girl's literary luck, and see who could outlast the other. Could it be that this saber room nun and that young man with a sword on his back could guard the lion's garden for a year and a half? Then what kind of unexpected reliance could make this ugly Taoist nun have so much patience and determination out of nowhere? Until now, she had not slashed away this illusion like she did at the wall of the small courtyard. Lu Boqi stood sideways on the bridge railing, and extended her hand to signal the demon to just walk across the arch bridge. She would not stop it. If you reach the embroidery tower, you will know the truth. Previously, when Lu Boqi stopped it, it really wanted to rush over and take a look at the embroidery tower. Now that Lu Boqi was letting it go, it began to feel that this small arch bridge was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. The ghosts of people's hearts were even more terrifying than them demons. In its long years, it had suffered a few great losses, otherwise, it might have touched the threshold of the upper 5 realms by now. This handsome teenager who had eaten a fox spirit and used the fox spirit's skin as a camouflage was not only a rare slug, but also a reason why Lu Boqi was so unwilling to let it go. It was because it was one of the treasured transformation Taoists that had the operation of heaven and earth and endless creation. It was already extremely difficult for a slug to become a Taoist, and it was even rarer to become a treasured transformation Taoist. It liked to eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. The most extraordinary thing about it was not that it was extremely skilled at disguise, hiding, and escaping, and that it was extremely difficult to be killed by arcane treasures. Instead, it was because this Taoist could eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. On its path of cultivation, it seemed to have absorbed the cultivation fate of the food it ate. It could advance on several paths simultaneously, using its original Taoist core as a ladder, step by step forming multiple golden cores. It was basically a treasure-swallowing whale on the map of the land. Whoever could kill it would make a fortune. As a result, even with Lu Boqi's high standards, she was still determined to obtain this laughable earth immortal slug. If that young man surnamed Qin dared to fight for it, the magical saber Wuxin at her waist and her natal artifact, the ancient saber, Jia Zhua, would be truly blind. Lu Boqi saw that the fellow was cowering. It looked around and smiled. I know that your true body is somewhere deep underground nearby. You're hiding from my detection by relying on the mountain's roots and veins. The young man tilted his head. Since you're so arrogant, why don't you just take out your saber and hack at it? The mountain's roots and veins are hiding in there. They won't be able to withstand you digging 3 feet into the ground in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. By then, wouldn't I have nowhere to hide? Why don't I do that? It's because you care about something, isn't it? It answered its own question. Oh, I've guessed a possibility. After all, your every move during this period of time has made me care more about you than that young master with a sword cultivator as a maid. Lu Boqi narrowed its eyes. The young man raised his hands and snickered. I knew you wouldn't let me say it. Come, give me a slash. Let's be straightforward. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Just you wait. As expected, Lu Boqi shattered the illusion of the young man on the other side of the bridge with a single slash. It was still a fox fur that fell to the ground. Lu Boqi looked around. The lion's park was surrounded by green mountains. She saw how charming the green mountains were and fell in love at first sight. Lu Boqi blushed slightly. Fortunately, there was no one around. Moreover, her skin was slightly dark and inconspicuous. She put away these thoughts and put on that cold and hard face again. She felt the subtle flow of qi in all directions. Lu Boqi waited to watch the show. That slug full of treasures was going to suffer a great loss this time. Since it was a situation of helping others and helping herself, Lu Boqi pulled out the famous magical saber of the saber room, the god of sabers. Her figure flashed, and she began to slash at a series of places in the lion's park. She either cut off the connection between the mountain's roots and the veins of the water, or stabbed at some of the most likely hiding spots. She also purposely made some movements and activated her qi to temporarily mess up the feng shui of the lion's park. She continued to stall for time for the young man in white with the blade-strengthening gourd around his waist. Against a cunning slug that was easy to kill but not easy to catch, Lu Boqi could only pinch her nose and do this kind of boring thing. Outside a study room whose door was tightly shut, the illusion of the handsome young man appeared again. With his hands behind his back, he kicked open the door and stepped over the threshold. It sniffed and felt slightly uncomfortable. It rolled its eyes and muttered, I really don't know what kind of good karma the ancestors of the Lu family have accumulated. They have such a dense literary aura that lingers in the lion's park. No wonder that Dragon Gate Realm Fox Demon was jealous. It's a pity that they have bad luck. It began to knock and touch here and there. It kept stomping its feet to see if there were any secret rooms or mechanisms. In the end, it found none. It began to rummage through the places that could easily hide things. That treasure was indeed in this study room. It had interacted with the two big shots behind the scenes in the Lions Park. Of course, they were difficult to deal with. One had a high cultivation base and the other had great authority. Even it was not willing to have a deep relationship with them. The old man who liked to collect the royal treasures of the Aquarius continent had an aquiline nose. When he smiled, it was even more sinister than ghosts. A certain physiognomy concluded by the school of Yin Yang was very suitable for this person. The nose is like an eagle's beak, pecking at the marrow of people's hearts. The old pervert walked the path of a great hermit hidden in the imperial court. What he liked the most was to plunder the relics of a fallen country. The closer the item was to the last emperor, the more the old man liked it and the higher the price. It was said that that person had collected close to 100 royal treasures of the past dynasties. He had everything he wanted. However, he only had two regrets. The first was that a certain set of imperial jade seals was missing a piece. There were rumors that it had appeared at Betel Ferry. However, the old man seemed to be afraid of that alley where cultivators of the upper 5 realms appeared. He did not dare to put on a disguise and rob people. The second regret was that he could not obtain the treasure of scouting the world that the Lions Park had collected for generations. This treasure was a relic of a fallen dynasty in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. This heirloom was actually not big. It was only 2 inches in size and was made of gold. Such a small piece of gold, yet it dared to inscribe, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, golden armor shining, autumn hunting in all directions. It would occasionally raise its head and look outside the window. That stinky woman really did not want to give up. She started to use the stupidest method to find its real body. If she can find it, then she has the ability. It was complacent. This was thanks to a wandering hero novel. It said that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The more it chewed on this sentence, the more chewy it became. It continued to search for the small piece of gold. It was a little irritated. This little cripple Lou was quite good at hiding things. Even if it found it, it would not be able to take it away for the time being. However, it would be good to look at it first. It was absurd. Now that it had some connection with the feng shui of the Lions Park, it had become a pitiful guy who could not even carry the small piece of gold. If it did not care about the consequences, it would be fine. However, it was not willing. On the path of cultivation, the thing that monsters did not lack the most was time. This was probably a kind of compensation from God to the monster race that was more difficult to cultivate. It was difficult to become a spirit and enlighten the apertures. It was a threshold. They also had to transform into a human form to cultivate, which was another threshold. Finally, they had to find a secret book of immortals that pointed directly to the great Tao, or they had greater luck and were directly canonized. This belonged to the third threshold. According to historical records, there was an extremely lucky fox demon in the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain. It was only lightly covered by the celestial master seal on its fur, but it blocked all the mighty thunder tribulations that should have occurred when a nascent soul broke through the realm. It jumped over the almost insurmountable natural moat. Which monster race in the world did not envy it? It had only heard rumors, but it was already envious. From the corner of its eyes, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the couplet hanging high on the wall. It was written by the little cripple Lu Qingshan himself. As for whether the content was copied from the sage books or if the cripple came up with it himself, it had only read a few books, so it did not know the answer. On one side was thousands of army formations written by pen, 10,000 horse soldiers written by poem. On the other side was Li Di Qi through ancient and modern times, book collection teaches descendants. One was releasing its aura, while the other was restraining its will. It could still understand this little bit of meaning. It raised its head and spat on the couplet on the wall, one on the left and one on the right. Then it laughed loudly. It was really satisfying to see a scholar who had read a lot and was especially high-spirited fall into the mud. It was worse than a drowned rat or a drowned dog. It swaggered around the desk full of scholars' offerings and sat on the chair. It tilted its head back and twisted its butt. It felt that it was not comfortable enough, so it began to curse again. Damn it, scholars really had nothing better to do. They were not even willing to sit on a comfortable chair and insisted that it was tiring to sit on it with a straight back. It stared blankly at the top. It thought of the other big shot behind the scenes, an old man from the Tang family who held the authority of the Qingyuan kingdom. This person had disliked Lu Jingting for a long time. This was strange. Even an outsider like it knew that Lu Jingting was an upright and capable minister, a pillar that held up the imperial court. Why did you, the uncle of the current emperor of the Tang family, view Lu Jingting as an enemy? In these 2 years, how many people came to the south because of old assistant minister Lu's good reputation? It could not understand it even if it cracked its head. It thought of the father and son drinking game it had eavesdropped on at the end of last year in the lion's den. Lu Jingting and his 2 sons drank and chatted together. It was nothing more than Lu Jingting's concern for the country and the people, the eldest son's latest news, and Lu Qingshan's criticism of current politics. The scholars and civil officials who bore the most grudges against Lu Jingting were very amusing. They were not the enemies of the imperial court who did not have the same political views, but the scholars who had tried to rely on old assistant minister Lu but failed and tried their best to flatter him to no avail. After confirming that there were no flaws, they walked along the stone path outside the Lion Garden's outer wall, and continued to draw talismans 50 steps away. On the way, Chen Pingan said to Shi Ro, who had been silent all along, "I have to concentrate while I'm drawing the talisman, so I might not be able to notice the traces of that demon at the first possible moment, so you have to pay more attention." Shi Ro said indifferently, "Not only is it my duty to share Master's worries, it also involves my own life. Of course I do not dare to be careless." "Master, you worry too much." Chen Pingan turned and glanced at her. "Is it because you are afraid of being poor that you suddenly become stingy when you have money?" Shi Ro heard the slight sarcasm in his words, and did not have the intention to refute. It was not because she felt guilty, but because of the slip of paper. After opening the paper horse that Cui Dongshan had left for Zhu Lian, the contents of the slip of paper were concise and to the point. There was only 1 sentence and 6 words. "Old sister, don't court death." It seemed to be a joke, but it made Shi Ro, an immortal's remains, feel cold all over. Chen Pingan drew talismans extremely quickly time and time again. He must have put in a lot of effort, or he must have studied under an expert. Shi Ro could not deny that Chen Pingan's tenacity, whether it was the steadiness of his every breath or the steadiness of his body, played a huge role. Not a single one could be missing. Drawing talismans consumed one's mind. This was a well-known saying of the talisman sect. A quarter of an hour later, while Chen Pingan finished drawing the latest talisman, Shi Ro leaned against the wall and breathed rapidly. She asked softly, "Is Master setting up the formation?" Chen Pingan glared at her and hurriedly put a finger to his mouth, indicating that the heavenly secrets should not be revealed. As he moved forward, he glared at the blabbermouth Shi Ro, probably because he was really annoyed. Holding a sticky gold lacquered jar in each hand, Shi Ro obediently followed behind Chen Pingan. Thinking that this guy would also panic, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. The lion's garden covered a large area, so Chen Pingan, who was trying to quietly draw talismans to set up the formation, suffered. In order to complete it before the great demon beast noticed, Chen Pingan really tried his best to draw on the white wall. It was not any easier than catching and killing people. Shi Ro was different from the 4 people in the picture scroll. She had not experienced one crisis after another, nor had she traveled across 2 continents for a long time. Therefore, she was far less familiar with Chen Pingan's true strength and temperament than Zhu Lian and the others. Among them, Shi Ro knew a lot about Chen Pingan's family background. A young spirit body of a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm, and a student disciple Cui Dongshan.